Live at Coletco for tonight's festivities. We are live at Coletco for tonight's festivities. Here we are. Welcome to the show. I think my phone with comments is up front. Let me mute this, or let me lock that. Let me put this up here. Let me do this. Now, shout out to Tyler who helped me this morning, but man, I'm exhausted. He's got to be tired. I meant to text him, but the good thing, he's probably getting to go to bed, and I've got about an 8-hour shift ahead of me, possibly 14. So let's get started. Alrighty. What a weird morning. I've walked through my house 2 or 3 times. It doesn't even look like my house after everything Tyler's done. I need a trash bag. Welcome. Oh, yes. Oh. Get my morning neck pops in. Back adjustments. Trash bags. Dun, 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 dun. Hope everybody had a wonderful weekend, post-Christmas weekend. So a post-Christmas weekend probably means a lot of people were off. A lot of people were probably off. They took advantage of that by doing all kinds of constructive stuff, like laying on the couch and watching Terminator. So I watched Terminator for the first time. I watched Terminator 2 for the first time. Finally got those off my list. Never had seen them before. It is very cold outside, Brandon. Brandon also lives in Tennessee. People wearing shorts and t-shirts on Christmas, and now we're literally, the wind chill has it at 16 degrees outside right now. Now, I know there's some people watching literally probably where there's 20 feet of snow outside their house, so we can't say much. Can't say much. I'm here with Hatchet Ed, Slingshot Paul, and what's a good nickname for Laura? I think she's got a samurai sword. What was your weapon, Paul? It's not a, it could be a slingshot. Slingshot Paul. Now Mike Massey will be sending in a slingshot for Paul, a wrist rocket. Okay, here we go. Not much on the table. It's mostly sports cards I just got to pick off right quick. By the way, I have 20 high-end sports cards ending on eBay in 24 minutes, and then they go off every minute for the next 20 minutes. Hatchet Ed, Slingshot Paul, and I think she got a samurai sword. Kareem 75. Jim B still thinking about that Kareem card. Boy, I almost forgot about that. Too late for that, Jim B. The time to buy sports cards is when you see them. Otherwise, it's going to be one of those, my gosh, why didn't I just go ahead and buy that kind of deals? My gosh, why didn't I just go ahead and do that? Let me stack all this over here. Chad's cleaning up his table. Chad's talking aimlessly. That's more sports cards. I kind of made a mess over here, and I never did come in Sunday and clean it up. I got here Sunday to clean it up, and then I realized Tyler was showing up. Yep, Dr. J sells in about, Dr. J goes off in about, well, they start ending at 7. I think that's the second one, so 7:02. Dr. J's at a pretty good value right now. I'd love for somebody to go over there and bid on it. And then the Nolan Ryan rookie hopefully sells for about 1,000. It's about to go off. All right. I'm almost done. I'm going to lay these comics in the comic book room. That was the leftover cassettes you see back there from the other night. And if you was up late with us, you seen them. If you wasn't, you missed them. I'm going to start trying to figure out where to put these. Whoops. Didn't mean for that to happen. I've had an eventful last 24 hours getting my house ready for the framing. If you saw my post in the group, if you didn't see my post in the group, we've been basically hanging my lifetime of poster collecting in my house. I've went 2 years without hanging any posters whatsoever, and finally started on that to this morning early. Tyler got here literally at 2 a.m. and we've spent all morning. Probably got 90% of my poster collection hung and framed items. Give me 1 second. I'm not on the chat. I'm on the chat, but not really, because I'm trying to clear off the table so we can start selling stuff ASAP. Whoa. That was almost a disaster, but I caught it. All right. Let's go over here to this. Okay. I'm ready if you're ready. So I have Start Your Ear Off Right for those that are highly interested in new vinyl, which is most of y'all. The Start Your Ear Off Right exclusives should be here tomorrow. When I texted Ed earlier and said how much new vinyl came in, I got a reply that said 0 crates. which was no doubt a disappointing reply, Hatchet Ed. But that's nothing he can control. So tomorrow is going to be the Start Your Off Right exclusive pre-orders. They should be here tomorrow. And then we've got New Year's Eve after that, which is going to be probably about every new LP I can find in this building. Probably that's 30 days old, eligible for discount. And I apologize for not having any videos this morning. We were hanging posters, which took top priority over my activities today. Okay. Ooh. Tonight, a ton of $6.99 vintage galore, new arrivals, whatever Paul's marked, Laura can get marked, and then I'll be doing tons of $6.99 vintage. I will be here live. I will be here live on New Year's Eve. That's typically when we do a big new vinyl sale. Typically. We'll try to keep that tradition going. Typically. Okay. Let me make sure I hadn't missed anything. I'm officially going to start showing auctions. And showing records right now. So actually, let me go front and get one more thing. I think Seth did leave a crate of bonus auctions, which we greatly need. And he might have left the Beatles 45 somewhere. Let me figure out what he did with those. Let me see if they're up front. I didn't really get to see what he dropped off. Aha, I think they're up here. They are. And the bonus auctions. On is what? Okay, let's see what we got in here. Y&T, that's a good start. Van Halen, CDC, Crocus, Sabbath, Whitesnake. Okay. I'm officially looking at the chat. And if I've missed something extremely important, just send it to me again. Okay? We did go through all of John's collection. It's time to start doing that stuff tonight, though. Probably best offer. Probably the 80s stuff at best offer, because I think I've picked out everything I wanted to put in videos, and now we're to the point where we need to go through that stuff best offer. Okay? Invoices went out today. Invoices went out today. If you have a question, make sure you message Ed. Okay. That is an auction. That's Motorhead. That's in the Hot Pictures tonight, Bob. We're going to be putting that up for auction in the next probably half hour. It's called The Watcher, recorded live 1978. That is Motorhead. Okay. Saturday, we're going to be open from 10 to 4. Saturday is 10 to 4. Yeah, Motorhead's one of the featured auctions tonight. It'll be going up momentarily. I'm going to put it back over here so I don't lose it. How much is Whitesnake? You're about to get a chance to bid on it in about 3 seconds, okay? As soon as I can get everything off the table to start talking about these 2 records I'm holding right now. Get ready to bid. A 1987 USOG Specialty Press. It has the original on her sleeve. This is in VG minus condition. The note actually says VG minus condition, 1 feelable mark, and that's going to go up for a $10 start. $10 start. Y&T in Rock We Trust, an 84 USOG Indianapolis press. It has the inner sleeve, and that's going to go up for a $20 start. $20 start. The Ramones is $875. It's signed by Johnny Ramone, Tommy Ramone, Dee Dee Ramone, and Marky Ramone. This was our only no bid from the other night. $875 on the Ramones. $875 on the Ramones. Okay, now, at some point I got to go up and fix my monster. The Rush record should be in tomorrow. Start your ear off right exclusives. They should be in tomorrow. Yes, 100%. Okay, no 6 a.m. video. And then, let me open this up. Okay, Y&T's at 25, Whitesnake's at 17. Van Halen lights are 1 week out is what I've been told. I have Sonny Stitt, Blows the Blues. Verve Acoustic Sound Series, audiophile vinyl reissues from the world's greatest jazz label. Mastered from the original analog tapes, pressed at QRP, tip-on gatefold jacket. That's going to be the same story for several records like that in here. That's $34.99. Etta James, Rocks the House, from the Jackpot label. Beautiful blue vinyl, includes bonus tracks. Etta James, Rocks the House, $29.99. Also, John Coltrane and Johnny Hartman, Acoustic Sound Series, once again, pressed at QRP, tip-on jacket. That's John Coltrane and Johnny Hartman. I've got one, and then I've got one that's the perforated bag's been opened. I'll do it for $5 less. It's still brand new, just the perforation has been ripped off, unfortunately. Final call on Whitesnake, Joseph McCormick, $17. Final call on Y&T, Cosmo Kramer, you're out. Hoopy has it for $25. I have System of a Down, Steal This Album. That's a 2 LP, $33.99 for System of a Down, Steal This Album. Please don't steal it, though. You will have to pay for it. Jonathan Davis, Black Lambert. You may know him from a band called Korn. That's $39.99. Let me grab another auction over here. And I'm just going to pull one perfectly at random, which is Psychedelic Furs. Psychedelic Furs is a 1981 USOG Pittman. It has the original inner sleeve, VG Plus condition. This is going to go up for a $25 start. There is some humidity spots on the inner sleeve. $25 start on that. The Whitesnake condition and Y&T condition. Whitesnake is VG minus. It's got scuffing and 1 feelable mark on it. That is VG minus. And then Y&T in Rock We Trust. This one is actually really nice, EX Plus or better. And we have Psychedelic Furs over here. Psychedelic Furs is a $25 start. I just told you details on that one. Kiss lights are also in the making. They're still about another week or 2 out. The restock of those. Trying to get to all the other ones first. And then over here, amenities on Coltrane. I'm going to give you the one that's still sealed, if you're okay with that. If you want the one that's open, let me know. $5 cheaper. I'm going to give you the one that's sealed. And then over here, we have Y&T out. Matt Shepard on System of a Down. That's sold to Matt Shepard. And then Dave Soretna said, what's the condition of Whitesnake? VG minus. I've got 2 copies of Metallica's Black Album. That is $34.99. 2 LP remaster, $34.99 on that. And then Metallica's Garage Inc. That's the triple LP. That is $59.99. Kind of a unreleased tracks kind of deal, or never put on LP format. You know, you get the EP, the unreleased B-sides, etc., etc. Always a cool release there. That's $59.99. Amenities does want the sealed Coltrane. You got it. And then TSOL Live in 91. That's on limited edition orange vinyl. TSOL is $29.99. And then Bill Evans, Jim Hall Undercurrent. That is $34.99. That's Bill Evans with Jim Hall. That's a MoFi pressing. From Mobile Philadelphia, more jazz there. And then over here we have Psychedelic Furs. The vinyl's in VG Plus condition. VG Plus condition on that one. Out to one of the last auctions, but didn't bid on. I sent a message to about a record that I said out on during one of the last week's auctions, but did bid on. I don't mind picking it up, just trying to figure out what the deal is. Record was Corner, rest in peace. Okay, I'll have to, I'm sure Ed's got that note, and he'll let you know whenever he's figured out exactly what happened with it. Hey, there's that same record that's right back there. This is The Doors, LA Woman. It's an Analog Productions, 2 LP, 45 RPM. That is $59.99. And Buckingham Nicks. This is the, hey, that record's right back here. This is the all analog cut by Kevin Gray, $39.99. Well, no one else bid on Whitesnake. It did get a couple more questions, but Joseph McCormick, you asked first about it, and now it's sold to you for $17. Y&T is still getting bids. It's at $37. And final chance on Psychedelic Furs. There's another Buckingham Nicks. This is Elvis Presley, Loving You. This is a limited edition 1500 on yellow vinyl. That's $44.99. And then Mad Season. This is a 2 LP Pearl Jam, Alice in Chains, Screaming Trees equals Mad Season. $39.99 on that. Sean Miller wants a Doors, which is right here, Analog Productions. How about we go ahead and give you this one right here, and I'll switch up the scenery because that's been back there for at least a show, maybe 2 whole shows, and we'll replace it with some jazz. Jazz usually don't make the back wall, and we need to change that. So let's put Bill Evans and Jim Hall back there, Undercurrents, and that one's $34.99. Okay, and then we have Bathory. Now this is on sale because of a couple creases. There's a little bit of a light crease that runs right here, and a little bit one that runs right there, but that's $29.99. Psychedelic Furs does have a bid for $25, so it will sell, and Y&T is sold to Sean Miller for $37. We need more auctions right now. Right now. Don't wait till tomorrow. Right now. Right now. It means Judas Priest is our next auction. By the way, we're about to go into vintage discount pretty early tonight, so hope everybody's ready for that. We have a 1982 USOG Pittman. It has the original under sleeve. It does have the merch insert, EX edition, $25 star. The inner sleeve does have a little bit of wear and tear on it, but very cool. This includes the merch insert, Judas Priest, OG, Screaming for Vengeance, a $25 start on that. Psychedelic Furs is at $25. We have Holiday Harmony by America. This is on Go Vinyl. Never too late to be buying Christmas albums. $29.99. Faith No More. This is Album of the Year. It's a 2 LP, $59.99 for Faith No More. And then Dangerous Toys Live. Vitamins and Crash Helmets Live. It's a 2 LP blue vinyl. $38.99 on that. And we have REM, Radio Free Europe 2025, 10-inch orange EP, $24.99. So Psychedelic Furs does have a bid for $25. Now it has a bid for $26, and Judas Priest has 2 $25 bids. I'll start all the advertised stuff in about 5 minutes. So those making requests from the hot pictures, they're coming soon, sooner than later. And let me grab, here's a good pull from the bonus crate. Motley Crue, the 85 to 89 Electra label, specialty press. It does have the original inner sleeve. Nice. VG Plus, Too Fast for Love, a $25 start. Okay. Anybody else on anything in here? We had REM, Dangerous Toys, Faith No More, America, Bathory, Mad Season, Elvis Presley, Buckingham Nicks, Doors. We have TSOL, Garage, Metallica Black Album, Jonathan Davis, John Coltrane and Johnny Hartman, Etta James, and Sonny Stitt, Blows the Blues. That's $34.99. What was the Dangerous Toys? Dangerous Toys, Vitamins and Crash Helmets Live, 2 LP blue vinyl, $38.99. Can I pick up my order tomorrow? I will relay that to Ed and find out. It just all depends on if you catch somebody here to let you in, I guess. I guess that's the big thing. If you can catch somebody here, as you know, to let you in. Should be able to, but I would always double check on that. Okay. Psychedelic Furs is now at 29. Judas Priest is at 31. And Motley Crue is at 25 and now 30. That's where we're at on all three of those auctions. Chad's about ready to go fix his Monster Energy drink, which is the equivalent of my morning coffee. I don't know if y'all ever have morning coffee. I have morning Monsters. Especially after everything. Shout out to Tyler for pretty much making my life complete, hanging up all my posters in my house. He had the leveler, the ladders, the equipment, 22-foot ceilings or whatever. We had to bring our big ladder over in his truck. I kind of had a game plan. He set the first level, and about the time I went to bed was right after that, and I set my alarm for 4. So just a good solid 4-hour sleep. So I feel like I just woke up from a nap, essentially. All right, so let's grab the collection of the day. I've got, for the first time, this collection here to take offers on, which is kind of like the best of the 80s and the other stuff. So let's go ahead and get started with that. First time these have been ready to make offers on, so I'm ready to start showing them and selling them. Hopefully y'all ready to start buying them. No blue juice tonight, but I do have Diet Coke over here too, which is my Chick-fil-A specialty. Give me 1 second, I'm going to mute my mic. Y'all are going to like this because this collection has not been yet offered for best offer. Okay, so Bob Riger gets a Psychedelic Furs for $29. Thank you, Bob Riger. That's so to you. Judas Priest is right here in the middle. Judas Priest. Judas Priest right here. The high bid is Stephen Tinley at $36. It's a 1982 USOG. It does have the original inner sleeve. The inner sleeve has some staining. But other than that, it's a nice record. It has the merchant form and the vinyl's EX. Okay? So, nice EX copy overall. Joseph McCormick, it's up to you. The high bid on this is $36. The last bid on Motley Crue that came in on my screen was the very first bid. No, it wasn't. Then we had a bid for $35, then $50. Hoopy has this for $50. Amenities has went out. And this is a U.S. specialty press, VG Plus condition. And last bid on Motley Crue that came in was Hoopy at $50. Okay? Let's go through this crate. Buy it now or best offer. Buy it now or best offer. Let me sort this right here. Okay. I have the Boomtown Rats, The Fine Art of Surfacing. First time these have been available for offer. I'm here to sell every one of them, so don't hesitate. We have the Boomtown Rats, The Fine Art of Surfacing. In shrink wrap and original inner sleeve, $19.99. $19.99. Boomtown Rats, Fine Art of Surfacing. Rachel Sweet, Full Around. Gold Stamp promo, $19.99 on Rachel Sweet. Joe Jackson's Jumpin' Jive, $19.99. It looks like a very clean record from what I remember. I don't remember turning the sleeve around that way. Very nice. John kept all these in fantastical condition. And then we have Campuchia, Concerts for the People of Campuchia. And this is $19.99. I love the Paul McCartney set on here, including Every Night and Coming Up. Great stuff there, $19.99. There's only one Japanese pressing left, and I'll go ahead and put it up right now for you as a price reduction. It was that John Williams and the Symphonic Orchestra Suites, Star Wars, Close Encounters, etc., etc. Let's go ahead and put that up for a $15 start. First thing is this. Judas Priest got a new bid for $38, then $40, then $41, then $45. Then Motley Crue got a new bid for $56. Then Judas Priest $56. Judas Priest $46, excuse me. Boomtown Rats sold to Brian Call for $15. What is the Judas Priest? More info on Judas Priest. This is Judas Priest Screaming for Vengeance. It is a 1982 USOG Pittman press. The vinyl's EX. It has the inner sleeve and the merch insert. This has a high bid of $51 with Stephen Tinley. What is the Motley Crue? More info on Motley Crue. This is a U.S. reissue on the third or fourth Elektra label, or I guess you'd say about the fourth pressing. It is a U.S. reissue from the mid-'80s, VG Plus condition, and the last bid on Motley Crue was $56. The John Williams record is $15. Brian Call got Boomtown Rats. That sold for $15. This is Squeeze, Così fan tutti frutti. That's $19.99 for Squeeze, Così fan tutti frutti. I think I'm saying that close. Utopia is a double LP. This is Utopia. I think it's just under the title Utopia self-titled. $19.99 on that. And Aldo Nova, also self-titled, with his hit song Fantasy on there. That's $19.99. And then NRBQ Live, Diggin' Uncle Q, is $19.99. Brian Call also gets Squeeze for $15. That's sold to him. And then we have The Land That Time Forgot, featuring 15 Florida bands. This is $26.99. The Land That Time Forgot, $26.99 on that. And The Untouchables, Wild Child. The Untouchables, $19.99, gold stamp promo. Scott Dwallow on Aldo Nova, $12.50. Let's go ahead and, let's do 14. First of all, I don't like 50 cents in the offer. Yuck. Yuck, right, Paul? Yeah, get that out of there. How about 14, Scott? We'll round up and add $1. 14 on that because we can't sell it for 13. That's bad. Judas Priest, wow, still getting bids. So Judas Priest is at $52 right now. Motley Crue is at $56. Hoopy is out. Now, let me give y'all a quick rundown. So, as y'all know, the very first pressing of this is rare. It's thousands of dollars. The second pressing still like $500 to $1,000. And then this is the third label, okay? This is the one that most people own. It's the 80s press on Elektra. So this is the affordable, correct one to have. It's an OG Elektra press, essentially. The other ones on leather get up into the hundreds, if not thousands of dollars, okay? So Aldo Nova is sold for $14 to Scott Dwallow. Thank you on that. And then NRBQ Tiddlywinks. NRBQ Tiddlywinks is a 1980 all-disc press, $19.99. $19.99. And Let's Active. Let's Active, $19.99. And we have Real Life Heartland. This is a 1984 Japanese pressing, $29.99. And Squeeze, Argy Bargy. Squeeze, another one, $24.99 on that one. And then Clark Kent, a.k.a. Stuart Copeland from The Police. This is a 10-inch. It's in a die-cut K-cover, and it's on green vinyl. And that is $29.99. Motley Crue has a new bid for $58. These were some very competitive auctions, but we're done on Judas Priest. This is sold to William Meadows for $52. $52. Judas Priest. This is Screaming for Vengeance. Screaming for Vengeance. Judas Priest. Let's put this right over here. And then Motley Crue is at $58 with Tim Graham. And I think that now is up to, who was the other person bidding? It was up to Jason Thomas. So Jason's about to bid or say out. And then John Williams is a buy it now for $15. That's a no bid, okay? Let's get into some of the advertised auctions. Donna Bertram on Clark Kent. I just seen that. Yeah, the Dr. J rookie card just sold for $270. Yeah, that was a steal for somebody. Don't ever have your cards graded by anybody but SGC, Beckett, or PSA. If you have your cards graded by some kind of other company, it destroys the value. SGC, Beckett, or PSA. Otherwise, the value just gets destroyed. You might as well just sell it raw at that point. If you have it graded by any other company, it's going to bring raw prices. And the only way you're going to get top money for stuff nowadays in this market is you got to have it PSA or SGC or Beckett graded. Kiss Destroyer is a 1976 U.S. Terre Haute. This is an OG Terre Haute press, original under sleeve, VG plus condition. There is some cover damage right here. There's like kind of a gash going down the jacket. That's gonna be a $20 start. Okay. Motley Crue is at $60. And then over here we have Tim Graham, You're Out. Tim Graham, You're Out. And then we have Joe Jackson. This is the 10-inch. This is $39.99. Joe Jackson, $39.99. And Nick Kershaw, Human Racing. Nick Kershaw is $19.99. So the reason I have a sticky note there was because that was some of the 80 stuff priced as marked. And then this is also from that collection, but it's kind of a mix. It's kind of a little bit of everything, okay? The last bid on Motley Crue that came in was Tim Graham at $62. They are still bidding on Motley Crue. And then over here, Kiss, Matt Shirley has it for $20. Brian Calls already bid $21. Stephen Tinley said, Chad, I am begging you to put up Morbid Angel. I would honestly do anything you ask me to at this point if you can let me bid on that Morbid Angel record. I am here, and I actually woke up this morning and nearly had a conniption fit knowing that you had a Morbid Angel record. Wow, he's left a lot of comments here. I would do just about anything possible on earth, even put my life at risk at a chance to bid on this Morbid Angel record. Golly, Steven wants this. This is Morbid Angel. This is Formulas Fatal to the Flesh. A 2018 U.S. reissue on white vinyl. If this doesn't bring $300 or $400, I'll be disappointed. This is going to go up for a $30 start. Good luck to those that are bidding. Motley Crue, Jason Thomas has it for $65. Final call. Can I see Vince's hair on Motley Crue? And then Chris Kirkley wants Squeeze, Argy Bargy. Let's put that right over here. All right, let's take a look at Motley Crue. We want to see Vince Neil's hairdo. There's Nikki Sixx. There's Vince Neil. There's Nick Mars. And there's Tommy Lee. This is Motley Crue Too Fast for Love. This is a Elektra OG, essentially. They use that label. They're all technically reissues on that label. $65 of Jason Thomas. That's the high bid right now. Kiss got a bid for $23. We have a request for Ice-T. Kiss got a bid for $24. Kiss got a bid for $26. Hey, Chad, can you say, hi, Faith, daughter visiting from Michigan? Hello, Faith. Mark Price has requested a shout-out. Hopefully, if you're there with him, you will convince him to buy a lot of records tonight. That's why he's watching. Or you can buy a lot of records for him. Totally up to y'all. I'll let y'all figure that one out. But thanks for watching as always. Morbid Angel 50, Morbid Angel 40, Kiss 27, and then we have Morbid Angel 55. All right, so the rest of the stuff is from that same collection. It's just a little bit different genres and maybe decades. We have Fleetwood Mac, Tango in the Night, 2017 sealed. That is $74.99. It's the Fleetwood Mac Tango in the Night box set. 3 CD, DVD, LP, $74.99. The Doors, Absolutely Live. The Doors is $34.99. That's a 2 LP. The Doors, Absolutely Live, $34.99. And then Jimi Hendrix in the West. Jimi Hendrix in the West, VG Plus, $24.99. These are first time showing these as best offer, just FYI. Black Sabbath Paranoid, this was a nice copy. An 83 RCA Music Club edition. I mean, it's the third label, but it's beautiful. $39.99, okay? Motley Crue is officially sold. And this is sold to Jason Thomas for $65. $65. Was there an invoice in there too? Just that? Is that what both of them are?
Yeah, there was an invoice, but no reference.
Okay. Is it on your desk?
Yeah.
I'll fill it out tonight if it's laying back there. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I'm glad I forgot about that.
That's all right. I didn't want to throw it away.
I need to email that in, add that to my to-do list. Okay. Mike Quadrini wants the Fleetwood Mac box. That's sold to Mike Quadrini. Okay. Thank you, Mike Quadrini. That's sold to you. And then Brian Call gets Jimi Hendrix for $20. And then we have Black Sabbath here sold to Stephen Tinley. And just so everybody knows, Kiss Destroyer is with Matt Shirley at $31. That's a final call. 2 people have asked what it is. It's a 1976 U.S. Terre Haute OG. It is VG Plus condition. It has a little bit of damage right here. It is at $31, okay? And then over here, Morbid Angel has 2 bids. The first bid was $50, and then Joseph McCormick bid $40, and then Joseph McCormick bid $55, and then Stephen Tinley bid $56. Joseph McCormick, you're out. That's at $56. Shipping. I think they're starting to ship Tuesday's paid orders. I think. Has Ed already left? I think they're shipping Tuesday's paid orders, or at least they were shipping Mondays on Friday. There's nobody here for me to ask. I think he's already walked out the door. Friday, they were shipping Monday's orders. So nobody was here Saturday or Sunday, so they're probably shipping Tuesdays, I think. But everybody has officially left. Early 80s pressing of Jethro Tull. This is called This Was, $19.99. We have an out on Morbid Angel, but we have a new bid on Kiss for $33. So one auction's about to end, one auction still getting bids. Rolling Stones Through the Past Darkly, $34.99. We have Mike Quadrini offer $24 on Real Life. That was right here. This is sold to Mike Quadrini for $24. Thank you on that one. And Black Oak, Arkansas, $19.99. $19.99. Matt Shirley's officially out on Kiss. It was going to come down to Matt Shirley. There's a new bid and new bidder. Matt says he's done. I think there's several Kiss auctions tonight. So let's first go ahead and sell Morbid Angel because he's out. This is sold to Stephen Tinley, and he's probably breathing a sigh of relief. This is sold to him for $50. Thank you on that. Let's put that away. And then we have a new bidder on Kiss, Stephanie Hill. And Stephanie Hill has that at $33, and that's the final call. Let's put up another auction, okay? Let's put up another auction over here. And that next auction is Ice-T, Original Gangsta. This is Original Gangster. This is 2019. It's a music on vinyl copy. This one's pretty unique, though. It's numbered 999 of 1,000. It's numbered 999 of 1,000. It's on limited edition, numbered blue vinyl from Music on Vinyl. $25 start on that. $25 start on that. But you know what's weird with cards sometimes? So that Dr. J card only sold for $270. But what's weird is a Nolan Ryan card that I was trying to sell for $150 sold for $432. Isn't that strange? There's some cards here. Ice-T is near mint condition. So some cards sold for half of what I was asking for, and some sold for 3 times what I was asking for them. It's just a bizarre thing, you know. You just never know about some cards like that at auction. All right, so this sold to a new bidder. This is sold to a new bidder and new buyer, Stephanie Hill. Welcome, Stephanie. Make sure, Stephanie, make sure you message our page. I need your email address and mailing address, okay? I need your email address and your mailing address, okay? Stephanie Hill. you get KISS for 33. Make sure you send us a DM. I need your email address and mailing address. It'll be 1 week before we invoice you. It won't be tomorrow or Thursday or not even Saturday. It'll be a week from today before you get a bill from that. It will come to your email. My screen is completely full of iced tea bids. It's literally already at $45. We had a request over here for High on Fire. I'll get to those. But first, check out this unofficial. This is a bootleg pink vinyl unofficial. It's a $35 start. It's an unofficial pink vinyl, $35 start for KISS, Hotter Than Hell. $35 start. It's a pink vinyl unofficial press, $35 on that. Yeah, the Still the Night was Dr. J, $270. And it wasn't that bad of a copy. And then some of these rare Nolan Ryans sold for like 3 times what I thought they would. So, yeah. Pretty wild. Okay, let me go ahead and show. This is a Buy It Now Best Offer crate. Got a lot of these tonight. Here's another Black Oak, Arkansas, Ranch and Roll Live. This one has the Heaven on Earth deed certificate with it. $19.99 on that. Lots of vintage Buy It Now Best Offer. David Bowie, Station to Station. David Bowie is $34.99. That's on the original first OG tan label. $34.99. First time any of these have been available for best offer. Another David Bowie, another OG David Bowie. This is Pinups. It has the original inner sleeve and it has the original orange label. $44.99 on that. So KISS does have a bid for $35 with Sean Holford. That's going once, going twice. And then Ice-T is the 2019 Music on Vinyl press. Numbered on colored vinyl. It's numbered 999 of 1000. Mega Blast has it right now for $45. Everybody else is out. Everybody else is out. Okay. Over here we have Iron Butterfly Metamorphosis, $19.99. Iron Butterfly Ball is $19.99. And then Iron Butterfly In-A-Gadda-Da-Vida. 3 different Iron Butterflies, all OG, all nice, $19.99 each. Here's our next auction. Speaking of David Bowie, this is going to be our bonus auction from the bonus crate. Ziggy Stardust, the motion picture. This is a 1983 USOG Indianapolis 2LP VG++ condition. David Bowie is a $20 start. Ryan M is still in on Ice-T at $50. This is Hotter Than Hell. It looks like a Love Gun label, but it's Hotter Than Hell. I think that's something unique they've done for this bootleg. I think that's something they've done over here for this bootleg. And this over here is a final call to Sean for $35. Next is Jimi Hendrix High Live and Dirty, a 1978 red vinyl, $24.99. And Charlie Buck, to answer your question on grading, it's really a preference thing. I think you get the most money out of PSA stuff. I would say PSA. If I had to advise you, I would say PSA. Pink Floyd, A Saucer Full of Secrets. This is a mono 2019 Record Store Day, $29.99. Brian, call. Which of the 3 Iron Butterflies do you want? Metamorphosis, Ball, or In-A-Gadda-Da-Vida? Your pick. And then Bone, Thugs and Harmony, Creeping on the Come Up, $124.99, a 2020 Record Store Day. All right, let me pause there before I finish this crate. And Sean Holford, I got you down for Hotter Than Hell on pink vinyl with the poster at just one bid, $35. Let's put that away. And then Ice-T had a new bid for $50. Now it's up to Mega Blast if he wants to bid again. And then David Bowie has a bid with $20 with Sarah Wyberding. Mark Price gets the Pink Floyd. That's sold to Mark Price. Mono Saucer Full of Secrets. And then right after that was Brian Call making an offer, and then Amenities made an offer. We had a request for a High on Fire. Let me find those and figure out where I need to. Looks like there's 2, so I'll grab the first one in the crate. Hopefully it's the one you wanted. If not, we'll do the other one next. Luminiferous, High on Fire Luminiferous. Wow, that's some cool looking vinyl. Look at that. That's amazing colors on that. Wow. That is a 2015 OG limited edition red, yellow, blue Starburst vinyl. $30 start on that. That's now up for bid. Everything in this crate is Buy It Now Best Offer. And first time it's been offered that way. Fugs, F-U-G-S, the Fugs first album, an Italian press, $29.99. The Fugs, again, self-titled, Italian press, $29.99. Ryan Mashaka, it looks like you're going to be getting iced tea for $50. The Dandy Warhols, 13 Tales from Urban Bohemia, a 2000 press on gray marbled vinyl, $39.99. And Deep Purple Machine Head, a 73 Terre Haute, first label, $29.99. Bone Thugs and Harmony, no condition notes. It's near mint. It's a numbered record store day, $124.99 on that one, okay? Right over here, we have iced tea. Iced tea is sold to Ryan M for $50. That's sold for $50. Let's put that over here. Brian, you were second on Pink Floyd. So Mark Price was first. He got auto-corrected. He put of instead of Pink PF, and then you, and then amenities. So you were second on that one. Okay, and then over here we got Ziggy Stardust. The last bid that came in on this was the only bid. This is sold to Sarah Wyberdink for $20. And then let's put this right over here. High on Fire already has bids for $30 and then $35. And then we have Will You Do 100? Was there a bone in there? Stephen Tinley takes Deep Purple. Is this a full album? It is. This is Bone Thugs and Harmony creeping on the come up. Limited edition splatter vinyl from Record Store Day. Full album. Numbered colored vinyl. 2020 Record Store Day. $124.99. $124.99. Jason, 110 will buy it. 110 and I'll sell it to you, okay? And then I'm going to do a speed run doing a recap here over here. Oh, yeah, and then Brian called on Inagata DeVita. Sorry, he had made an offer, and I was waiting to figure out which one. Brian called on Inagata DeVita for $15, okay? There's that. And these are best offer. I did just recently acquire these, and first time reading through them, but I will work on you. We'll come to a price that works for both of us. I'll take a quick drink of Diet Coke before I drink some more in just a second. All right, and then Jason Thomas says he'll take this at $110. Danny, if you could have got your offer in a little bit sooner, you might have had a chance because he might have passed, but I've already told him 110, and that's sold to him. Topographic gets Concerts for the People of Campuchia. Let's sell that to him for $14. Where was that record? That was back here. That's sold to Topographic for $14. And then Fire is at $42. And then Doug Jefferson, Dandy Warhols. Let's do this for $33. I'll do that for $33. I like that. A $33 price tag for a 33 1/3. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And this is Hanoi Rocks. Back to Mystery City. 1984 Canadian OG. The Canadian version of this album has a slightly different track list. Side B opens with the track Tragedy instead of the track Sailing Down the Tears. And the track Beating Gets Faster is not on the Canadian version. This does have the original on her sleeve. This is an EX edition, a $25 start. Doug Jefferson gets Dandy Warhols for $33. We have not shown Motley Crue yet with John Corabi. Has not been shown. So High on Fire is at 45 of Cosmo Kramer. Hanoi Rocks, which I think Stephen Tinley just bid on, I think at 31, but I'm not for sure. Okay, and then I'll add something else, but let me do a quick recap here. We have Rachel Sweet Full Around, $19.99. Joe Jackson Jumpin' Jive, same price. And Utopia. We had NRBQ Live, $19.99. Dig and Uncle Q. These are buy it now or best offer. Don't hesitate. The Land That Time Forgot. This is a Florida compilation. I'm assuming maybe in the realm of new wave, but I really don't know. It's 15 Florida bands, $26.99. And then the Untouchables, the Gold Stamp promo, $19.99. So yeah, Hanoi Rocks just has one bid for $25. High on Fire is at $47. Now Hanoi Rocks is at $30. NRBQ again, Twiddly Winks, $19.99. Let's Active, $19.99. The Joe Jackson 10-inch Look Sharp, $39.99. And then Nick Kershaw, $19.99. We also had The Doors, Absolutely Live at $34.99. Jethro Tull, their debut and early 80s reissue, $19.99. The Rolling Stones, 2014, $34.99. Black Oak and Black Oak, 19. And somebody asked the price for David Bowie. This is OG station to station. It does have a label up here on it. $34.99. There is a bonus crate. Actually, probably 3/4 of tonight's have already come from that one. I'm going to go ahead and pull this one right here, which is Scorpion's Virgin Killer. A 1980s U.S. reissue. It is in shrink. Second cover, near mint minus, a $25 start. And then the last few records in here was David Bowie Pinups, 73 Indianapolis, $44.99. 2 Iron Butterflies left. Metamorphosis 19, Iron Butterfly Ball 19, Jimi Hendrix High Live and Dirty, red vinyl, $24.99, and then the Fugs and then the Fugs. All right, so we had Hanoi Rocks at 30. We had Hanoi Rocks at 31. High on Fire 48. High on Fire 15. Jill Whitworth on Live BOA for 15 sold. Nick Bargeron on This Rolling Stones. This one here will be $30 if you want that, Nick, if that's the one you're making an offer on. $30 on that. And then which Let's Active copy? Let's Active, I don't think I've been saying a title because I think it's self-titled. It is. No, it's called Big Plans for Everybody. Let's Active, Big Plans for Everybody, $19.99. These are all buy it now or best offer, okay? Hanoi Rocks 35. And then what is the Scorpions? Details on Scorpions. This is the Scorpions Virgin Killer, a 1980 U.S. reissue, Indianapolis Press, in shrink, near mint minus, $30 start. $25 start on that one, okay? I do not have any Ace Frehley autographs at the moment. Nope, 0. Nick Bargeron on Rolling Stone for 30. I've got a couple things that hadn't been authenticated yet, but it'll be a while before they're ready. They're going to require letters, and it could literally be months. It could be months. About any kind of authentication company right now is totally backlogged from what I understand. Whether you go Beckett, PSA, JSA, they're just all backlogged. Charlie DeFrank on Let's Active for $16. The Fugs are $29.99 each. $29.99 each on the Fugs. I do have new arrivals. Paul's marked the crate. I think he's working on some stuff. And I think I just seen Laura head to the back with a stack of records she's about to start pricing. So we do have new stuff, but I want to start going through this collection over here and doing some of this stuff best offer, okay? And I'm about to go up there right now and do that. So High on Fire 52, Scorpions, let's have a bid for 25. And then Hanoi Rocks 35. So the last time we had autographs authenticated was, what, 2 months ago? And I was told the letters may come in the spring. And so if you submit something right now, you wouldn't get a letter back until like the summer, if you're lucky, due to the booming business of collectibles. Just people having to get stuff certified, authenticated in an era which people fake stuff for a living. There's more and more of it out there that requires authentication nowadays. Or just simply people don't want to own it. You got to have it certified. So these companies are just, from what I understand, just swamped, especially with cards, especially with sports cards. As crazy as it is, that's a crazy thing right now. Sports cards and then getting sports autographs authenticated. Shohei Ohtani can sign a baseball and it's automatically selling for $2,000 or $3,000. So obviously people's going to try to fake them every single day. We have Division Bell, $49.99 for the Division Bell. I messed up my camera. Everything's kind of zoomed in, I think. I don't know. I clicked on something and see, can y'all see like a black border right up here? Maybe. I think I scaled my screen wrong. Okay, here we go. So here's some more. This is like the stuff I posted in the group that didn't sell. So this is some really good, the best of the 80s stuff, best offer. First thing I have right now is High on Fire has a high bid with Cosmo Kramer at $52. The Scorpions had one bid for $25, then $30. Hanoi Rocks 36, Scorpions 31, Scorpions 35, Hanoi Rocks 37, 38. So these two are still actively getting bids. The Scorpions 35, Hanoi Rocks 38, and then High on Fire High on Fire, the last bid was Cosmo Kramer at $52. Yeah, I'm about to mess around with the screen over here. I clicked on it. Let me see here what I've done. Let me see here. Might be my camera angle, honestly. Hold on a second. I know what it is. No, I can't access my GoPro now. All right, well, we'll leave it a little zoomed in for tonight. I should have done it when I started. Can y'all see that? Hold on 1 second. We'll leave it for right there. Yeah, I think it's my GoPro monitor's not screen's not coming up either. That's okay. All right, these are all buy it now best offer. We have Adamant strip, Adamants and shrink, $19.99. Adamant strink, $19.99. And then Guadalcanal Diary, Walking in the Shadow of the Big Man. That's the full album. It's a 1985 picture disc, $24.99. Okay, so it's time to sell High on Fire. High on Fire is officially sold to Cosmo Kramer for $52. This is sold for $52 to Cosmo Kramer. Thank you on that. Let's put that away right over here. That's done. And then we have over here Hanoi Rocks. And then Hanoi Rocks, the last bid on this was Kyle Hansen 38 and Michael Freiberger went out. So this is sold to, wait a minute, Michael Freiberger. The first person who bid 38 was Michael Freiberger. Now, Michael, you're tied with Kyle, but you have it first at 38. So you've already set out. Technically, you have it. I want to make sure you know that. His bid came in second. And then the Scorpions, the last bid on this, we can go ahead and sell to Doug Reeder for 35. All right. Adamant for 15. In shrink, near mint, I'll do that one for 15. Kyle Hansen. 15 on that. This crate should get pretty obliterated. All right, let's grab another one. Then we'll do a crate of new arrivals after this. Let's do the other High on Fire, because I don't know which one was supposed to be requested earlier. But here is High on Fire, The Art of Self-Defense. And this is a 2012 U.S. reissue. It has the original inner sleeve, and that's going to go up for a $25 start. Kyle Hansen gets Adamant for $15. That's sold. And then we have the swimming pool cues, the deep end. The swimming pool cues on the deep end, $19.99. So I need to actually tell Kyle Hansen, you're out on the Hanoi Rocks. Michael Freiberger has it first at $38, just FYI. I mean, his bid did land first on the screen, so technically he has it. High on Fire, $25.30. Let's pull from the bonus crate, and the bonus crate is Judas Priest Point of Entry. This is a 1981. This is USOG Pittman EX condition. Judas Priest is going to go up for a $20 start. All right, he's out. Hanoi Rocks. So Michael Freiberger, I hope you're still watching. Y'all both kind of got the 38 and then both kind of set out, but you had it first. So this is sold to you for $38. Hope you're okay with that. Swimming pool cues 10. Swimming pool cues $15. $15 on that one. High on Fire 38. And then Judas Priest. Judas Priest is at 20. Next is Talk Talk, Life's What You Make It, extended dance version, 12-inch single, $19.99. And Saga, and this one is self-titled. Saga is $14.99. Let's go ahead and grab another auction. It is still softly Monday Night Kiss Night. We still got probably collectively hundreds of Kiss records, but it's all like standard albums. I mean, there's no telling how many copies of this is in this building, but we put them out when we can. This is an OG 1977 Santa Maria Kiss Alive 2 with the original inner sleeve and the book. VG Plus condition, a $25 start. Okay, Mitch T does take the swimming pool cues at 15. This should be a pretty dang popular crate because it's the 80s collection. First time we've took offers. Mitch gets that for 15. New vintage, new pre-owned is new stuff that Paul and Laura has marked tonight. That's the stuff that will be new tonight. No deliveries of new vinyl today. Clocks is a gold stamp promo, $14.99. And Todd Rundgren presents the ever-popular Tortured Artist effect. I don't want to work. I just want to bang on the drum all day. Nice, Todd Rundgren. It has the original under sleeve, $14.99. So, quick update. High on Fire is at $42. Kiss has a bid of $25 with Mitch T, and Judas Priest has this one bid for $20. So we're about to sell Judas Priest, and we're about to sell this. Kiss Alive 2 details. Can you show the book? This is a 1977 U.S. OG press, Santa Maria. It has both inner sleeves. Here is the Evolution of Kiss book that came with it. And the jacket's probably also VG Plus. Gatefold, there it is. Okay. All right, there's that. And then everything in here is buy it now best offer, including Gamma 2. That's $14.99. And Thrashing Doves, Jesus on the Payroll. Thrashing Doves is $9.99. By the way, I think there's one of these 80s crates that is $9.99 and $14.99. So those should be pretty fun when we go through those. I hadn't really ever discounted those. Let's see here. High on Fire out. And then Dennis on Gamma. That's sold to Dennis over on Twitch. And no condition notes on Talk. Yeah, everything in here should be EX Plus or better. There might be a couple. Has like a sticker with credit notes placed on the back. Something they added on later, it looks like. $19.99. All right, Tim Rory was the only bidder on Judas Priest. That sold to him for $20. Michael Freiberger did say he wanted the Hanoi Rock, so that was sold to him. That is sold for $20. Danny Thomason on TD, which was Thrashing Doves. That's sold to Danny Thomason. And I don't know if I can fix the glare on Pink Floyd. Maybe. That might help it a little, and then we'll try to fix Stevie. Stevie, that's about as close as I can get on glares back there. Joe DeGaldo was next on Thrashing Doves. Danny was first on that one. Here's the Fix Phantoms, no condition notes. $19.99, does have the original under sleeve. $19.99 on that. And then Bow Wow Wow, when the tough gets going, the going gets tough. An 83 Indianapolis Bow Wow Wow, $19.99. All right, so Kiss just got one bid, and that's sold to Mitch T for $25. What's the first record slot? High on Fire, The Art of Self-Defense, and I'm about to do the final warning on that right at this moment. Okay, let me go ahead and put away Kiss here. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. This is a new week, a new invoice, so invoicing started today, so we won't have another invoice sent out until a week from tonight, just FYI. High on Fire, who has the high bid on this? It's had two questions since I've told the final call. Ken Granger had it for $42. It's a 2012 U.S. reissue. It's on limited edition purple vinyl. Limited edition purple vinyl. Almost looks black probably from that angle. And that is a final call at $42. All right, and then Bow Wow Wow was sold to Patrick Fu for $15. And Nina Hagen, Fearless. Nina Hagen is $19.99. And Nina Hagen, Non-Sex Monk Rock. Nina Hagen's a 1982 in shrink wrap, $24.99. Man, we got a lot of stuff to auction. What I was saying is thanks for spending your Monday with us. New week, new invoice. This week will get us into the new year. A lot of stuff happening. A lot of new Start Your Ear Off Right exclusives coming out this week. Those should start arriving tomorrow. And then New Year's Eve, I usually put new vinyl on sale, and we pretty much try to expedite or close out all of our new vinyl inventory. So new vinyl deals probably on Wednesday night, and we'll have a lot, and then all the new stuff will be coming in too. We have Motorhead, The Watcher, recorded live, 1978. I think this is really cool. I love this jacket. Look at that. Motorhead, The Watcher, 1985 Canadian OG official. This album was titled What's Words Worth in most other countries, but then titled The Watcher for the Canadian release. So this is a Motorhead under a different title just for the Canadian release. $35 start on that. Over here we have High on Fire. High on Fire is sold to Ken Granger for $42. Joe DeGaldo, you're going to be get the Thrashing Doves. I think Danny probably thought this was a thrash album. This is sold to Joe DeGaldo. Danny hears that word thrash, and he's like, uh-oh, I need some thrash. So Joe DeGaldo, you get that one. There's Motorhead. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. And then will Metal Night be on Thursday this week? It will be on Thursday. We're back to Thursday. We're back to Thursday. Thursday, Metal Night. We are back on normal routine for the rest of the eternity, unless Christmas falls on a Thursday again. Next auction is the following. Let's knock out another Kiss. This is Kiss Rock and Roll Over. Jim B already has Motorhead for $40. My gosh, that must be a $200 or $300 record. We have Kiss Rock and Roll Over. Nice. An OG, really clean, super nice, complete copy. It has the merch insert. It has the stickers. The vinyl is near mint minus and a really nice jacket. So this would be a copy you would want. About the only thing it's missing is the shrink wrap. Super, super nice vinyl. Sticker and merch insert. $50 start on that. $50 start on that. Motorhead 41, then 45. The Clash cut the crap. The Clash is an 85 Pitman. That's a gold stamp promo. $34.99. The Clash. John took a really good care and really just collected really nice copies. So everything in here is nice. Talking Heads, $34.99. I went ahead and marked this one down. He had it marked a different price at some point. I went ahead and marked it down for the flip video the other night, and still no takers. So I guess I will take an offer on that, but I've already reduced this substantially. This is one of those records, when you look it up on Discogs or eBay, it's like prices can be all over the place. I'm not for sure why, but there it is, $34.99, Talking Heads. And we have B-52's Whammy. B-52's Whammy is $24.99, and then we sold one of these earlier at auction. We just sold one earlier at auction, $29. Here's one, Psychedelic First, Talk, 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 $34.99, okay? $34.99. Motorhead 40, 41, 45, 46. Brian Call offered 30 for the Clash. Sell out to Brian Call. Motorhead 47. David Doyle gets Talking Heads. Thank you. And like I said, I'd already reduced that one. Well, I don't even want to say, but I reduced it a lot to get it sold. And that's sold to David Doyle. Tom Dearlove, a close second. And Motorhead was near mint. Yeah, I don't think she left any condition notes on it. Yeah, near mint minus on Motorhead. Kiss is also OG near mint minus and complete. That's a $50 start. Let me grab an auction from the bonus crate. Let's grab an auction from the bonus crate here, and that is Rat. Dancing Undercover, an 86 US club copy with the original under sleeve, near mint minus. Rat, a $30 start for Dancing Undercover. $30 start for Dancing Undercover. We have Swans, The Burning World. Swans is a gold stamp promo, 1989. Does have a little bit of cover damage over here. $59.99. There's the original under sleeve. Swans, The Burning World, $59.99. And Flesh Tones, Roman Gods. Flesh Tones is a 1981 Terre Haute, $29.99. The Flesh Tones, 1981 Terre Haute, $29.99. All right. We have Kiss at 50, Kiss at 55, Psychedelic First pressing. I unfortunately don't have any notes on this one. You know, it could be OG. I don't have any notes. It looks like a Pitman press. I think it's an OG Pitman, just like the last one we had. That's my first guess. It's definitely not a modern. $34.99. Okay? Motorhead 52. The Swans. This is The Burning World. Does have the hop sticker. There is some cover damage right over here. It's a gold stamp promo. $59.99. If Paul's interested, then it's $99.99. We're talking about Paul that's in the back right now? Yeah, it's twice the price. Paul passed. Unbelievable. We have Talking Heads, Slippery People. This is an 84 UK. Talking Heads is $24.99. Motorhead 50.52. And now Kiss is at 55. James Goggin, you're out. And then I put up Rat, which is an 86 Club, near minus, $30 start on that. We have Talking Heads, Houses in Motion. Talking Heads is an 81 UK. $24.99. We're to some cool stuff here all of a sudden. And then here's Devo, Duty. Now for the future. This is Devo Duty, now for the future. A 79 Winchester. It does have the original inner sleeve. $34.99, okay? We have Master Ma on F and then D. So that's D for Devo. That's sold to Master Ma 666. Motorhead. Danny Thomason, you're out. Jay Nutra has it for 52. I'm going to make sure James Goggins done on Kiss. He said out, but Kayson's back in at 56. And then Thomas Clark on Switch off for 27 for the Psychedelic Furs. Go ahead and sell this to Thomas Clark on Twitch for $27. All right, fair price. I think I just sold one at auction for about that or maybe a couple of dollars more. So that's about right, I guess. And then over here, Kiss is at 58. And then here's another Devo. This is Top Copy Alert. Top Copy Alert. You ready? Shrink. Hop sticker. Poster and the bonus 45. New Traditionalist. $44.99. Yes, Kiss has the sticker. Kiss is a 76 Terre Haute OG. Merch insert and sticker. Near mint minus. Merch insert and sticker. Near mint minus. It's at 59. It's OG complete and near mint minus. Motorhead is still getting bids. Kiss is still getting bids. And this is a buy it now best offer. Kate Bush, the Kick Inside. Kate Bush is a Winchester press on green labels. $39.99. The Kick Inside. $39.99. Rat over here is officially a buy it now. For $30. One of our first, I guess it is our first no bid tonight. Rat Dancing Undercover, $30 buy now for that OG press. Let's pull something else from the bonus crate. Let's do Black Sabbath, Sabotage. Oh, nice. A 75 US OG Terre Haute. It has the original inner sleeve. It's VG minus. So it's got quite a bit of wear on it. At first glance, it doesn't look too bad to me. Yeah, maybe some marks that I can't see too well with my human eyes. Seth puts these underneath a microscope when he looks at them, literally. Not literally, but you know what I mean. $25 start on that, okay? Sabotage. Kiss is at $60. Eric Van Leuven gets Rat. That's sold to Eric Van Leuven for $30. Michael Freiberger was second. Sarah Weiberdink third. Over here, we have the Chesterfield Kings. Here are the Chesterfield Kings. 1982 press, $44.99. The Cars, Candy O. It's All I Can Do, $24.99. It does have the original inner sleeve. Nice cars. This is the first time this, quote, 80s collection has been offered for best offer, so take advantage of this. We have Motorhead over here, 6061, and then Kaysen already has it for 61. So Jimmy LaCroix, you're out on Kiss. Kaysen has it for 61. Motorhead's at 61. Right now, it's between Danny and Mega Blast number 9. And then the Cars and then Black Sabbath I just introduced. So let's call it a VG copy, a $25 start. I think if you say VG, that will be sufficient for this grade. 25 on that, okay? I was about to counter you, Joe DeGaldo, at 20 on the Cars, and Pergy's offer 20. So right now, we can do 20 to Joe or 20 to Pergy. It's Joe's call. Let me leave this so I don't forget. Danny's out on Motorhead, but now John Durden's been outbid by Jay Nutra. So Jay Nutra has it for 62. Let's take a look at the Devo. We have an offer for 35. Let's do this for $38. I'm only going to bump you 3 George Washingtons or 12 quarters, which also feature George Washington. So either way, it's up to you. 38 on that. We have an out on Motorhead and an out on Motorhead. We have over here the Cars, then is sold to Perky 33 for $20. It's All I Can Do. I love that song on there. And then Motorhead's at 62 with Jay Nutra. And he's out on Kiss, so it looks like we're about to sell that then for 61 to Kaysen. And Kyle Hansen does get the Devo for $38. Thank you on that. Next is REM Fables of the REM. This is an 85 Pinckneyville press, $44.99 on that. And then REM Murmur. So back-to-back REMs. This is an 83 OG. It has the original on her sleeve, and these are nice copies. How nice, Chad? They are extremely nice. That one's $49.99. But don't hesitate to make offers on these. Give me 1 second. I heard the Duffer Brothers say, speaking of Kate Bush, because an offer just came in, I saw the Duffer Brothers, which they created and wrote all the Stranger Things stuff. They said there's going to be a song, I think they said a Kate Bush song that's never been used on film and television featured in the final episode on New Year's Day. So that should be interesting. Ivan R. gets this one for $29. Thank you on that one. So first thing is Motorhead is still getting bids. Wow. Jim B is still bidding. Wow, Jim B is still bidding. Kiss over here is sold to Kaysen for $61, and nobody bid on the Black Sabbath Sabotage. This is a $25 buy it now, a VG copy. Black Sabbath, $25 on that. Okay, let's grab some more auctions. First thing I have is the following. Land of the Damned, Diamond Rex. This is an 86 Euro OG, VG++ EX, $20 start. It does have a little bit of a sticker pull up here. $20 start on that. $20 start on that. We'll put up that Motley Crue bootleg right now. It's actually, I can see the top of it. So Motley Crue is an unofficial. It's on pinkish, orange, vinylish. Okay, that's supposed to be pinkish and that's supposed to be orangish. This album was originally released in 1994, a very small print run, and then it's never been reissued. So the OGs of these are abnormally scarce. I think I've had one, and however many records that's come through this building, we've only ever had one, so it's not something you see every day or every year or every month. And this is an unofficial, so it's a bootleg of it. It's a 2LP, a $35 start. Okay, Motorhead is at 66. Jim B, you're out. Black Sabbath is $25. Yes, Brian Campbell, if you don't want it, 2 other people have asked about it, but it's VG. And then Diamond Rex has 2 bids. Hey, another REM, Life's Rich Pageant, an 86 Allied, $49.99. And then the Flamin' Groovies, one of the few check condition records in here. The Flamin' Groovies is VG+, $19.99. And then Searching for the Young Soul Rebels, Dexy's Midnight Runners, in shrink, $19.99. XTC Oranges and Lemons, a little bit tougher one to get, $19.89. Probably a pretty low print run on vinyl, $59.99. Nowhere near as low as a print run as this Motley Crue, though, which already has just 1 bid for $35. Okay? And then Brian Campbell said sold. Brian Campbell said sold on the VG Sabotage. So Motorhead the Watcher is a final call to Jay Nutra, and this is at 66, 85 Canadian, only released in Canada with that cover and some of those tracks. That's now a final call. And then Diamond Rex is at 25, and then Motley Crue has 1 bid for 35. Another XTC, Black Sea, $24.99, and then XTC Murmur, and that's an 84 Winchester, $34.99. First time any of these have been best offer, don't hesitate to make offers. This is a B-52's unofficial, Do Somersaults. This is an 81 unofficial, B-52's $39.99. Dexy's Midnight Runners is sold to Hendry Smink for $15. Thank you on that one. And then CK for $25, which was CK for Chesterfield Kings. Might be a little bit too far apart. Let me check that one more time. And then Motorhead over here is Jay Nutra's for $66. That's sold to Jay Nutra for $66. New viewer watching any REO Speedwagon High Infidelity. John Buxton, I'm not joking when I say this, but we have a copy of REO High Infidelity usually about every night. I don't know where one is right now, but the crates are kind of randomized, and it's just whatever I'm showing right now. But I can promise you, and most people can vouch, that record comes through about every single night here. The first thing I'm going to do, though, is Chesterfield Kings, Mike. I'll do this one for $35 if you want that. $35 on that one. Motley Crue 38.40. Motley Crue 38 again, but it already had a bid for 40. And then ST on B52s. That sold to ST. Right after that, Tim Rory made an offer. Then Motley Crue got a new bid for 41. And then Diamond Rex got a new bid for 28. Bill Evans and Jim Hall is a new sealed. It's actually MoFi. Up, you can't see it, but it says Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab. New and sealed, $34.99. Joseph McCormick on XTC Black Sails, which was, or Black Sea sell, let's see here. Well, Black Sea is $24.99. Murmur was $34. So this one's actually, Black Sea's only marked 24, by the way. We got a request for Grim Reaper, Motley Crue, another 40, Diamond 29, Motley 41, What is the Hanoi Rocks, and Crew 45. Okay. Now, first of all, Hanoi Rocks is already sold. The current auctions are Diamond Rex and Motley Crue. That's our current auctions right now, Diamond Rex and Motley Crue. I'm also going to put up Grim Reaper. Grim Reaper is a 1984 USOG VG Plus condition, a $20 start on that. Over here is Diamond Rex. It's called Land of the Damned. And then Diamond Rex is an 86 Euro OG VG Plus Plus EX. And the last bid that came in, I think, is the highest. Stephen Lewis Jr. has it for 30. Motley Crue is a 2 LP unofficial. This originally came out in 94. That's a very scarce, tough to get record. This is a bootleg of it. It's at $55. And then you just heard me tell the details on Grim Reaper. That's our current 3 auctions as of this moment in time and space. Okay, and then Joseph McCormick gets XTC Black Sea for $20. That's sold to him. And then X, Under the Big Black Sun. X is a 1982 SRC pressing, $34.99 for X. And then X Wild Gift. We're right in the middle of that 80s stuff. Best offer. This is VG $19.99. I'm going to do a crate of new arrivals next. I've got some other half-off crates to do. I got to finish up showing some other vintage best offer. We got a lot of cool stuff to sell tonight, and it looks like a ton of great auctions, which we have ready. Shout out to, I think John's on the tail end of his vacation. He said he might be back Tuesday or Wednesday. I need to check his text. And so, as always, thanks to Paul and Laura for getting everything ready. We have 3 people who price and get all this stuff ready every day. Today it's Paul and Laura. And I get to show up and just start selling records. And everybody here takes care of everything, even only when I'm on like 2 hours sleep like I am right now. I got to go get a Monster. I'm not fully clicking right now. I can tell I'm probably talking a little bit slower than normal. I got to go get some normal Monster in me. So the X's are VG 19 and Near Mint 34 were the prices on those. Grim Reaper 2020, Motley Crue 48, X 27, and then the 2 offers on X were 14 and 15. I'll do the 15 and I'll do it for Chris Bachek, okay? I'll do this for 15. Joseph was even going to offer more, but Chris Bachek landed first. I think he's okay for 15. Small's violin for Chad. Yeah, thank you. Like SpongeBob. No, that was Mr. Krabs that did that. Whew. If I want to get something done that involves personal life, whether it's my house or anything, I got to do it during the day, and it totally whacks up my sleep, and then I'm a zombie here the next day. Until I can get fired up on caffeine, and then I crash. This is X, More Fun in the New World, an Allied pressing, $34.99, and ABC Beauty Stab. ABC's actually sealed, $19.99. All right, so Chris Bachek does get this for 15, and then he also offered 27 on Big Black Sun, okay, and then 27 on this one. All right, since he went ahead and got that one, I'll let this one roll too. All right, I'll go ahead and let this one roll too for 27, and he's offered 27 for this one. You get all 3 X. You just got triple X'd, okay? You just got X'd, X'd, X'd. Those are all sold to you. Wait a minute. Now, Master Mom might have been ahead of you on this one. Master Mom might have been ahead of you on this one. Yeah, he put XO unless he's giving me hugs and kisses. He put XO. He's either sending me hugs and kisses or he was claiming this as sticker. If so, then he's got first grabs on that one. Okay? Where are we on Diamond Rex? The last bid on Diamond Rex over here, Stephen Lewis Jr. had bid $30, and that's been 4 minutes ago. I don't see any other bids on Diamond Rex after Stephen bid 30. So that's definitely a final call. And then over here, we have Motley Crue. Motley Crue over here. This is their self-titled album. This is the one John Corabi did vocals on. It's self-titled. It's only been released in 1994. This is the bootleg of it. 94 pressings are abnormally scarce. And the high bid on this right now is $71. And then over here we had Grim Reaper, which is an OG copy of See You in Hell. OG copy of See You in Hell. And a Grim Reaper. Jared Inc. has it for 23, Daniel Strom 25, and then 75, 75, 26, okay? So he said no XO for Chad. All right, so he was literally sending me hugs and kisses. So this is sold to Chris Bachek for 27. Thank you on that one, all right? Now, also earlier, Master Ma did say, I've been drinking, time to buy records. So there's no telling what else might pop up in the chat tonight. As soon as I knock out one of these other auctions, I'll put up Kiss Alive. We're still in best offer right now, including the DB's Repercussion. The DB's Repercussion is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. The DB's Repercussion. And then Dawn of the Dickies. That's a 1980 Terre Haute, $39.99. Dawn of the Dickies is a 1980 Terre Haute, $39.99. Okay? Motley Crue, Motley Crue, Motley Crue. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is Diamond Rex. And this, we can go ahead and sell Diamond Rex. This is sold to Stephen Lewis Jr., Paul, for $30. Good. Stephen Lewis Jr. gets this for $30, Paul. Good. Stephen Lewis Jr. gets this for $30, Paul. This is sold to Stephen Lewis Jr. for $30. Thank you on that one. And then Motley Crue, Paul's got me all chuckled up now. We have, this is not a gatefold jacket. No, the Motley Crue is not a gatefold jacket. Just a single pocket, and it's on pinkish and orange vinyl. It is near mint, though. It's at $88. Okay, you're dismissed. We have Grim Reaper at $31 with Jared Inc. Paul's got me chuckled up like I'm delusional. Good. I'm going to touch my toes. I'm going to touch my toes, Paul. Good. Oh. Is it your back? That was my knees. Good.
I would do these in this order.
Okay, do them in that order? I can do that.
Good.
Thank you. We have Motley Crue at 89 and Grim Reaper at 31. Okay, I've got my knees popped back into place. Paul saw me and he's like, was that your back? I said, no, that's my knees. 1979 yellow vinyl, The Incredible Shrinking Dickies. The Incredible Shrinking Dickies, $49.99. Awesome soundtrack here, Times Square, $24.99. So quick update again. Grim Reaper at $31, Motley Crue $89. Let's do a bonus crate pull. Let's do a bonus crate pull. Paul's dropped off 3 crates. He said do them in this order. So we're about to start getting into new stuff never shown before. That sounds exciting. Judas Priest, Defenders of the Faith. The first time I seen this, I remember like, man, that's a cool cover. Looks like some kind of Transformer thing going on. Judas Priest is a 1984 US OG Carrollton. This is a $35 start. $35 start on that. Motley Crue at 90 and now 100. This is a buy it now best offer crate. Yeah, this is the 80s collection. First time they've been shown for best offer. Scritti Politti, Songs to Remember, an 82 UK. $24.99 on that. The Runaways, Queens of Noise, a 1977 press, with Obi, $74.99 for the Runaways. And that's it. The rest of this is leftover flip crate stuff. Yeah, the rest of this is leftover flip crate stuff. So let me pause there. Let me pause there and say, before I get on those, the rest of that crate is best offer, okay? These are best offer. These are already discounted. I'm about to start showing those. They're the flip crate leftovers, okay? And the first two are from the $9.99 department. And this is a white label promo of Paul Simon. Still crazy after all these years. That was already discounted for $9.99. And then this was $9.99. Animotion. That's in shrink. $9.99 for Animotion. Okay, Paul? It was only $9.99. Motley Crue is at $100 with Danny. Everybody else is out. Grim Reaper's at $35. It's still getting bids. And Judas Priest is at $35. So these were already discounted to $9.99 and $9.99. Todd Rundgren is still available, yes. Ivan R. getting the Runaways. I was about to say, there's like 5 in here that if they don't sell tonight, I'm going to leave them on Laura's desk to tag for auctions to get them sold. They're more almost auction-worthy records. One of them just sold. That was that. Animotion is sold to Phantom Canuck. That's sold to him for $9.99. Make sure that goes in for $9.99. And then Dawn of the Dickies price. This is a 1980 Terre Haute. No conditions notes, near mint minus. Are we done on Grim Reaper? It's really now just up to Jared Inc. on that one. And then these, that's $9.99. And then $6.99, we have Elvis sings hits from his movies. That was already marked down to $6.99. Target captured is $6.99. John Kelterry Riley, Church of Anthrax, that was $9.99. That's $9.99. And Blue Jeans a Swingin', this is $6.99. A few tracks on Times Square, $17. Some of the artists on Times Square are Susie Quattro, The Pretenders, Roxy Music, Gary Newman, XTC, The Ramones, Lou Reed, The Cure, Patti Smith Group. That's $24.99. Paul just disappeared on me. Thank you. JK on Yellow Dickies. This is sold to JK for $40. That was the incredible Shrinking Dickies. A promo on Yellow Vinyl. That's sold to JK for $40. Chris Bachek on Chesterfield Kings for $35. I think Mike Straws was passing, right, Mike? If you are, then I'm going to go ahead and sell this to Chris Bachek for $35. So Susie has dibs on Times Square. If not, there has been an offer for $17. James Hicks, The Runaways, is already sold. Is Pink Floyd Pulse up for auction? I don't think so. Is there a Pink Floyd? We have one tonight. Okay, I see it right over here. Yeah, I'll run that next. Tom Dearlove wants the other Dickies, which is the Dawn of the Dickies. Okay. And then we have Mike Strauss passes on Chesterfield. And then Susie said she would do this for $20. Susie said she would do Times Square for $20. She had dibs asking some tracks, so that's sold to Susie for $20. Motley Crue is sold to Danny Thomason for $100. Sold for $100. Your Nolan Ryan Desert Shield ended at $432 and King Griffey $315. Yep. That is almost twice as much as I was asking for those at one point. I almost regret not taking an offer for King Griffey about a year ago for $175. It sold for $315, and then that Nolan Ryan, I think I've been pricing it for half as much as that. But I tell you what sold for half, which was the Dr. J Rookie. It sold for about half of what I've been trying to get for it for about a year. That was a major disappointment. That card shouldn't sell for that cheap, even with a poor grading company, but it did. Judas Priest is at $35, and this is sold to Matt Shepard. That was the only bidder on that. Chesterfield Kings is already sold. That's already sold. Let's put Judas Priest in here, chipping away at some of these. Let me put this in here. Jim B offered as much as $400 on Dr. J. Yep. You live and you learn. Live and you learn. But essentially, I got what I was trying to get for all the cards collectively. I got sticker price for all of them on the average. because some of them brought a lot more than they were supposed to. Some brought a lot less. But I think if I added up, I got sticker price for all of them on the average, on the whole. Grim Reaper, this is sold for $35 to Brian Campbell. Okay. Joseph McCormick said he bid 40 on Judas Priest. So let's go back up and look at this. The bids on Judas Priest are 40 and then 35. Okay, that's what happened. Your bid came in higher. Matt Shepard, your bid never did stand a chance because he bid first at 40. Matt, you're out on Judas Priest. He has that at $40. Okay, Joseph McCormick also got Elvis for $6.99. The Runaways is already sold. Elvis is sold for $6.99. And then Mike Straw's passed on Chesterfield Kings. We sold that. Susie got Times Square. We already sold Chesterfield Kings. And now Judas Priest is at $40. Okay? $40 on that. That was a painful foot shot, yeah. I should have cracked that thing open out of the HGA holder and sent it to PSA. I think by the time I paid all the fees, it would have been worth it. All right, this is awesome. Now, we quite often get the represses of Pulse. How about the original 1995? Folks, this thing's old. That's as old as me. 1995, 30 years old, ancient. A 4 LP box set with book, and all the discs are EX or better. OG Pink Floyd Pulse. OG, $225 start. Matt Shepard's out on Judas Priest. This is sold to the rightful person of Joseph McCormick for $40. All right? My crate is full. We're doing best of 80s, best offer. And then I'm also got some flip crate leftovers in here, and we're chipping away at those too. I got flip crate leftovers. I'm chipping away at those. And we need to do new auctions, okay? Pulse is $225. The box does have wear. Hope you can see that, where it's been on a shelf and somebody's probably pulled it in and out. Shelf wear is what we call that. Let's go ahead and knock out the other box set. Somebody said, have you done George Harrison yet? I'm about to do George right now. This is a real OG 1970 Scranton, one of my favorite albums. If not for you, what is life, my sweet Lord? George Harrison. He had a backlog of all this stuff right when the Beatles were breaking up. I mean, he could have put out this 3 LPs worth of music here that basically was backlogged during essentially the era of the breakup of the Beatles, 1970. And so he put out his first solo LP, his first real solo LP with actual music material. I think he had a couple of those like Wonderwall, the kind of experimental electronic type stuff. This is the good one. $50 start. It also includes the George Harrison poster. It's a Scranton OG. The poster's included. The box lid is detached. So it's supposed to have a piece of tape here, and it's no longer there. And then next is John Robb for Kiss Alive. And I hope this is in good condition. We're about to find out right now. This is a 1976 OG Bogart label, original under sleeve of book, EX. It's not near mint minus, it's EX. It's pretty close. Conservatively graded at EX, $35 start on that. Okay, these were $6.99. Paul Simon was the only $9.99 record left because it's a white label promo. Target was $6.99. John Kell, Terry Riley, $6.99. Swingin' Blue Jeans, $6.99. And Billy Squier, these are all discounted at $6.99, okay? $6.99. That's Billy Joe Songs in the Attic. And then here's some leftovers from another flip crate. The Who, The Kids Are All Right, that's already discounted to $14.99. Also $14.99 is The Police, Regatta de Blanc. That's $14.99. And then one $9.99 record left, Leonard Cohen, New Skin for the Old Ceremony. Leonard Cohen is in VG condition, $9.99. New Skin for the Old Ceremony. That was already $9.99. And then more, before we do that, The Police is sold to Donna Bertram for $14.99, okay? Quick update. I left off by saying Pink Floyd Pulse, Doug Jeppesen, $225, okay? And then over here, We have George Harrison 50, then 55, and then another 55, and then 58. Kiss 35, Kiss 35. And then does Kiss have RL in the dead wax? Does Kiss have RL in the dead wax? This Kiss here, I'm looking on this side. I'm looking on this side. And then let me look on the other side. Sometimes, like Steely Dan's greatest hits, it's only on like one side. I don't see RL anywhere on this one. Not on this one. Pulse is at $226. Fred Cardinal on The Who for $14.99. So the two $14.99ers got grabbed. I'm going to put Leonard Cohen back here with the other $9.99er, which was Paul Simon. And then the rest of the crate is $6.99, including Savoy Brown Jack the Toad, VG Condition, $6.99. Vern Gotts and Never My Love, VG Plus, $6.99. Loretta Lynn, Entertainer of the Year, that's $6.99. Country Gentleman, Compilation, $6.99. Mac Davis, Stop and Smell the Roses. Mac is $6.99. Dear Folks, Sorry Haven't Written Lately, Roger Miller. And also Alan Parsons Project Pyramid. Those are all $6.99, just FYI. Okay? So Pink Floyd has a new bid, $226. OG Pulse. OG Pulse. This is $226. George Harrison, the last bid that came in was Paul Schaefer at $58. Paul Schaefer. And the CBS Orchestra, $58 is the high bid. Okay? $58 is the high bid. That means James Goggin and Tom Dearlove, y'all are out on George Harrison. Kiss Alive, the last bid that came in was Matt Shirley bid $35, then Sean Drake bid $35. Sean Drake, you're out. Kevin LeBeatty gets the Leonard Cohen for $9.99. Mega Blast on MD, never mind on Mac, I already have that one. That's okay, that's only a $10,000 restocking fee. And then we have George Harrison at $59. Pulse is at $230 and Kiss is at $40. Okay? So, $6.99 records. Alan Parsons, Roger Miller, Mac Davis, Country Gentleman, Loretta Lynn, Vern Gotts, Savoy Brown, Billy Joe, Swingin' Blue Jeans, John Cale, Target. The only $9.99 record was Paul Simon. Those are all still available. And then the 80s collection is all best offer. If you need a price, let me know. If not, I'm about to go through the new stuff that Paul's marked. And yes, I'm going to go get my monster. I need it. We got Scritti Politti, the DBs, ABC, XTC, Flaming Groovies, REM, Talking Heads, Swans, Flesh Tones, B-52s, Nina Hagen, The Fix, Talk, Todd Rundgren. Somebody asked if it was still available. Charlie DeFrank did. Charlie, it's still available, $14.99. And then we have Clocks, Saga, and Guadalcanal Diary. All right. First thing is this. We have Pink Floyd, $231. Kiss is at $40. George Harrison's at $60. Todd Rundgren's $14. Christopher Dean wants Alan Parsons. You can. This is sold to him for $6.99. Pulse has a bid for $235. Okay? Which Country Gentleman? This is actually a country comp. So it's got Farron Young, Porter Wagner, Claude King, Ernie Ashworth, Charlie Walker, Carl Smith, David Houston, Ned Miller, Bob Luman, Johnny Russell, Hank Lachlan, Ferlin Husky. Catalog number PBU 4490. Okay? Todd Rundgren is sold for $10 to Charlie DeFrank. First thing we have is REMs. We got 3. There's 3 REMs. The 3 REMs are an 85 Pickneyville, 44, an 83 OG on Murmur for 49, and an 86 OG on Life's Rich Pageant, also 49. Okay? So, next comment was, yes, Christopher Dean did get Alan Parsons. There's the REM, Pulse 235. The Swans record, very desirable. I mean, this one's caught a lot of people's attention. It is the Swans. Let me find it again. Give me 1 second. It's right in here. Was this it? Nope. It was right here. Swans is The Burning World, an 89 gold stamp promo, does have some cover damage, $59.99. And then we sold Todd Rundgren. How much was Guadalcanal Diary? This, of course, is the full album as a picture disc. In the original plastic was sticker. An 85 UK, $24.99. Talking Head Slippery, $25. Talking Head Slippery, $25. That was this right here. Sell this for $25 to Tom Dearlove. I'll take Paul Simon for $6.99. This is actually already discounted, Wayne. So Paul Simon was $24.99. I put it in the discount crate at $9.99. So I'm going to keep that one at $9.99. I've already discounted it quite a bit. So those are the final prices when they end up in the discount crate. That was the only $9.99 left. It's a white label promo, originally marked 25. Pulse 245. Somebody else asked about Swans. And then we have Last REM Frankenstein. So there's this one right here. Life's Rich Pageant is 86 Allied Press, $49.99. Pulse is at 255. How much is B-52's Whammy? $24.99. Okay. Pulse 262. But if you decide you want Paul Simon for $9.99, Wayne, that's sold to you. Okay. Master Ma is sold on REM. Let's update all these auctions again. So over here, we have the following. 1 second, please. So right over here is Pink Floyd Pulse. The last bid was Travis Woods at $262. This is the 1995 Euro OG. Euro OG. OG from 1995. The last bid that came in was Travis Woods at $262. In the middle is a 1970 OG Scranton press of George Harrison's All Things Must Pass. And the last bid on George Harrison that came in was the following. George Harrison, Paul Schaefer had it for $60. That's going once, going twice. I don't see any other bids, but there was 2 other people that really hadn't set out. Wayne Bartow does get Paul Simon for $9.99. The third auction over here is Kiss Alive. This is a 1976 U.S. Terre Haute OG. It has the original company sleeves, and it has the book. Kiss is EX and a VG Plus or better cover. The last bid that came in on Kiss Alive was the following. Kiss Alive, Matt Shirley has it for $42. Sean Drake, you're out. I don't think he said out either. Next is, we sold that. B-52's Whammy for $20. I think it's right in here, unless, let me make sure I hadn't already pulled it. I hadn't. Let me find that right here. Sell this to Tim for $20. That sold to Tim for $20. Wayne got Paul Simon. Pulse 275. All Things Must Pass, $65. I'm relatively new to all this. What is a picture book album? This is a picture disc. So this is actually a material they've used to print an image, and it's still playable. They call it a picture disc. I think it's not vinyl. It's more like injection molded plastic. I think is what they use for these. I think that's what they use back, especially the ones from the 80s. I think it's like some kind of injection molded thing they used to make. But a picture disc is when the album cover looks like it's literally pressed onto the disc. That's called a picture disc. Okay, Kiss is still getting bids. Pulse is still getting bids. And George Harrison is still getting bids. We have wore this crate out. We have wore this crate out. The only thing really left in the 80s collection starts right there. I'm going to condense that with the other ones back here behind me, and I'm ready to go through new stuff. I usually don't go through the leftovers of flip crates until the end of the week, and then we do a big bundle. So I'll keep all those over here together, and make sure you're in our private group, because that was the leftovers of 2 whole crates that were discounted. So make sure you're in our private group. It's called Whole Lotta Records. And every morning at 9 a.m., unless I'm doing something like I was this morning. This morning I got caught up basically decorating my house. I had hired help over helping me. Shout out to Tyler. More like volunteer help. Thank you, Tyler. Tyler is our right-hand man here. He's probably asleep right now because he's going to be at the store. He's going to be back here again in the morning at like 4 a.m. So, I forgot the morning video. That's two I have forgotten about the last week. But long story short, if you're in our group, there's a 99% chance that you're going to find a 9 a.m. vintage flip video. Okay? And I'm going to stretch. Oh. Oh, wow. Okay. Kiss, $45. Pulse, $285. Kiss, $46. Next. Happy Holidays. Do you still have those in stock from your post 6 days ago? Megadeth. I'm going to see how many comes in tomorrow and Tuesday. So I have a list of everybody. I'm waiting to see how many I get shipped from different places. Are they in stock right now? No. Is everybody essentially on a waiting list basically to see how many show up? John Durden gets Country Gentleman. Make sure that goes in for $6.99. George Harrison, 68. Kiss, 47. The Country comp has been pulled. All Things Out on Kiss, and then Pulse, 290. Okay? So right now, let's go down the line here. We got some very collectible records, and records also with probably 3,000 variants, okay? So we have an OG Pink Floyd Pulse. That hadn't had too many questions. This is probably straightforward. But this has got a lot of questions because this is a multi-platinum album with probably dozens and dozens of variants. And this is George Harrison's All Things Must Pass. This is an OG 70 Scranton, a nice copy EX. And Paul Schaefer has it for $68. Somebody wants to see what the Kiss book looks like. This is Kiss Alive. It's a 1976 Terre Haute OG. The cover's in VG Plus condition. It has both the original inner sleeves, and then here is the Kiss book, which is actually in really good condition. Now, there's a lot of different versions of this you can buy. A lot of different versions of this you can buy. Okay, 2 more other people have asked to see the Kiss book. If you need to see it closer than what I just showed, just ask me again. This has gotten so many bids by so many different people, it's really hard to keep track with. I think Brian Connors has it for $47. I think Brian Connors has it for $47. That's what I'm seeing. All right, George Harrison still getting bids. Pink Floyd still getting bids. We still got a whole crate of advertised auctions, then all the bonus stuff. Let's see what goodies Paul has marked. First is Carcass. Carcass is sealed, $29.99. A 2021 clear with red, black, and blue splatter, $29.99. Also, we have Stray Cats. Stray Cats is sealed, $29.99. It's called 40. Blue vinyl, pink splatter, their first studio album in 26 years. Stray Cats is sealed, $29.99. Opeth, Blackwater Park. Opeth is a 2021 black and white marble vinyl, $44.99. All right, we got George Harrison at $70 of Nick Bargeron. Paul Schaefer and the CBS Orchestra, You've Been Outbid. That's at $70. Nobody else has been on Kiss since I've said 3 times, maybe 5 times, that Brian Connors has it for $47, so that's about gone. And then over here, last bid on Pink Floyd Pulse that came in, I'm showing Travis Woods at $30. $300, excuse me. $300 on that one. The feed is moving quickly. The first thing I have is Tim Rory on Opeth. That's sold to Tim Rory. Opeth is sold. Master Moss 666 gets Carcass. That's sold to him. Okay? And then Stephanie Hill gets Stray Cats. Fred Cardinal was second. I'm going to show 2 more records, and then I've got to go get something to drink up front. Flogging Molly, Anthem. Flogging Molly's a 2022 Green Galaxy Effect colored vinyl, $29.99. And Moonspell Extinct. I think y'all are going to like this crate. Moonspell is a 2015 green vinyl, no DVD, $44.99. Brian Connors, you without a doubt get Kiss, $47. Right, I've said it enough, I should remember. Brian Connors, $47 on Kiss. Let's put this away right over here. George Harrison, All Things Must Pass. I'm going to make sure Paul Schaefer doesn't want to bid again. And Paul, if you do, go right ahead. If you say out, that means I know confidently you're done. I'll be disappointed that you didn't bid again. But first thing I have is this. Final call. All Things Must Pass. Sunrise doesn't last all morning. Nick Bargeron has it $70. This auction isn't going to last all night. First is Matt Shepard on Flogging Molly. And Paul Schaefer's back in at $81. Now, Nick Bargeron, you've been outbid. There was 2 people bidding on Pink Floyd Pulse. It's between 2 people. The high bidder is Travis at $300. I'm going to make sure Doug Jeppesen doesn't want to bid again. Doug, it's up to you. This is stuff that Paul marked. Laura's working on marking some stuff right now. Paul's marked 3 crates, and he told me to go through this one first. It was fully loaded. We have Kiss. This is a 77 U.S. reissue club. 77 RCA reissue club. EX condition. $30 start on Kiss. It does have a little bit of wear down here. That is their debut album. Nick Bargeron's out. Let's sell George Harrison. $81, Paul Schaefer. Now, Paul, that's a name I don't forget. You have bought from us before. If I'm wrong, then I'll be shocked because I know I've said your name before sometime or another. That's sold to you for $81, all right? Let's move over here. Kiss just got introduced, and let's pull something from the bonus crate. Let me put something up from the bonus crate good enough where you're like, uh-oh, yeah, Chad's got some good stuff tonight. I better put on a cup of coffee. I better go over here and snort an Adderall and get focused. This is a 1990 Billy Idol Charmed Life, a 1990 U.S. club. That doesn't come through very often. And this is still SEALEEEEEED. Sealed. That's a $45 start. All right, 2 more records and I got to go up front. I said that 10 minutes ago. Overkill, Under the Influence. Over the Kill is a 2023 yellow vinyl. That is $29.99. I was going to try to wrap up Pulse before I went up front, but they're still bidding. It's at $325 now. Kiss has 1 bid for $30. Billy Idol's a $45 start. And official live Pantera. Pantera cut from the original masters over 2 LP from Rhino, and this is $49.99. A 2012 US, $49.99. First thing is this: do we have any Kiss records? You're in Kiss Capital, Lebanon, Tennessee, home. This is where Kiss formed. This is where Paul Stanley first met Gene Simmons. They shook hands and said, we're going to change the world. Billy Idol's in $50. What is Kiss? Details on Kiss. Can I get more information on Kiss? And we have Pete Townshend's Deep End Live. Pete Townshend is $14.99. Pete Townshend's Deep End Live, $14.99. And there's a party going on, Wanda Jackson. Wanda Jackson, and this is a 1981 French import in mono, $19.99. He's out on Pink Floyd. This is officially sold to Travis Woods for $325. Here's the details on Kiss. Kiss is self-titled, their debut album. Came out originally in '74. This is a 1977 U.S. Indianapolis reissue club RCA Music Service edition. So, simple terms, this is an RCA club copy from '77. EX condition. It has 1 bid, 2 bids for $38. Billy Idol has a bid for $50. All right, I got to make sure Paul Schaefer has bought from us before. If you have, say yes or no, I'm a first-time buyer. All right, then down here at the bottom, I'm going to show 2 more records, and I've got to step up front. This is Jackal, music on vinyl press, great price. So these new are about $38, $39 list. This is only $24.99. And Tame Impala inner speaker. Tame Impala is sealed, and that is $29.99. I'm going to go ahead and put up another advertised auction. Oh boy, I got In the high-end tab, I still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 records in the high-end tab. Man, look at Misfits here. Evil Live, and yes, it's an 89 press. A 1989 repress, Misfits Evil Live. We sell the heck out of these new and sealed. I rarely get any kind of vintage copy of this. An 89 repress. What was the OG year for this? It's got to be pretty close. This is an 89 US repress, EX++ near minus, $55 start on that. $55 start on that, and then Sarah Wyberdink wants Jackal. That's sold to Sarah Wyberdink. For those that just seen the cost of an OG Pulse, let me tickle your fancy. I think over here on my box set shelf. Why did I start thinking of the Lollipop kids from Wizard of Oz? My box set shelf. I have a brand new sealed Pink Floyd Pulse remaster. I have one in stock at $119.99. $119.99, okay? Pink Floyd Pulse. 109. If you want a new sealed copy, I've got one in stock right there, okay? So, I'm assuming we're done on Kiss. Who was the first person who bid on Kiss? Sean Drake. Sean Drake, let me know if you want to get on Kiss. And there's Billy Idol. Let me go ahead and sell this. Billy Idol is sold to Nick Bargeron for $50. That's sold for $50. Misfits, a $55 start. And then Kiss, final call on that, okay? And I am going to do that. Let's introduce another auction over here. Next auction is the following. I have Motorhead. Oh boy, we got some cool Motorhead stuff. Motorhead is the B-side collection 77 to 82. An unofficial on blue vinyl. Compilation of B-sides on blue marble vinyl. The top seam does have some damage though. The top seam has a heck of a split up here. It's near mint. Motorhead, a $25 start. Amenities will take one of the new Pink Floyds. Thank you, that's sold to you. Appreciate that. Let me lay that. I'm going to lay that on top here so we don't take up too much space. Thank you. I'll take care of that in just a second. All right. So, I'm going to keep showing records out of here. I don't want to stop because this crate's too good. T-Rex is 2014 remastered, sealed, $29.99. That's T-Rex Electric Warrior. And Cathedral, the Something Coming Cathedral is sealed, blue vinyl, $34.99 on Cathedral. Blue vinyl, double LP, and Rob Halford, Made of Metal, limited to 500 copies. A 2023 black and blue quad color, $49.99. Great stuff here, Paul's Mart. T-Rex is sold to Nick Bargeron. That's sold to him. Next over here is Ken Crooker on Cathedral. Motorhead has a new bid for $28. Can I retract Misfits if it's not going to get a bid? I'll just keep it. But here's Kiss, and Kiss is officially sold to Stanley Richmond for $38. So let's look at Misfits one more time. That originally came out in '87. This is an '89 repress. Tough to get. EX++ near mint minus, $55 start. Really nice copy too. Motorhead is already at 35 with Danny Thomason. That just came in. And then Fred Cardinale and Rob Halford. Awesome crate here so far. We also have Overkill Taken Over. This is a half-speed master on pink vinyl. Sealed Overkill, $29.99. And then Pantera, the Great Southern Trend Kill. Pantera is sealed, $27.99. And Pete Townsend, Chinese Eyes. Pete Townsend is $14.99. Chinese Eyes. Super clean copy of that. He was known from the being the guitarist of a band from The Who. And then had a really successful solo career too. Love Gun. Love Gun is a 1977 Japanese OG. It does not have the Obi. It does have the insert EX and a VG Plus cover. And a really cool gatefold. You know, the originals obviously aren't gatefolds. Japanese usually had gatefold jackets on most just because of the quality. Everything just so much better. Misfits does have a bid for $55, so that it will sell for at least $55. So make sure you get in on that because Jeff Brindley has it. Hoopy on P. Was that for Pantera or Pete Townsend? Was that for Pete Townsend or Pantera? And then we have Judas Priest Invisible Shield, red vinyl, 2024. That is sealed for $39.99. That was for Pantera, Great Southern Trendkill. I think that's that first track where it's just like, rah. That's what it sounds like. And then we have Greta Van Fleet, Anthem of the Peaceful Army. Wow, what a great crate. $24.99 on Greta Van Fleet. And I am going to keep you at that moment. I'm going to keep you at that moment in suspense while I step up front right quick, okay? I'm going to keep you in suspense at that moment right now. You're going to want to know what record's next. These are sticker price, no more, no less. I've got to step up front for 30 seconds. But I know y'all aren't going to leave because you're going to know what the next record is. I got to toss out this drink. It is really cold in Lebanon. I mean, it is cold in Lebanon. It has gotten cold. It was warm all through Christmas, and it has turned icy outside. I mean, it's almost too cold for Tennessee. I need to ask my staff if they're okay. I'll have to relocate the Bahamas. But I bet some will, probably some not. Maybe move everybody down there in the Bahamas where it's warm every day. Buy an island. Coletco Island. I don't think owning islands are cool anymore. I don't think that's a cool thing anymore after what's happened in about the last 20 years or whatever. If you own an island now, it's like, what? Tony's heading. There you go. Tony, you might move us some, stock out some real estate down there for us, okay? I needed this monster, and this monster needed me. The story of the monster. Let me mute my mic so y'all don't hear me slurping. Okay, show's about to resume. I'm stocked up on drink. Okay, I left off by saying Jeff had the Misfits, Motorhead 37, Tim Rory got Judas Priest, Motorhead 40, Kiss was a starting bid of $30, Motorhead 41, Pergy got Greta Van Fleet, Michael Hamburger second on Greta Van Fleet, And then we have Tame Impala info for Tony Samuelson. Sealed inner speaker, $29.99. All right. And then Kiss 30. Okay, we have Misfits at $55. So did Jeff Brindley. And then the other two auctions have got recent activity. The first thing is Motorhead. Let's look at that again. I think Danny Thomason has it. Danny does have it for $41. Now Fred Cardinal, $45. It's an unofficial 2008 on blue vinyl. B-sides and rarities from 77 to 82. B-side collection's what it's called. It does have a seam split at the top, but the vinyl's near mint. And it has a new bid for $45, okay? And then Kiss Love Gun. Sarah Weiberdink has it for $37. She bid first, then Joseph bid $35. It's a Japanese OG EX. It does not have the Obi. Okay, does not have the Obi. Inner speaker is sold to Tony Samuelson. Let's resume this crate. This is a crate of new stuff that Paul marked today. So far, almost everything is sold. We're almost through with the first read. Kings of the slide guitar, Johnny Littlejohn and Hound Dog Taylor. An 84 UK, $49.99. $49.99. And Halloween in My God-Given Right as a limited edition picture disc. Halloween, $39.99. Love Gun is at $40 and Motorhead's at $46. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is Gojira. I think somebody asked about this earlier. By the way, you got to keep hounding me on request or I'll forget. Gojira live at Brixton Academy. A 2022 Record Store Day exclusive, limited to 8,500 copies. Sealed, $30 start on Gojira live at Brixton Academy. A 2 LP set includes logo etching. That's now up for bid. All right, Ken Crooker on Halloween. Kiss has a new bid for $40. Michael Hamburger next on Halloween. Danny Thomason third. These are all sticker price. High on Fire Bat Salad. 2019 Record Store Day, clear and green with black splatter, $24.99. $24.99. I'll put Monroe up next. Motorhead still getting bids. Now it's at $47. Kiss is at $41. Gojira already has a bid for $30. And Mark Stanley gets High on Fire. That's sold to Mark Stanley. Next is Roger Daltrey. Parting Should Be Painless. That is $14.99. Scott Dwallow second on High on Fire. Michael Nath on Kings of the Slide Guitar. That's sold to Michael Nath. Danny Thomason third on High on Fire. And Rob Halford, Resurrection. Rob Halford, first time on vinyl in North America since 2000. No. So when this pressing was released, it had never been released in the United States, and it was the first time it had been on vinyl since 2000. And that is the 2022 reissue, red vinyl, $34.99. Also, another Pete Townsend, White City. That one's also $14.99 as well. And we have Coltrane Jazz, 180-gram reissue, $29.99 for Coltrane Jazz. The last bid on Motorhead was Fred Cardinal at $47. So, Danny, that's back to you. Love Gun is at $45 of Joseph McCormick. Phil Elliott, you're out. And Gojira still just has that one bid for $30. That's about to sell then. Eden Riviera on RH, and that was for Rob Halford. Danny Thomason next. Master Moss 666 on John Coltrane. And then we have George Clinton. And George Clinton is called Some of My Best Jokes Are Friends. And George Clinton is Near Mint and Shrink, $19.99. I'm about to do a sale on a Rob Halford record I've got in stock. So stand by because I'm about to go up front and grab them. I was going to do it on New Year's Eve, but since Rob Halford's in the bins tonight and it sounds like he is flying out, I'll go grab them right quick. So this is Layla by Derek and the Dominoes. This is a vintage club reissue, but it is beautiful. It is like a stunning copy. Cover and vinyl, $29.99 for Layla. Scott Dwallow, You've Been Outbid by Your Chinny Chin Chin by Jim B. He has placed literally a buzzer beater bid at $31. You've been outbid on that. Love Guns at 47. Danny's out on Motorhead, so Fred Cardinal's about to get that. Right after we tagged Danny with George Clinton. And then we had ZZ Top Eliminator. Not done with this crate. That's an OG press of Eliminator. Super nice. $34.99. Fred Cardinal gets Motorhead for 47. All right, let's put that away. B-side collection. Got some Motorhead stuff here I've never seen before tonight. Phil Elliott at 47. And Gojira's at 35 with Scott Dwallow. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put up a Michael Monroe that was requested. Man, we still got some awesome stuff to auction. Gosh, plus the bonus. And then we have Michael Monroe, Not Faking It. Michael Monroe is an 89 U.S. Specialty OG promo copy. So it's actually marked promotion copy, not for sale. It has the original inner sleeve and the hype sticker, EX edition, $25 start on that. Layla is sold to Richard Yeager. That is sold. ZZ Top, USOG, $34.99, near mint minus. And Rockin' with Wanda, Wanda Jackson, 2013 U.S. reissue, sealed, $24.99. Wanda, those OG, there's two OG Wanda Jackson records in here that you could classify as, quote, hard to get. A little bit more difficult ones to come by. Here's the Rob Halford that's going to go on sale officially right now. I think there's one even tagged for auction tonight, but we'll go ahead and do this. I'd rather go ahead and sell all these, and I'm going to mark them down $10, which is probably getting pretty close to wholesale cost on them. But you're getting a tease at what's coming New Year's Eve for vinyl sale, okay? And that's this. Rob Halford Crucible. Purple vinyl, limited to 500. Let's mark these down to $34.99. They're all near mint and perfect, or I should say they're all sealed and perfect. $10 off sticker, $34.99. Rob Halford Crucible. I've got 2, 4, 6, 8 of them. $34.99 on that. Okay, so first thing I have is this. Michael Monroe, $25. Jim B's out on Gojira. This is sold to Scott Dwallow for $35. Michael Monroe, 27, then 30. Michael Monroe, 30. And then Rob Halford at $34.99. Make sure these go in for $34.99. They're going to be sold to the following people at $34.99. Mike Straws, Danny Thomason. Michael Monroe, 35. Jay Neutra also gets one. Michael Monroe, another bid for 25. It's already at 35. Michelle Clements gets a Rob Halford. Derek and the Dominoes is already sold. Ed Riviere on a Rob Halford. Greg Preston on a Rob Halford. Alan Hagen on a Rob Halford. And David Polkey gets the last one. So that should be 2, 4, 6, 8. Tim, I think you're going to be number 9 and one short. So these are going to Mike Straws, Danny Thomason, Jay Neutra, Michelle Clements, Edwin Riviera, Greg Preston, Alan Hagen, and David Polkey. Tim, your number 9 only had 8. So all the Rob Halfords are gone. $34.99. Maybe you can bid on the auction later because there's one over here tagged for auction. What about Love Gun? Kiss Love Gun, Japanese press. I'm showing Joseph McCormick out, Phil Elliott $47, and sold to Phil Elliott for $47. Yep, this is sold to Phil Elliott for $47. Can you run better than Raw? I will figure out what that is, and then I'll put it up, okay? There's that. And then Michael Monroe, Not Faking It. Michael Monroe, Michael snared, $50, okay? $50 the high bid on those. There's that. And then let me make sure I know what Better Than Raw is. So I've got in the auction crate Halloween, High on Fire, Graham Parsons, Cheap Trick, Screamer, Curtis Mayfield, Motorhead, Tubular Bells, Metallica, Priest, Kiss, Halloween, Better Than Raw. I found it. Halloween, Better Than Raw. This is first and only time ever pressed on vinyl. It originally came out in 1998 on CD and cassette only. Highly desirable. Top copy with the original inner sleeve, $195 start. $195 start. Michael Monroe was at 50, then 51, then 60. Okay? Let's read through these again. This is all that's left out of this first crate, and then we'll go through another one. Speaking of movies, for those that follow my journey on actually watching movies for the first time in my life, because I'm so far behind, I watched on Sunday Terminator and Terminator 2 for the very first time. They're on Netflix. They go off at the end of the year. But I watched Terminator and Terminator 2 for the very first time in my life. I know I'm behind. Okay. Here we go. Michael Monroe's at 60. Halloween is $195. Moonspell. Moonspell's a 2015 green vinyl, no DVD. Moonspell, $44.99. Overkill, Under the Influence. Overkill, Under the Influence is sealed, $29.99. Pantera, Official Live, $49.99. And Pete Townsend. There's 3 different Who-related records. There's Pete Townsend Deep End Live for $14. There is Roger Daltrey, Pete Townsend, again, and another Pete Townsend. There's 3 Pete Townsends. These are all sticker price, by the way. And then there's Roger Daltrey. Halloween, $195, $195. And we have Michael Monroe at 67. I have seen Goodfellas a few dozen times. Oh, yeah. I've seen that 20, 30 times probably. Terminator, very good movies. My unbiased review, very good movies. Terminator 2 is probably slightly better, definitely better. And then the graphics are a little dated in Terminator 1. But I mean, man, probably at the time, though, if you was a kid watching that at the time, you was probably like, holy heck. But especially Terminator 2. I try to put myself in that era. You know, I'm used to 2025 graphics now, but if you think about 1984 and 1991, they were pretty dang good-looking movies for the time. Curtis Mayfield Superfly, 1972 OG. This is OG. It has the die-cut jacket, VG Plus condition, $20 start. $20 start on Curtis Mayfield. Also, there's a party going on, Wanda Jackson, $19.99 on Wanda. Overkill taking over, sealed $29.99. ZZ Top is $34.99. And we have Rockin' with Wanda, sealed $24.99. $24.99. Yeah, I read about Terminator 2. For the time, that movie was like mind-blowing, evidently, the state of the art. I think that's the first time a villain was completely CGI. The T-1000. I think that was the first time a villain was completely CGI in a movie, from what I understand. Okay, so first thing we had was Michael Monroe. The last bid on that was Rich Krulak at $61. $61 with Rich Krulak. Halloween opened with $295 bids, Ken and Jeff Brindley. Then Michael Monroe, $67. Halloween got a new bid for $20. Sean Miller's going to get the Pete Townsend Deep End Live. That's sold to him. We're about to go through another crate that Paul's marked. But right now we got Halloween at $205. We got Michael Monroe at $70. Halloween is $210, then $215. Chris Bachek, you were second on Pete Townsend Deep End Live. And then we have Halloween at $225. Halloween $230. Curtis Mayfield $20. Curtis Mayfield $27. I have not seen Deliverance in its entirety. I have not seen Bohemian Rhapsody. And then Scott Dwallow wants the Under the Influence, which I think is a Overkill album, right? This is so to Scott Dwallow, Under the Influence. Sean Miller is third on Pete Townsend Live. And then Chris Sheridan on Overkill. Chris Sheridan, the only one that's left is Taken Over. Sealed, $29.99. Halloween, $235. Halloween, $240. And then Michael Monroe, $72. Halloween, $245. And Halloween, $250. Wow. So Michael Monroe is at $72. Halloween, $245. Halloween, $250. And Curtis Mayfield has a new bid for $30. Chris Sheridan on Overkill. Wow, what a great crate. Plus all the Rob Halfords we just sold. That was an abbreviation. Now, like Deliverance, I can tell you the plot, all the actors, the year. Same thing for movies like Sling Blade, all these other movies. I'm educated in movies. I just really hadn't seen them. I have to be for my business. I think I've told y'all this before. Like, I've got to be educated on pop culture and movies and actors and years. I have to, just because of the business I'm in. But so I try to sit down and eventually watch all this stuff so I know what's going on. But I mean, just in the business I'm in, I have to know about movies and music and posters and covers and jackets and information and know what stuff looks like and know what stuff is. So like my homework every night or every Sunday is to try to watch a couple movies so I'm assumed with the culture, because that's basically what I do for a living. I sell pop culture, whether it's music or movie stuff. The only thing left is Wanda Jackson, ZZ Top, Wanda Jackson, Roger Daltrey, Pete Townsend, Pantera, and Moonspell. So a lot of times I'll get on Wikipedia and read and study and understand movies or watch clips. That way at least I know what people are talking about. So I have to. So like I can tell you Deliverance, and also for selling the soundtracks. Think about how many Deliverance soundtracks. So that's a movie that like, okay, I've got to see it, but you know, I gotta know about them at least, because I'm like, okay, I know that's 1972 just because of the soundtrack, John Voight, etc., etc. You know, that's what I have to do. Okay, Michael Monroe, $73, and then Halloween is sold to Ken Crooker for $250. We have almost filled up another crate, so let me tag Halloween for the last one. And I'm going to say that's the last thing there. Let me grab a new empty crate over here. Looks like they've alphabetized everything this week. Put that right over here. We're making gains. And then over here we have Michael Monroe. Rich Krulak at $73. Michael Snares out. That's a final call. And then Curtis Mayfield is at $35 of James Chilcott. And that's a final call because VW Wanda's out. Before we get started with this amazing other crate Paul's marked, let's go ahead and put up another auction. Let's start with next with High on Fire. High on Fire Electric Messiah. This is a 2018, the USOG on limited edition white vinyl, $30 start on that. I have a feeling this is going to be another killer crate. I have Morbid Angel, Blessed Are the Sick, a 2011 press, $29.99 on Morbid Angel, and Pantera, Cowboys from Hell, limited edition white and whiskey brown marble vinyl, sealed, $27.99. So Curtis Mayfield's at $40. Yeah, so the bids got out of order. Richard Yeager bid $40. Then James Chilcott, you bid $35. And he has bid again $40 to remind me, okay? So James Chilcott, you are out on Curtis Mayfield. High on Fire already has bids for $30, $35, and now $40. Hoopy on PA for Pantera. Curran Evans was next, and Matt Shepard on Morbid Angel. But we can definitely go ahead and sell Michael Monroe. And Michael Monroe is sold to Rich Krulak for $73. Curtis Mayfield is at $40. So, James, your bid got out of order there. And there's High on Fire. Let's see what's next in the Metallicas. I think they're sealed, colored vinyl Walmart exclusives. Let's start with one of my favorite albums. And what I think is an amazing album just in general. I mean, I love it. And Justice for All. Green vinyl, a 2LP, Walmart exclusive, $25 start. Jason, you were third in line on Pantera. Ash Can, In From the Cold, a 1969 USOG heavy rock, $119.99. 1969 USOG heavy rock, $114.99. $114.99. J.D. Brennan and Gold Fever Through the Years, a 1983 US, it's a private press lo-fi blues rock album, $49.99. The OC's Orc. The OC's is a 2021 Newberry Comics exclusive, orange and clear with double mint splatter, and a note from Paul says one of their best, $39.99 for the OC's. Curtis Mayfield's at $42, so Richard Yeager, he did bid again. High on Fire's at $45 with Scott Dwallow. Everybody else is out. And Metallica has bids for $30, $25, and $25. Okay, so Mitch T has it for $30. $30 on that. The Ash Can is called In From the Cold. It's a 69 US original, no condition notes, $114.99. The Orb that David Gilmour from Pink Floyd played with. I have ordered their stuff new before, but I've never seen OGs or pre-owned. Fight, A Small Deadly Space. Fight is a 2020 Record Store Day red and black marble vinyl, $34.99. Halloween, The Time of the Oath, a 2015 Euro reissue, $24.99. And Overkill, Horoscope, the classic album Half Speed Master on blue marble vinyl, sealed, $29.99. James Chilcott, you've been outbid on Curtis Mayfield Superfly. High on Fire has not moved. Scott Dwallow still has it for $45. That's a final call. And now Metallica's at $33 with Jimmy LaCroix. Everybody else is out. Jay Neutral on Fight. Matt Shepard was next. And then Ivan R on Halloween. That's sold to Ivan R. And then Metallica has a new bid for $35. Pantera, Far Beyond Driven, sealed, $27.99, colored vinyl. High on Fire has a... What a sneeze. Oh, man. I'm going to have something to drink after that one. Man, well, that took a lot out of me. Okay, we had Metallica at 35, High on Fire 47, Metallica 36, Metallica 35, Jesus, Bless You, Curran Evans first on Pantera, Victor Guerra said bless you, thank you, bless you, Metallica 36-38, Gesundheit, bless you, hey, good looking. You're so good looking. Bless you, Metallica out. And Fred Carnell said bless you and Metallica 40. So quick update on Curtis Mayfield. James Chilcott's out. That means we need to go ahead and roll this to Mr. Richard Yeager for $45, okay? That's done. Did I see another question up there I didn't answer? Somebody from YouTube. Did I miss something? No, I don't think I did. Okay. There's that. Let's move that over here. And then High on Fire, Ken Granger, $47. Very cool here. It's the OG on white vinyl. And then Metallica on green vinyl. And green vinyl is the Walmart exclusive of Injustice for All. That's at $40. Okay? There's that. And here we go. So we've got Morbid Angel, Heretic. That's a 2018 white vinyl. Morbid Angel Heretic, 2018 white vinyl, $34.99. And then High on Fire in the Crate, Snakes for the Divine, a 2010 US, $29.99. Somebody can grab that one out of the crate, and let's grab another auction. What do we have to put up? It looks like we need to chip away another Motorhead. Here's one I don't recognize the jacket of, so let's do this one. Motorhead, A 1980 UKOG EX, a $20 start. It's a 4-track EP. The cover, there's a note that says coverware. Yeah, down here in the corner, probably a VG. No rips or tears or rotting, no splits, but it does have edge wear. $20 start on that. Scott Dwallow gets the High on the Fire out of the crate. Ken Granger was next. And then Metallica's at $44. Motorhead already has a bid for $20. And High on Fire's at $50, which means somebody got outbid. Ken Granger, you're outbid on the High on Fire auction. Roger Daltrey, another one, Ride a Rock Horse. Somebody put a sticker with the title on the cover. $14.99, Roger Daltrey. They have great solo work, by the way. Pete Townsend, Empty Glass, $14.99. So if y'all don't know the history of The Who, they had a legendary drummer, arguably one of the best of all time, Keith Moon. When he died, like a lot of bands, when their amazing drummers pass away, so many times it's happened, they kind of have to break up. It happened with a lot of bands. The Who, Led Zeppelin, Rush. Hard to replace a really, really, really good drummer. So they started putting out solo records, and they were great musicians and songwriters. So members of The Who have great solo albums. Their bass player, he was putting out solo albums when they were still together as The Who. So was Pete Townsend. So they were putting out a lot of music. That one has his hit, Let My Love Open the Door, on it. Vitamin X, Age of Paranoia. Vitamin X is a 2018 silver vinyl hardcore thrash, $14.99. I think the Motorhead is just called Motorhead. It's self-titled. It's a 4-track EP from the UK. Catalog number SWT61-A. Matt Shepard gets this Pete Townsend with Let My Love Open the Door. That's sold to Matt Shepard. We have not auctioned a Tame Impala. We sold one out of the crate earlier. Vitamin X is sold to Scott Dwallow. What songs are on here? I had a Roger Daltrey Greatest Hits CD a long time ago, and I look for some of those songs I know on there. Oceans Away, maybe. I forgot. I should have checked the songs on the other ones. He's got some great stuff. Of course, Pete Townsend does too. And then we got Stryker, Eyes in the Night. Stryker's a 2010 speed metal, $29.99. Okay, so High on Fire, Scott Dwallow, $50. Ken Granger's out. This is sold for $50 to Scott Dwallow. The last bid on the Metallica Walmart exclusive, Jimmy's still sitting on it at $44. Nick Bargeron never did say out, but Nick, you are out on Metallica. Let me know if you're confirmed done. And then Motorhead's at $22 of Nick Bargeron. Mega Blast is out. If anybody else wants to bid, now's the time. We're going through a new arrival crate that Paul's marked today. These are all sticker price, no more, no less. I have one more after this. And then Laura's in the back marking stuff. And then we'll do, of course, other vintage stuff tonight as well. This is Street Life Night Songs, a 2021 clear vinyl reissue, a funk soul album, $24.99. Overkill, The Years of Decay. Overkill, Years of Decay is a 2021 red vinyl, sealed, $29.99. Ice-T has already sold, yes. Stryker was $29.99 for Stryker. Okay? Let's put up another auction. Still got 2 Kiss records. Let's put up Dynasty. I Was Made for Loving You. A 79 Pittman OG. It does have cover damage, and the vinyl's VG minus. Small feeler on side A, but did not skip, okay? So kind of a lower grade copy here, but still playable. $15 start on that. $15 start on that. Melanie Jennings on Roger Daltrey. That's sold to Melanie Jennings. Metallica is officially sold to Jimmy LaCroix for $44. Motorhead has a new bid for $23 with Danny. I never did hear back from Nick on Danny. I never did hear from Nick on Metallica, but now, Nick, you've been outbid on Motorhead. It's at $23. Kiss, $15 start. I still got Kiss Unmasked, yes. Let me grab something from the bonus crate. It's been a while since we've made a pull out of there. And let's put up Tigers of Pantang. Tigers of Pantang, Spellbound. These kind of albums are just not in print. Really driving up demand. Y&T, Tigers of Pantang, a lot of these 80s rock groups, their catalogs have never seen modern day reissues, so they're just kind of They sell very well. 81 UK, $35 start on that. We still got a Halloween auction to run, yes. Chris Sheridan on Overkill. Whoops. Chris Sheridan, I just now seen that. The claims on Overkill always mess me up because I see OK in the comment. I see OK in the comments, and I'm like, OK, what are they saying OK to? And then I'm like, oh, it's Overkill. That's sold to Chris Sheridan. Ed Riviera sold on Striker. That's sold to Ed Riviera. And we have the OCs. Levitation Sessions, tan and orange split with blue splatter, Hotel Vegas edition, $34.99. Okay. Unfortunately, I lost Nick Bargeron on Motorhead as well. So Danny Thomason on 23. I lost Nick on Metallica, and unfortunately, I lost Nick on Motorhead. So those are sold, and Motorhead goes to Danny for 23. Kiss is a $15 start. Tigers of Pantang, a $35 bid with Bob Riger. Another Pantera, Reinventing the Steel. Another one on colored vinyl, sealed $27.99. And Morbid Angel, Altars of Madness, a 2016, $34.99. So here's Halloween, The Dark Ride Special Edition, a 2019 UK limited edition clear vinyl with white and black splatter, $25 start on that. Kiss does have a bid. Final call with Sarah Curran Evans on Pantera Reinventing the Steel. Boy, these came out in around 2020, I think. They finally repressed all these Panteras. Man, they were so hard to get before that. So hard to get on that. Tigers of Pantang has a new bid for 45, and now Kiss has a new bid for 16. So everything has new bids. Hold on a minute while I get blood flow back into my arms. We have Greg Abate, Channel 1 Without Boundaries, an 81 US jazz album, $9.99. Greg Abate, Channel 1 Without Boundaries, an 81 US jazz, $9.99. Innocence, Let's Push It. Innocence is a 91 US, down tempo is the genre, down tempo. That's a 12-inch single, sealed, $9.99. Creative Source, Migration, a 74 USOG sealed, $24.99. Tigers of Pantang, Bob Riger's out. Michael Thrower has it for 45. Halloween has one bid for 25. Michael Thrower, Tigers of Pantang was VG Plus. VG Plus does have the original on her sleeve. It's about to be sold to you for $45. Halloween has a new bid for 27. Kiss is at 20, final call. The Shakers, Yankee Reggae, a 1976 white label promo, $9.99. The Kinks, Lola versus Power Man and the Money Garoon. I love the Lola hop sticker on this. That is actually on there, isn't it? Yeah. No, that's printed on there. Wow, that's printed on there. That's usually not printed on there. Lola versus the Power Man and the Money Groom. A 76 Jacksonville press. Paul says, fantastic copy. That usually isn't on there either. That's not a sticker. Boy, this is nice. I think Power Man's another song on here that's really good. Yeah, that's a great one there. The Kinks, $34.99. That has Lola on it. Coca-Cola. 8 seconds. This is 8 seconds Alaman Kantar. This is an 86 US, $9.99. Kiss is officially sold to Sarah Weiberdink for 20. That is officially sold. And then Tigers of Pantang is sold to Michael Thrower for $45. Halloween is at 27 with Hoopy. Richard Bradshaw, you're out. And Alan Hagen, you're out. Let's move this over here. Let's grab a couple more auctions. That was a good bonus crate pull. What else could I possibly have over here? Wouldn't y'all like to know? That's why we call it a bonus. Whatever hadn't sold by Friday or Saturday night, I'll start reading them out. Plus, by then, we'll probably have a whole new crate. Let's go ahead and throw up a Twisted Sister. This has been a great night for metal for a Monday night. We have Twisted Sister Stay Hungry, an 84 USOG specialty press. It has the original on her sleeve, Near Mint Minus Twisted Sister, $30 start on that. Danny, this is all sticker price new arrivals. This is yours if you want it. If not, Matt Shepard says he'll take Lola, okay? I ordered some Volbeat. They only had a couple albums in stock. It should be here tomorrow or Wednesday. And then let's do another Metallica. But I don't know if there's any other pre-owned around here or not. Ride the Lightning, blue vinyl, Walmart exclusive. Electric blue vinyl, Walmart exclusive. Sealed, a $25 start. That's now up for bid. Okay, nice copy of Twisted Sister and its OG. There's another Metallica. Kinks is going to be sold to Matt Shepard. That's sold to him. And then I have Overkill WFO, the classic album, half-speed mastered, clear marble vinyl, a 2023 clear marble vinyl, smoky colored, $29.99. So quick update, Halloween's now at 30, now 33. Metallica already has a bid for 25 and Twisted Sisters at 35. New arrival stuff priced as marked. Over here, Pantera, Vulgar Display of Power. Sealed $27.99. Metallica 25, Twisted Sister 35. Mike Straws on O for Overkill. That's sold to Mike Straws. Metallica has a new bid for 30. And Aaron Civic on Next. Next question is, do you know which Volbeats you ordered? I do not. Will there be any original press Metallica on Thursday? Can't tell you that right now. Way too early. Way too early. Aaron Civic was next on Overkill. Then Danny Thomason. Michael Hamburger got Pantera. Curran Evans was next. We have Edward Bear, Close Your Eyes. Edward Bear is $9.99. I've seen Edward Bear albums before, but not that one. $9.99. Boy, what a snapshot into the 70s. Holy moly. $9.99. What is this? It's got to be early 70s. 73. Yeah. 73. We have Cash Flow. 1986 US, $14.99. Cash Flow. And we have Marlena Shaw, The Spice of Life, a 77 US reissue with alternate cover, $79.99. Have I ever seen the Kinks Great Lost Kinks album, 73 at all? I'd have to see the cover. Aaron Civic, you're going to be getting the Overkill. He says he needs to put that back. He already has it. So I want to confirm of Aaron Civic, you're good with that. This is sealed, $29.99. Overkill's now being tagged to Aaron Civic, okay? Halloween, 35. Twisted Sister, 37. Twisted Sister, 37. Twisted Sister, 40. Twisted Sister, 42. What happened on Metallica? I know there was Bob and Jimmy bidding. Bob bid 25. Jimmy bid 30. I'm going to make sure Bob Riger doesn't want to bid again. Ride the Lightning, blue vinyl, Walmart exclusive, sealed. To you, check to you, Mr. Riger. Twisted Sister, the last bid that just came in. This is Near Mint OG. I mean, it's nice. Jacket and vinyl. And then Halloween, let's look at this again. 35 of Alan Hagen. It's a 2019 UK limited edition clear with white and black splatter. Okay. We're not done with this crate. We've got Shalimar, Circumstantial Evidence. That is sealed in 87 USOG, $14.99. Smokin', TJ Wheeler, a 1980 U.S. Private Plus Blues album, sealed $19.99. Delta, Not Just Jazz, a 63 U.S. mono, $14.99. Ahmad Jamal, Happy Moods, a U.S. stereo, unsure of what pressing. It is sealed though. Wow, sealed, $29.99. Interesting to see a record like that sealed. And we have Overkill, I Hear Black. Another Overkill, orange marble vinyl, $29.99. So we have Twisted Sister 40, 42, Metallica 32, Metallica 34. Ivan R on S for Smokin', TJ Wheeler. Aaron Civic got Overkill. Now, Danny, I don't know what's happened, but I can see your comments. They're coming through as notifications, but I can't see them on the chat. I can see your comments, Danny, literally as over here, but they're not on the chat. So you've somehow got off the main feed. So just FYI. So really your stuff is invisible right now to everybody, including me. So Ivan got Smoking. Aaron Civic got Overkill. Ivan R was next. Chris Sheridan was third. And then Curran Evans bid 36 on Metallica. So Danny's trying to bid on Twisted Sister, but he's off the feed right now. Ivan wanted S for Shalimar. Okay, not for Smoking. All right, so Smoking's going back in here. He wanted S for Shalimar. Okay. Halloween. Hoopy went out. This was a final call to Alan Hagen for $35. I think we're done. The sealed Walmart's at 36. We got to give Danny a second. I mean, literally, I don't know what's happened, but it's like he's on the chat, but he's not. And so Twisted Sister is at 42 with Sean Miller. Okay. And now Danny Thomason has bid 43. Okay. Let's read through all this again. So, quickly, because we're about to go right into another crate. Somebody's been outbid on Twisted Sister. Danny has found the correct feed again. J.D. Brennan, Gold Fever, through the years, $49.99. The OC's Orc, $39.99. Where's Jeremy Bryant at? There's 2 OC's records in here, and Jeremy Bryant either already has them or he's not watching. Danny Thomason gets Smoking. That's sold to Danny Thomason. Halloween is sold to Alan Hagen for $35. The Metallica is sold to Curran Evans for $36. Twisted Sister, 43 and now 45. Okay, let's go ahead and put up our next auction. Let's do another Motorhead, and let's go ahead and knock out another Metallica. I have Metallica Kill 'Em All. Metallica Kill 'Em All is a 2021 Jump in the Fire engine red vinyl, sealed, $25 start. And Motorhead recorded live, What's Words Worth. Motorhead is an 83 German OG, EX condition, $20 start. It does have some cover damage up here. Looks like where stickers got peeled off. $20 start on Motorhead. We also have Ashcan in from the cold, a 69 US OG heavy rock, $114.99. Overkill Horoscope, I think this is the only Overkill album left. Blue Marble Vinyl, sealed, $29.99. Morbid Angel Heretic, a 2018 white vinyl, $34.99. Twisted Sisters at 50. Metallica 25, 33, 25. Now Motorhead's also up. Michael Hamburger on Overkill. Chris Sheridan second. This one was Street Life Night Songs, a 2021 clear vinyl reissue of a funk soul album. This is Light in the Attic. So this is probably something kind of vintage. Yeah, looks like original music from 1980. Exclusively available from Light in the Attic. First vinyl reissue since 1980. Limited to 180 gram, 200 copies. $24.99. Aaron Civic third on Overkill. Twisted Sister is now at 50. Danny, it's up to you. Motorhead doesn't have a bid yet. And then the OCs, live at Levitation Sessions. Tan and orange split with blue and purple splatter. $34.99. Morbid Angel, Altars of Madness. A 2016 remaster. $34.99. Greg Abate, Channel 1 Without Boundaries, an 81 US jazz album, $9.99. Innocence, Let's Push It, 12-inch single, 1991 US downtempo, sealed, $9.99. Creative Source, Migration, a 74 US OG, $24.99. And The Shakers, Yankee Reggae, a 1976 white label promo, $9.99. 8 Seconds. This is called 8 Seconds Alamancantar. That's at 86 US, $9.99. Edward Bear, Close Your Eyes, $9.99. Cash Flow, Shrink and Hop 86 US, $14.99. Marlena Shaw, The Spice of Life, a 77 reissue of alternate cover, $79.99. Delta, Not Just Jazz, a 63 mono, $14.99. And Ahmad Jamal, Happy Moods, a US stereo, definitely an older copy. We don't know what pressing because it's sealed. Twisted Sister 51, Twisted Sister 52. Metallica's at 35, Jimmy LaCroix, You've Been Outbid. Fred Cardinale, You Asked That in Perfect Timing, because I was about to make it a buy it now. Motorhead is a 1983 German OG. EX on the vinyl, not bad. The cover has some damage up here. Just a $20 start, no bid yet. VW Wanda on Yankee, which is the Yankee Reggae. That's sold to VW Wanda. Ahmad Jamal is sealed, $29.99. US Stereo, we just have a note, unsure of what pressing because it's sealed. $29.99. Right now, the high bid on Twisted Sister is $52. Twisted Sister is an 84 USOG specialty press. It has the original on her sleeve, and it's OG. The vinyl's Near Mint Minus, OG specialty press. Cover also very nice, just very few signs of wear whatsoever. I mean, just, a little bit of corner wear. So VGE, probably an EX jacket for I usually start grading jackets at VG Plus for about any kind of vintage. But this one would truly be like EX. I don't know. I've never been one to say a lot of Near Mint Minus jackets. It's like really hard, in my opinion, to find a perfect jacket. You can always find like a color break. If you're grading it like a comic book, if you're grading it like every little color break and seam crackle you can find. But so I usually start jackets a lot more conservatively. But this one truly is like EX. Okay, and then we had Metallica, a new bid for 36. So Curran Evans, you just got outbid. Rafe bid 20 on Motorhead. So did Fred Cardinale. Then somebody else bid 21. Then somebody bid 25. Jazz Grog, of course, getting the Ahmad Jamal. Thank you on that one. If you open that, let me know what happens. Motorhead 22. Got both of the OCs. Okay, so Jeremy's already got those. And then Motorhead 26. Metallica 37. And then we have Motorhead 28 and Twisted Sister +1. So the last bid was 52. So Danny's at 53 on Twisted Sister. Motorhead all of a sudden getting lots of bids now. All it took was a little bump from Fred Cardinale, and everybody's off to the races. Now Twisted Sister's at 60. And now Metallica's at 37. Let's go through another crate of new arrivals. Okay. Let's do it. Awesome. All right. Okay. Here we go. All new stuff, never shown. Where's my monster at? Aha. Twisted Sister 61. Oh, man. One second, please. All right. So I had to take a phone timeout. Danny, 61. Sean Miller's out. Final call to Danny Thomason, $61. Metallica, 38 with Greg Smith. Curran, you're out. And then Motorhead. Rafe has it for 28. Final call. New stuff here, sticker price. Here we go. John Serry, Serry, Exhibition. This is 79 Fusion, VG Plus, $11.99. This is who? This is Flu. What does that say? Blue Ruin? Blue Ruin Flame? Sorry, I don't speak cursive. What does that say? I don't know what that says. Yeah, it does say Flame. Flame, VG Plus, $19.99. An 87 Australian Garage Indie. Boy, she is exposed. She is completely nude on this cover. Hold on, let me take a peek. Wow, she's just got them hanging out. That's VG Plus, $19.99. We have Jesse Dominique. Jesse Dominique, Cajun on the keys. Look at all that equipment there. A 79 US Cajun Country. VG Plus, $11.99 for the Cajun Country there. Women's Love Rights. Women's Love Rights, Laura Lee, a 72 Funk Soul, VG, $9.99, okay? First thing we have over here is Motorhead recorded live. Greg Smith, $38. No, that's for Metallica. Motorhead, Rafe has this for 28. No one has really said bid. So no one had bid, and then I think there was like 5 bidders, and then it stopped at 28, and no one has set out. So I think we're about to sell that one. Danny Thomason on JD for Jesse Dominique. Now Metallica has a new bid for 40, and Twisted Sister is sold to Danny, and this is sold to Danny for $61. $61, that's sold, okay? Next thing over here is this, King Crimson Discipline. King Crimson's an 81 UKOG. This is EX condition, $32.99. And Yo Mama, Lo Mama, Elo Moamana. This is EX $12.99, a 1976 Hawaiian folk rock. It's pronounced Olo Mana. Olo Mana is EX $12.99. Flame if Michael didn't claim it. Mega Blast wants to know the track listing. Maybe he just wants to look at the back cover with the nudity. If you really do want to look at the track listing, I'll read them. If you're passing, I'll sell it to Fred Cardinell. Metallica is with Curran at 40, and Motorhead is a 5, a 4, a 3, a 2, a 1, a 0, a buzzer, and this is sold to Rafe for $28. I lost bidding activity from 5 other individuals, I'm afraid. That's why I gave that so much time, but now it's sold to him. And now my next trick over here is Kiss Unmasked. And I think I still got 5 records in the high-end tab, I do. Halloween, Tame Impala, Halford Holy Moses, and then Aerosmith. Wow. I think this is the Aerosmith you want. This is Aerosmith, a 1973 U.S. Santa Maria. This is a 1973 U.S. Santa Maria OG. It's a first press indicated by the back cover. It has Walking the Dig instead of Walking the Dog. And there's a paragraph on the back about Acid Bus that was removed from the represses. So let me tell you the quick story. This is Aerosmith. I'll put this in simple terms. Aerosmith's very first record had a misprint, and then it had an article on the back that was later removed. Right here, it says Walking the Dig. That's a misprint. It's supposed to say Walking the Dog, okay? So that's a misprint. And then over here, it talks about them getting busted for having acid. They later removed that in this paragraph. Somewhere in here, it mentions it mentions acid, and then they later removed it. This is also really cool. This was obviously at some point at a radio station, and then it was at a resale shop later on. Okay? So this is VG Plus, a $50 start. $50 start. That's the true OG pressing of Aerosmith. Yeah, it looks like it was at a radio station. The label's not a promo, but man, what a sweet copy. So a real OG, misprint, the acid bust, a promo sticker, and radio station. That's also from the radio station. I don't know about that. That's probably an old price, $1.50. $50 start on Aerosmith. First press, all the way around. Kiss Unmasked is a 1980 US PRC Compton OG. It's in VG condition. This is an OG Kiss PRC Compton OG VG $20 start. So Flame is a 1987 Australian Garage Indie VG Plus 1999. VG Plus 1999. And there was 2 or 3 people in line. It was John Durden. I think he's passing. It was Michael Snared. I think he's passing. So it's Fred Cardinals. I just want to make sure everybody's done on that one. And then over here was Metallica. And we finally hit the end of the road on this one. Karen Evans got this for $40. Okay? Aerosmith, a real OG first press. $60. Definitely a promo radio station copy. However, the label isn't marked a promo. I think there might be one for that release, but I'm not for sure. And then Kiss is a $20 start. No poster. This is a MoFi pressing of Bill Evans. This is Bill Evans with Jim Hall Undercurrent. New and sealed Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab. $34.99. Okay? Let's grab another auction. And I think I have another Motorhead. I know I have another Metallica Walmart, so let's do that one. Master of Puppets. Battery brick colored vinyl. This is a 2021 sealed for a $25 start. Master of Puppets colored vinyl. There's another one. Okay, so this is officially sold to Fred Cardinal, the Flame nudie cover. All right, Paul's put out some interesting stuff. Let's keep going. Nice. The Who, live at the Isle of Wight Festival 1970. Yeah, this is one where they come out to heaven and hell. That's a good concert. Should be on colored vinyl. It is. I have this myself. It's a 3LP colored vinyl, blue vinyl, EX 27.99. Aerosmith has one bid for 60, going once, going twice. Kiss had one bid for 20, going once, going twice. Eric Clapton was here. VG Plus, $14.99. VG Plus, $14.99. Presence of the Lord. I'm wasted and I can't find my way home. Morbid Angel. This one's called Covenant. It's a 2013 remaster. EX $37.99. EX $37.99. Chris Ferrara Does Want Bill Evans. That is the Deep Sea Club. This is sold to Chris Ferrara. He's watching over on Twitch, on YouTube under a different handle. Chris Ferrara on Bill Evans. Thank you. That's sold. Tony Samuelson first on The Who. Triple LP blue vinyl. Stacey Metternich second. Danny Thomas in third. Susie Breedlove fourth. Unmasked has a new bid for 25. And then we have Master Ma 666 on Morbid Angel. That is sold. And then Alice Cooper, Easy Action. Nice. A 1972 U.S. Warner reissue. That's Alice Cooper's second album. VG Plus, $19.99. It's a Terre Haute press on green label. VG Plus, $19.99. I'm kind of shocked, but it's gone. Aerosmith is sold to Michael Thrower for $60. Don't get that one too often at all. And it got one big bid of 60, and that's sold. Let's put that away. Thank you on that. Nice. Always been tough to get those. Every time I see one, I flip it over, and I'm always disappointed because it doesn't say Walk in the Dig. And then over here, Metallica, no bid yet, a $25 start on that. $25 start on that. And then we have Sandy album is here at last. Sandy's album. This is Sandy Hurwitz. It's Frank Zappa related. It's on the Bizarre label. It's on Verve, excuse me. It's on Verve, a 68 USOG. And what did Zappa have to do with this? It is published by Bizarre Music. Yeah, it's on Bizarre Verve. I don't know what he had to do with this. He didn't produce it, I don't think. Maybe. But usually if it's on Bazaar, it has something to do with Zappa. EX22.99 on that one, okay? And then I need a replacement for the empty slot back there. Let's do one of the greatest albums ever conceived. Limp Bizkit, Significant Other. That's a 2 LP, $39.99 for Limp Bizkit, Significant Other. Bang, B-A-N-G, a 1972 Winchester Hard Rock VG Plus, $49. Winchester's depressing, hard rock, obviously the genre. Nobody bid on Metallica. Let's make this a buy it now for $25. And I bet somebody's going to scoop that up. Laura just delivered a brand new crate. So when we're done with this third and final crate of Paul stuff, we got a crate over here of Laura stuff. Let's put up Judas Priest for auction. Judas Priest is Sad Wings of Destiny. Record Store Day. It's got an embossed cover, the second Priest album, 180 gram, 45 RPM, color and color, colored vinyl. So they did this for Record Store Day 5 years ago. It's on limited edition black and blue swirl vinyl, sealed, a $35 start. Stephen Bender does want the Limp Bizkit. Thank you. I have one more if anybody else wants one, $39.99, and we'll replace that with one of the greatest albums ever conceived. Limp Bizkit, Chocolate Starfish in the hot dog flavored water, silver and brown vinyl, $44.99. $44.99, okay? So Kiss was at $25.26. Kiss is at $28. Metallica's at $25. $25 on Metallica. Oh, that's a buy it now. Jeremy Merck got Metallica for $25. Jersey Devil 441 on Bang. Daniel Strom, you were second on Metallica. Chad, the corner, rest in peace album I won on auction a few days ago, not my invoice. I'm hoping to get it mixed up. Can you look into that? I know who got it because he commented earlier that he didn't win it. It went to Stephen Tinley's invoice. Let me make a note from for him. So Stephen Tinley, I'm glad you said something. Coroner goes to Hessen. I think when it sold, I said the wrong person, and it got mistagged. That one's probably on me. Sold to Hessen session. It's on Stephen Tinley's invoice. It's going to go to you, okay? Bang was $49.99. Yes, Bang was VG Plus, $49.99. That was sold to Jersey Devil. Daniel next on Metallica. Robobot third. How much is Pink Floyd? $49.99. Judas Priest 35, Judas Priest 37, Judas Priest 37, Judas Priest 40. All right, back to this crate. Neil Young on the Beach, one of his better works. VG condition, $19.99 for On the Beach. Oh Well, it's a 12-inch single. VG Plus, $9.99 from whom? That's who it's called. It's called Oh Well. And the name of the song is Oh Well. Peter Allen Green. VG Plus, $9.99. And Jefferson Airplane, After Bathing at Baxter's. A 67 Stereo G, maybe their most psychedelic album, is a note from Paul. VG minus, $9.99. Kiss Unmasked. The last bid that came through on this was Michael Freiberger at 28. Greg Smith and Matt Shepard, you had been outbid. He had this for $28. That was Michael Freiberger. The Judas Priest got a bid for 35, then 36, then 30, then 40, and then 41. Okay? Let's put up another auction right quick. And that next auction, we haven't made a pull from the bonus crate in a while, but I still got several over here in the high-end tab, like Halloween, Keeper of the Seven Keys, The Legacy. Oh, man. A 2006 German OG sealed, a $55 start. Don't see that one very often. Sean Miller on Neil Young, On the Beach. The inner part of the jacket's known for being decorated in paisley. You can't really open it and see it. It's just the inside of the jacket. Cool note on that one. And then we have Judas Priest at 45. The Moody Blues, On the Threshold of a Dream. 69 UK. It does have the book intact. VG Plus, the UK version, On the Threshold of a Dream, $14.99. Tommy James and the Shondells, Moni Moni. This is VG, an OG, $9.99. Okay. Do I have any Jimmy Page Led Zeppelin remasters? Yeah, I should. I usually have Led Zeppelin 1, 2, 3, 4, Houses, Physical. I have about all of them at all times in stock. If not, I can get them for you. And, yep. Chad, there's also a Creator Extreme Aggressive on my invoice. I did not win. My bid came in late. Okay, I'll have to make a note of that too. If you've let Ed know, he'll take it off and then figure out. We usually wait for, if you get tagged for something you didn't win, we just wait for another person to say, hey, I'm missing a record. Then we have a note that somebody said they didn't get it. I'm glad you're telling me this stuff, because what usually happens is somebody goes ahead and pays for it, and then we ship it, and then we don't know what happened to it. Someone's like, hey, I won an auction. What happened to it? And I'm like, well, we've already shipped it to somebody else, and because they thought they won it, and it was confusion, and now it's in a different state, and we probably can't get it back. So, yeah. Okay, and then, man, what happened? I've been hit with a lot of information all of a sudden. Judas Priest 45, Judas Priest 45, back to the turntable groove, gets Moody Blues. Now, Robo or Rubot, is that Unbot on YouTube? Is that who your handle usually says? Unbot, I think, on Tommy James. Thank you on that one. Is this the crate with the Alice Cooper? It is. Alice Cooper still available. Easy Action VG Plus, $19.99. These are all sticker price, no more, no less. And Charlie Buck gets the Creator. Wow, so Hessen's, how did that happen? Hessen's Session ended up with 2 records that went to other people. Hessen's Session Creator goes to DJ Not So Good. Okay, this is DJ Not So Good, not Unbot. Creator goes to C Buck. All right, we'll make sure we fix that. That's probably on me. It's probably not like tonight when I'm basically sleep deprived and I'm running on pure adrenaline, and I probably make a lot of mistakes. And that's probably all on me. I won't blame it on my staff. I'll blame it on me probably saying the wrong person. Tony Riddle gets Alice Cooper. I've been trying to reach over here every 5 seconds and sell Kiss. I lost a couple people on it. I was make sure they were done. Soda Michael Freiberger for $28. They may have set out and I could have just missed it. All right, so this is Soda Michael Freiberger. Okay, now, man, where are we on Priest? I got Fred Cardinale tied with Sean Miller. Sean Miller bid first at $45. Halloween does not have a bid yet. Sealed German OG, $55 on that. I'm going to show a few more records and put up another auction. We got a lore crate to go through next. We have Eric Clapton, VG Plus, $19.99 on Eric Clapton. VG Plus, $19.99. We have the Headless Horseman. That's an 88 German import garage EP, VG Plus $9.99, and the complete recordings of the Port of Harlem Jazzmen, an 84 US. It's on Mosaic Records, VG Plus $14.99. The complete recordings of Port Harlem Jazzmen. Yeah, it's probably one of those nights where I was literally on fumes and probably half delusional, and I was talking and not really paying attention and trying to sell stuff. And next thing I know, I pass out and I wake up and I'm in China. We have Stevie Ray Vaughan, Couldn't Stand the Weather. This is an 84 USOG. Let me see if I can get this sticker on it that says $35 peeled off. We got it. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Couldn't Stand the Weather. An 84 USOG Pittman. VG++ condition. It does have a punch hole. $25 start on that. We have sold Gorgira, yes. All right, these are all new arrival sticker price. Judas Priest is still getting bids. We got James Brown at the Garden live. Nice, a 67 in shrink wrap. 67 in shrink wrap. VG condition, $14.99. James Brown at the Garden. We have, what does that say? Moist Boys, a 2006 hardcore EX $17.99. I don't give a blank where the eagle flies. Uncle Sam and Me, Captain America, White Trash, FU, The Year of the Maggot, The Stalker, EX $17.99 for Moist Boys. Judas Priest 47, Stevie Ray Vaughan 25. Nobody bid on Halloween, sealed $55. sealed $55. We will occasionally make mistakes on invoicing. We're selling every week thousands of unique individual items that's not barcoded or skewed, so we're doing it all manually. It's the only way we really can, unless we preloaded everything into a system, then did a sale, which would not make a lot of sense financially. So human error, either coming out of my mouth or coming out of somebody's fingers, typing it into a computer system we use. Every once in a while, something gets mistagged. It all starts with me. If I say the wrong person, then it's over. And then if they write down the wrong person, it's over. If they key in the wrong person, it's over. So I could either say the wrong person, they could write down the wrong person, or key in the wrong person. If any of those happens, then you're not going to get a record that you thought you did. And then Ed comes in Monday afternoons after invoicing and starts trying to fix everybody's problems. So human error, it's going to happen. And I think even if we were 100% robotic, as much crazy individual items that come through here, the only thing that's ever the same are these new LPs, you know, because they're the same thing. But every one of these are all technically different. So it's nearly impossible to inventory and catalog all of our records. That's when people say, do you have a spreadsheet available of what you have? I literally think they're joking. When people ask me that, I'm like, do you realize what it would take to put all this stuff into a spreadsheet? You'd have to hire 1 million people. Priest 4647, Stevie Ray Vaughan 25, Calvin Ward on James Brown, that's sold to Calvin Ward. DJ Not So Good was second, VW Wanda third. Tony Riddle gets Halloween for $55. Okay, so Judas Priest still getting bids. Sean Miller 47, Fred Cardinal, you're out. Fred Cardinal, you're out. And then over here, Stevie Ray Vaughan has one bid for 25. More auctions right after I show you Jefferson Airplane Flight Log. That's a 2 LP, VG Plus $14.99. And then Steam Hammer Mountains. This is a 1970 UK OG. It does have some cover wear up here, $44.99. And Roger Daltrey, one of the boys, VG Plus $11.99. Also, The Who Came First. That is Roger Daltrey's, Pete Townshend's first studio album. That's an early one. That's like 1970, 71, I think. $11.99 on that one. Sorry, I think I said 3 different names and 3 different prices. This is Pete Townsend, Who Came First, VG Plus $11.99. Okay, next auction. Let's try another Halloween. Tame Impala. Let's knock out the next Halloween. This is Keeper of the Seven Keys Part 1. It's a limited edition 1,000 copies numbered on purple and blue vinyl. $50 start. 2018, a 2 LP on purple and blue. They look red and blue to me, but we'll say purple and blue. $50 start on that, okay? There's another chance on that. Stevie Ray Vaughan still getting bids, and so is Judas Priest. This is new arrivals that Paul marked earlier today, sticker price, and we got a new crate from Laura coming up next. Eric Clapton, there's one in every crowd. Eric Clapton is EX $17.99. Pyramid of Love and Friends, I think that is El Chicano. Yeah, this is El Chicano, Pyramid of Love and Friends, a 75 US, VG Plus $9.99. And Chemo Sabe, the Electric Indian, a 69 US EX condition, $12.99. And Focus Hamburger Concerto. Focus is VG Plus $11.99. Priest is at 51. Fred Cardinal, you're out. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at 28. Halloween, final chance at a $50 start. Going to once, going to twice. Philip Glass, an 82 US EX, $12.99. Fleetwood Mac Mirage, OG VG Plus $19.99. I Want to Be With You Everywhere. Not on this album. This one has Gypsy on it. Oh man, that's a good one. Velvet Underground. We got Bionic Boogie, a 77 Disco Funk, VG Plus $9.99. The Rolling Stones Dirty Work, VG Plus $14.99. VG Plus $14.99. One Hit to the Body, Harlem Shuffle, $14.99 on the Rolling Stones. 80 and the Hot Rods, Life on the Line, a 77 US EX 22.99. So Jeremy Merck, just so you know, you're out on Stevie Ray Vaughan. It's at 28. I've lost Fred Carnell on Judas Priest. Sean Miller's now had it for a couple minutes. We'll give him one more chance. I'm going to go ahead and make another Halloween, another buy it now for $50. That's a Gatefold 2LP colored vinyl. Okay, there was a Tame Impala Currents over here. This one is nice. It's the OG on violet and amber colored vinyl. Look at that. Very cool. Tame Impala, a $95 start. It's a 2015 OG, and it's on purple and orange vinyl. Tame Impala Currents, $95 start. $95. I've just lost a couple people in the chat. I want to make sure the feed is still working, correct? Test 1, 2. The feed is still working. We have Fifth Platoon. That is the name of the artist. It's a hip-hop record from 1991. $14.99 on that. Shotgun. Shotgun is in VG condition, $9.99. And Doing What Comes Naturally, Charles Wright. That is a 73 U.S. Pittman, VG Plus, $29.99. Tony Riddle does get Halloween, $50. Thank you for sending 2 dots. Wow. There is 287 people watching, which is a lot for 10 o'clock on a Monday. And the chat went almost 3 minutes without anybody saying anything. I don't know if that's ever happened before. No bids, no dots, nothing. And then I've lost 3 bidders on all these auctions, so I've got to sell them. Sean Miller gets Judas Priest for 51, and Stevie Ray Vaughan is sold to James Frank for 28. Susie, the Rolling Stones album. Susie, the Rolling Stones album is VG Plus, $14.99. Tame Impala Currents is a $95 start. Halloween, Facebook down. Tony Riddle, you got it. I don't think it's it says I'm streaming. I think everybody just wanted to go take a bathroom break at 10 o'clock all of a sudden. Is that what everybody did? I think everybody just went and decided they was going to take a bathroom break right quick. All right. I'm about to just breeze through these titles, or I might just go ahead and go right into this lower crate. I'm going to mute my mic, though, for 1 second. All right. Thank you. I'm out of beverage almost. Let me go up front and get more ice and more Monster. Let me introduce another auction right quick. I have going up for auction right now Screamer, which looks very much like a metal record. Screamer Target Earth is an 88 USOG EX, a $35 start. Rams Falcons game, I think somebody said it was tied up. I bet a lot of guys and gals have their eyes on TV instead of chat at Coletco, letting some great stuff slip through. With that being said, we got a 27-24 game. Atlanta leads. The Rams are down, 16 seconds left. I don't know who has the ball, but there it is. So, yeah, Monday Night Football. That can hurt my viewership sometimes. There's a lot of people watching right now, or at least a lot of people's on the chat, but, yeah, that's what's going on. Okay, let me reset. We're about 1/3, maybe half through tonight's show. Still a lot to do at that, if you understand those metrics. I got to refill my ice, and let me do that right now. Sorry for the timeouts, but if I have caffeine, the whole operation falls into pieces. Whole operation just kaput. All right, Tanner started going through books. Our end of the year goal is to get rid of some stuff, books, and all of these. We still got prints. We don't have many posters. We got prints from Fred Goodwin's collection, and we got to figure out how to start getting rid of them and going through them. We got to have space in the store because we're going to hire more people. We got to have more people, space for more people to work, and store more merchandise and process more merchandise. So, a lot to do. Okay, sorry for the timeout. We're right back at it here. We had Tame Impala, and we had a question for Eddie. So, Stevie Ray Vaughan, we sold it. Eddie Price. Eddie and the Hot Rods was EX 2299 Michael Freiberger. EX 2299 Michael Freiberger. Okay. We have over here, Sully got a gift certificate. Sully, I think to answer your question, when you go to pay your invoice, I'm pretty sure you can just type in that code. I think you can get that code typed in. There's an option for it. But I've never done it myself, obviously, but I think that's what happens. Okay? Y'all did a great job last week considering it was Christmas. Thank you. It's been a busy last week. Doug Reeder, Screamer details. Screamer was an 88 USOG with the original insert EX, a $35 start. $35 start. Okay? Michael Freiberger on Eddie and the Hot Rods. And then we have Tame Impala Currents. A no bid, a buy it now for $95 on Tame Impala. $95. Okay, Screamer is a $35 start. Eric Clapton was here, is still available, yes. Eric Clapton was here. VG Plus, $14.99. I'm going to go right into the lower crate. Susie Breedlove wants the Rolling Stones. I still got Eric Clapton, Charles Wright, Shotgun, Fifth Platoon, which was a hip-hop single, Bionic Boogie, Fleetwood Mac, Philip Glass, Focus, Kemosabe, El Chicano, Eric Clapton, Pete Townsend, Roger Daltrey, Steamhammer, Jefferson Airplane, Moist Boys, the complete recordings of Port of Harlem Jazzmen, The Headless Horseman, Eric Clapton, Jefferson Airplane, Oh Well, Sandy albums Here at Last, Oh La Loma, King Crimson, Laura Lee, John Seri. Okay? We have an $80 offer on Tame Impala. I'll do Tame Impala for $90. I was hoping the person who asked for it 2 or 3 hours ago already sold. Halloween Keys Legacy. That just sold earlier for minimum bid, believe it or not. Unfortunately. Actually, it sold for a buy it now, so it's gone. Let's go through this other crate here. And we have Screamer at 41. And Sean Miller wants Pete Townsend. Okay? I'm going to give you the one that says who came first. I think that's the one you're talking about. Sold. All right, let me take a peek at this lower crate. She said this box says all the records behind it are check condition. This box set. Okay, I see what you're saying. All right, here we go. As soon as I can stand up, I've squatted down to read this, and now my body's like, oh, Chad, that feels good. That feels real good. Okay. Okay. Screamer 45, 46, 48, 49. All right, we're good to go. So next auction is Halford. Now, I had one of these sort of like this, so let me see if it's the same one earlier. Let's see what's going on with it. Yeah, wow, great. Good gosh. Compared to the stats on this, I gave away the other ones. This is a 2023 US limited to 500 on ghostly purple vinyl, sealed, $95 start. Some sealed copies have sold for as much as $150. My goodness. That is a $95 start on Rob Halford Crucible. Okay, let's go through this crate. These are no more, no less, sticker price. Screamers at 50. Tom Petty, Damn the Torpedoes. VG 1999, OG labels. Original inner sleeve, Tom Petty. VG original Backstreet labels, $19.99. Don't Do Me Like That. Don't Do Me Like That. The Black Sorrows, Hold On to Me. In Shrink and Hype, EX $17.99. The Black Sorrows. From the bonus crate, our next auction, that is going to be Twisted Sister, Love Is for Suckers. An 87 USOG specialty press. It has the original Atlantic inner sleeve. EX condition, a $25 start. Screamer 51, Screamer 53. Slayer, Decade of Aggression Live. EX $32.99. I just ordered 2 new copies of these. They'll probably be here Wednesday. Those will be $44.99. You can get a nice pre-owned copy for $12 less, $32.99 on that. Screamer 51, Screamer 53. Final call on Rob Halford for $95. Aaron Civic on Slayer. Twisted Sister, the last bid that came in on this, whoa, the sleeve almost flew out. That's a $25 start, no bid yet. Adolescence. The Adolescence is a 1997 reissue. Punk. EX $32.99 for Adolescence. Iggy Pop, Blah, Blah, Blah. An 86 OG Club copy. EX $27.99. Curran, you are second on Slayer. And Jailbreak, Thin Lizzy. The Boys Are Back in Town. And OGVG $19.99. Okay, Twisted Sister does have a bid for $25. Edwin Riviera, you're out on Screamer, FYI. Doug has it for $54. Mac Davis, EX condition, $9.99. That is self-titled. It's called Mac Davis by Mac Davis. Sully gets Thin Lizzy. The Boys Are Back in Town. Wandering with the Happy Wanderers. This is a polka record. Finally, I can say, and we had something earlier called reggae. I know we've had jazz. I know we've had rock, soul, and funk. We've had about every genre tonight. Polka, $9.99. You can play that, dance around your living room, and pretend you're playing an accordion. Mega Blast on MD, and that stands for Mac Davis. William next on Thin Lizzy. Condition on TW. TW was for, did you mean TS for Twisted Sister? Twisted Sister's an 87 USOG specialty press. It does have the original Atlantic inner sleeve and the insert. It's in EX condition and a nicer jacket. $30 on that. Rob Halford is a $95 buy it now. No bid, Rob Halford. Screamer is still getting bids at $57. Let's move down Twisted Sister and let's grab another auction. Holy Moses. Holy Moses. Holy Moses. A 1989 USOG, out of print on vinyl in the US ever since. Sealed, $50 start. Now, I've recently had a reissue of this which we've sold, I think, in the $35, $40 range. And those were probably a UK label. So this is the last time it was pressed in the U.S., and this one's still sealed. Holy Moses, Queen of Siam, a $50 start. Twisted Sister 35, Screamers at $59. Next is James Brown. Look at those cakes. Look at those cakes. VG Condition, $14.99. This is Curtis A. The damage is done. Curtis A. Damage is done. VG Condition, $9.99. Curtis A. Damage is done. VG Condition, $9.99. Screamer is at $60 of Doug Reeder. Sean Druin has Twisted Sister for $35. Mick Fleetwood's Zoo, I'm Not Me. Mick Fleetwood, he was the drummer in a band called Fleetwood Mac. VG Condition, $9.99. James Brown is sold to Tim Vigari. Look at those cakes. That is sold. That is sold. We have last of the Red Hot Burritos, the Flying Burrito Brothers. VG Plus Condition, $14.99. Chris Ferrara says he'll take the Wanderers. He's gonna rock out to some polka. That's sold to Chris Ferrara. Screamers at $63. And then Twisted Sister is sold to Sean Druin for $35. Holy Moses. Holy Moses. Is a final call for a $50 star and 89 US OG. Screamer has a new bid for 65. Robert Warner on burritos. Burritos. Man, cakes and burritos in this crate. What, y'all trying to kill me? Curtis Blow. Curtis Blow. Club RCA Music Service Edition. VG $14.99. And somebody else just went in the chat. Blow. We have amenities on Mick Fleetwood. That is sold to amenities. Mick Fleetwood, thank you. And we have Roxy Music. Excuse the nudity on that one. Roxy Music is a 2009 reissue gatefold jacket. That is EX $19.99. Here comes a bonus crate pull. Drum roll, please. And the bonus crate pull is one of the very first bonus crates we did. We have Whitesnake. Whitesnake 87. We started off of a VG minus copy. Folks, this is a VG plus copy. An 87 US OG specialty press, inner sleeve shrink wrap, VG plus. I'm holding a record. I'm about to tell you the starting bid. This is an amazing record. It's a $25 start. Okay? $25 start. Next thing over here is Screamer at $65. Screamer 66. David Pokey on Curtis Blow. That is sold to David Pokey. Richard Yeager on Roxy Music. That is sold to Richard Yeager. Tom Petty, Hard Promises, VG $19.99, the first label. The waiting is the hardest part. Nice. VG $19.99. A lot of people's told me this. I don't know how accurate. They've told me I can sound just like Tom Petty. We have Change of Heart, Boogie Soul Album, EX Condition, $12.99. Screamer. The last bid is Ed Riviera at $68. Holy Moses. This did not get a bid. Holy crap. Holy Moses didn't get a bid. A $50 buy it now. Whitesnake. 25, 30, 36. Screamer 69. Whitesnake 35. Okay, and during all that, 3 claims for Tom Petty. Michael Freiberger was first. Michael Freiberger gets Tom Petty. Terry Gerhart was next. Matt Shepard third. The waiting is the hardest part. Sold. Cheap Trick. Right now, I have not put it up yet. This is a Japanese pressing of Cheap Trick 1-on-1. This is an 82 Japanese OG with both inserts and obi, a $25 start. White Snake 37, Screamer 70. Doug Reeder gets the Holy Moses. Holy Moses. That's sold to Doug Reeder for $50. What is White Snake? Details on White Snake. Please tell me everything you can about White Snake. White Snake out. You sound more like Bob Dylan. Edwin Rivera said HM, and Harry Morris said hello. Okay. A lot of people want to know what's in this box, but I've made it very dramatic. And I'm going to go ahead and say this crate's full. Let's work on filling up another one. No new vinyl tonight, so no new releases showed up. It'll be a different story tomorrow when we have probably 12 crates. But right now, we are with Cheap Trick at $25.25, White Snake 40, Cheap Trick 33. So Screamer, Doug Reeder's out. Ed Rivera has this for $70. Final call, an 88 USOG with the insert. Screamer. Deep cut for sure. Maybe. Not if you know metal as well as some of these other guys watching. Some of these guys watching know every metal album ever conceived. It's amazing. I'll be like, I've never seen this before. And like the chat will line up with bids and they'll be like, man, that's one of the greatest metal albums of all time. I'm like, I've never seen it before. White Snake is an 87 USOG in shrink with the original inner sleeve. This is called White Snake. It's by White Snake. It was released in 87. A lot of people call it White Snake 87 because this was kind of a new beginning for White Snake with this album. They had another self-titled album as well. White Snake 87. I've always considered that like a reboot, kind of like Fleetwood Mac has two self-titled Fleetwood Macs. Take it as you will. We have Cheap Trick, 35, 37, 37, 37, 40. Okay, so Ed Rivera was second on Holy Moses, okay? So Doug Reeder was first. They were also battling over Screamer. See? Same couple guys going after all the metal over here. Cheap Trick, 25, 25, 33. White Snake, 40. Cheap Trick, 35. Cheap Trick, 35. Cheap Trick, 37. White Snake, 41. Cheap Trick, 37. White Snake, 45. Cheap Trick, 40. Cheap Trick, 42. Cheap Trick, 42. Cheap Trick out. White Snake out. Cheap Trick out. I'm just trying to read off bids at this point. There's so many bids on Cheap Trick, White Snake, and Screamer. This is Tim Kinsella. Joyful Noise 2015 Artist in Residence box set. It's a 2015 USOG limited edition box set with 3 LPs, a 10-inch, a 7-inch, and a book. It's electronic abstract, $99.99. Tim Kinsella. It's near mint. Joyful Noise Artist in Residence box set. I mean, it comes with a book and everything. Very cool packaging. $99.99. Kinsella. Tim Kinsella. Okay. First is Screamer is sold to Edwin Riviera. And Edwin Riviera gets Screamer for $70. There's that. Next is White Snake. White Snake, the last bid on White Snake was Scott Dwallow at $45. Okay. And then over here, we have Cheap Trick 101. Cheap Trick 101. Rich Krulak has that at $42. Next auction. Let's pull one from the bonus crate since these two are near the tail end. Scorpions Lonesome Crow. Scorpions Lonesome Crow is a 78 Canadian reissue. It's on Bomb Records. The label looks like a bomb. That's pretty cool, actually. Near mint minus Scorpions, $25 start. Let's continue with this lower crate. We have now went over to the near mint minus department. Neil Young and Crazy Horse Barn, $19.99. White Snake 46, Scott Dwallow out. Roxy Music, a 2009 reissue for For Your Pleasure, $24.99. Clannad, Macalla, In a Lifetime, Clannad additional vocals by Bono. That is sealed, a Celtic Folk, $9.99. First thing is Cheap Trick is sold to Rich Krulak. Thank you, Rich Krulak. That's sold to you for $42. Let's put that away. Next thing is Amenities on the box set. Tim Kinsella is sold to Amenities. Thank you on that. Mega Blast on Clannad. And then Whitesnake was on its last lap. One bump and the other bidder went out. This is sold to Kaysen Palamumbo. Kaysen Palamumbo gets this for $46. I just introduced the Scorpions. It's at $25. I have over here in the, quote, advertised auctions, the next record, Mike Oldfield Tubular Bells. This is the Classic Records press. You're probably wondering, why did they have a Tubular Bells in the hot picture? They get 5 copies of that every night. This is Tubular Bells Mike Oldfield on a different level. It's the Classic Records 200-gram audio file, VG++EX, $35 start. Also known for being the music from the movie The Exorcist. $35 start. We have Yachts, SOS. Yachts is a new wave record, $9.99. And Tony Basil, Word of Mouth, known for the big hit, Mickey, You're So Fine. Laura's even drew a sticker to it. Thank you. $14.99. Next auction is Graham Parsons, Grievous Angel. Grievous Angel, Graham Parsons. Let's take a look at it. It's a U.S. Jacksonville reissue. This has always been a desirable album. Graham Parsons. Exact year unknown, but likely mid to late 70s based on the label design. The cover does have a little bit of wear and tear. Emmylou Harris plays on here. $20 start on Graham Parsons. So Tubular Bells does have a bid for $36. Richard Yeager gets the Roxy Music For Your Pleasure. Scorpions, the final chance to get a bid in. But first I have Megadeth Super Collider. Nice. Sealed, an OG 2013, $74.99. I back ordered a bunch of those. It looks like Megadeth is starting to repress some of their, quote, maybe deeper cut albums, but or some of their other discography. I wouldn't call them deeper cuts. The stuff that's typically not in print. That's an OG sealed of Hop sticker. Sold to Danny Thomason. We have, this is heavy. It's a Japanese pressing of The Sound of Music. A Japanese reissue, unknown year. Awesome cover with Obi, near mint. Sound of Music. How do you solve a problem like Maria, as featured in Seinfeld? Wow, the Scorpions just got a bid. I was literally reaching over here to grab it for a buy now. So final call to Alan Hagen, 25. Tubular Bells, I've said it once. It's been 2 minutes. Here's the second time. Classic Records, 200 gram. Final call to Amenities for 36. No bid yet on Graham Parsons. We still got a whole crate of bonus auctions to run. Probably until we get done showing vinyl tonight for sure. Kim Carnes, Mistaken Identity. Kim Carnes is $14.99. The Shooters. That's a country album, gold stamp promo, $9.99. Danny's going to pass on Megadeth. This has been a very good auction item. I could see this bringing a lot more than that. A 2013 USOG sealed, $74.99. Megadeth is going back in the bin. You got another chance. Little George Smith, Oopin' Doopin' Doopin'. Little George Smith is a blues album, Harmonica Blues, $19.99. And Pine Top Perkins with Little Mike and the Tornadoes, After Hours. That is sealed, $19.99. Okay? So first thing we have is Scorpion, sold to Alan Hagen for $25. Tubular Bells is sold to Amenities for $36. Okay? And then nobody bid on Graham Parsons. Graham Parsons is a U.S. Jacksonville reissue. EX, $20 buy it now on that. Okay? Next comment is Michael Freiberger put M. I'm assuming for Megadeth. Danny Thomason put S. Is that for the Shooters? If so, it's so to Danny. Tony Riddle was second on Megadeth. William Warner was third on Megadeth. Eddie Bruce, The Sound of Music, was $19.99. Michael Freiberger grabs the Graham Parsons for $20. Michael Nath on Pine Top Perkins. Greg Brummett next on Graham Parsons. Eric Squindo, it's already sold. You would have been third in line. The Motel Shock Gold Stamp promo. There is a few stains on the back of the cover. $12.99 on the Motels. I've got that Graham Parsons album. I got another copy somewhere, autographed, not by Graham Parsons. It's autographed by somebody who plays on it, like David Bromberg or somebody. And I honestly don't know where it is, but it has the wrong record in it. In this moment, here's kind of a deep cut. A 2000 or a surprise. I keep using the word deep cut a lot tonight. I don't mean to. Deep cut's only used for special occasions, like I don't have an example for you. This is a 2012 USOG limited edition translucent red vinyl. In this moment, blood, $95. Was M, me, or Freiberger? The Megadeth went to Michael Hamburger. I might have said Freiberger. Wow, we got Freiburgers and hamburgers. Oh my gosh. Megadeth went to Michael Hamburger. Michael Hamburger, not Michael Freiberger. Golly, y'all are making me hungry. Michael Hamburger got the Megadeth, okay? Eddie Bruce got The Sound of Music. Thank you, Eddie. Appreciate that. This is sticker price, yes, okay? And then we have Smashing Pumpkins, Shiny and Oh So Bright, a 2018 Record Store Day, $19.99. There's In This Moment, $95 start. And then let's put up Ozzy. Nice. Randy Rhoads, Diary of a Madman, Flying High Again, Over the Mountain. VG cover with noticeable wear, $25 start. Master Moss 666 on Smashing Pumpkins. All right, that's done. And then we have Roar, R-O-A-R, a disco funk soul album, gold stamp promo, $9.99. Sean Miller second on Smashing Pumpkins. And then Champion, a blues rock album, $9.99. Lewis Kulick third on Smashing Pumpkins. Next auction. Twisted Sister's done well tonight. Here's a third and different one. Twisted Sister, Under the Blade. An 82 German OG. It's on Secret Records. There's no secret, though, that this is EX Plus condition with the original inner sleeve. A $25 start on Twisted Sister. Billy Idol, Whiplash Smile. Billy is $19.99. There is some cover wear over here. David Polkey on Champion. That is so to David Polkey. And Sharp and Newman. Sharp and Newman, Change Your Mind. This is $14.99. Bill Sharp and Gary Newman, I'm assuming. $14.99 on that. Also, Richard Simmons, Reach. Folks, we have a Richard Simmons record here. And it's sealed for just $9.99. Nobody bid on In This Moment. This is a 2012 OG red vinyl. $95 on that. $95 on that. Chocolate Milk. Boy, I love Chocolate Milk. This is a funk soul album. Gold stamp promo. $34.99. $34.99. And we have Ozzy. Ozzy was a no bid. A buy it now for $25. An OG VG Plus vinyl VG cover. Diary of a Madman. Can I see Billy Idol again? Billy Idol is right here. Billy Idol is $19.99. Evidently, there's some cover damage on here, but I guess it's this wear and tear and on the edges. But the vinyl's nice. It's called Whiplash Smile. $19.99. Okay? Next is Terry Gearhart on chocolate milk. Twisted Sister had a new bid for 27. Has there been any vintage by it now? Yes, we started the show with 4 of them. We've done 4 of them when the show started. Michael Freiberger on Aussie. This is sold to him for 25. William second. William Meadows third. Jim and B said ITM and Tame Impala 160. So what you're trying to tell me is these 2 records combined are worth nearly $300. We have Rebecca Barber getting in this moment for $95. Thank you. Jim B still has dibs. I highly doubt he's going to pay $95 for this, even though I just crushed his hopes and dreams. Tag that to Rebecca for $95. Terry Gearhart gets Billy Idol. Tracy Songer gets Sharp. And we have Tony Banks, The Fugitive. He was a member of a band called Genesis. Sealed $14.99, and Slayer, South of Heaven, a 2013. Another Slayer example. I just ordered new copies of these. When they come in this week, they'll be $34, $36. A lightly pre-owned copy, $27.99. Twisted Sister, the last bid on Twisted Sister was ATM CPNK. It looks like ATM C-Punk, and that is at 27. I got to make sure Kerr and Evans doesn't want to bid again. Here comes our next auction, this time from the bonus crate. And we have the following. Blue Cheer. This is a U.S. reissue from around 1978. Phillips Mercury label. Not bad. EX Plus condition. $20 start. Okay. Another great crate. This is some stuff Laura marked. That's all that's still left. Here's what we're about to do next. I've got vintage where we're about to make offers. I've got vintage where you'll want to offer me more than what they're priced. There's going to be some where you'll be like, hold on a minute, Chad. There's no way you only want $6.99 for that. I tell you what, just go ahead and give it to me, but charge me 3 times the sticker price. And I'll be like, dang, okay, we can do that. I mean, it happens all the time. Here's our next auction. This is a 2019 30th anniversary edition of Paul's Boutique. This is a $55 start. Beastie Boys, Paul's Boutique, 30th anniversary edition, and this is on colored vinyl, $55 start. Next is Slayer, sold to Edwin Riviera. Twist Sister 28, 30, 31. Right now, there's only 2 no bids. The first one is Tame Impala Currents, which is a 2015 OG purple and orange vinyl. $95 on that. I've already told somebody I would take $90. Jim B said, I'm begging you to sell it to me for $80. Now, if you really want this, why wouldn't you just go ahead and buy it for $90, right, Jim B? Everybody else is probably asking you the same question. Just go ahead and buy it for $90. You know you want it. You know you need it. You know it's half of retail. We have a 2023 U.S. Rob Halford, $95 on that one. I think that one's a lot more expensive than the other one we had tonight because that was the last time it was pressed before it was just recently repressed. So I bet on Discogs that particular version is still expensive due to low supply. And the next pressing is in print, which is what I put on discount. The next crate is I'm going to try to find another 80s best offer. I think I've got 3 more over here. I'm about to find another 80s best offer. I have Tony Banks, Richard Simmons, Roar, The Motels, Little George Smith, Kim Carnes, Tony Basil, Yacht, Neil Young, Change, Curtis A., Iggy Pop, Adolescence, The Black Sorrows, and Tom Petty. If you want anything in there, just let me know or more information. Twisted Sisters, a final call for 36. Blue Cheer doesn't have a bid yet. Blue Cheer is a $20 start, and Beastie Boys is a $55 start. Okay, here we go. If you decide you want anything in there, let me check my 80s stock over here. Let's see what we got going on with those. Let me find the crate that hadn't had offers yet. Or we hadn't entertained offers on yet. We hadn't entertained offers on this, yes. So here's a best of 80s crate. First time these have ever been available for offer. A best of 80s crate. First time they've ever been available for offer. Okay, and let's get some of these sold. Laura just sent me yesterday's hot pictures. Adolescence was EX3799. EX3799. All right. Cool looking records for tomorrow. I'll show them on screen here a little bit later. All right, let's go through a best offer crate. Here we go. Twisted Sister. We're ready for all new auctions too to get started. Curran Evans gets this for $36. Thank you, Curran Evans. Nobody bid on Blue Cheer. A $20 buy it now. Nobody bid on Beastie Boys. $55. So Blue Cheer, $20. Vince's Eruptum. Let's put that right over there. That's a classic blues rock album. And Beastie Boys, the 2019 anniversary on Violent Vinyl, $55. Now that was stickered. That was originally stickered for $84.99. So probably a $100 record, exactly on the money, because we just got an offer from Jim B for $50. Mark Stanley said he'd do $55 on it. Jim B, it's yours for $55 if you want it. If not, it's sold to Mark Stanley. Richard Yeager got Blue Cheer for $20. Okay? DC details. So we need details on Tom Petty and then DC. Beastie Boys is sealed. Beastie Boys is sealed. DC details. That must be something from the last crate. And then Tom Petty for Todd Saw. This is VG 1999. It's a VG copy. It's on the original label. Damn the Torpedoes. $19.99. Okay? Jim B, 55. If I ever say Jim B, 55, then you can take that price and times it by 2, and that should be the more realistic, fair retail price of it. That's his formula. So this is sold to Jim B for $55. Mark Stanley, I can't believe no one bid. I figured it'd get bid up to like 100. Jim B got it. Mark Stanley was second. Amenities was third. And then this crate is buy it now best offer. Let's put up more auctions. Let's go ahead and get started. Elvis Costello, Accidents. A 1979 unofficial. A 1979 unofficial. That is a 2 LP. This is Elvis Costello live. And this is $49.99. $49.99. Elvis Costello. We have Marty Thau presents 2x5 with the Comatines, Bloodless Pharaohs, and Flesh Tones. 1980 sealed, $19.99. Nick Lowe, Labor of Lust, $19.99. And the Pretenders 2, $19.99. Also, Nina, an 85 Japanese 3-track, $24.99. Now, Todd, you probably just got on the wrong time, but that crate we just went through was a no more, no less kind of crate. Now, you probably didn't know that. What you're offering is very fair, but if I took your offer, I would be breaking all the previous rules that I had just laid out for everybody in that crate, which was I'm not taking offer, they're sticker price. We have Scorpions, Love at First Sting. Scorpions is a 1984 USOG, a 1972 PRC Richmond press. It does have the original lyric inner sleeve, VG++ condition, a $20 start on the Scorpions. Van Halen, OU812, an 88 US OG specialty, a strong VG, maybe VG+, $25 start on Van Halen. Okay. Next thing is Amenities gets Nina for $29. That's sold. And Todd Saw said he'll take Tom Petty at sticker. Thank you and thank you. There's 2 new auctions. I'm going to go ahead and put a third one up, actually. This one is the Chemical Brothers. A 1992 USOG, but it's only disc 2. So it's obviously missing a disc. I think this would be pretty pricey if it was near mint and complete. The Chemical Brothers is called Exit Planet Dust. So $5 start for half of an album. Van Halen 25 and now 29. A Van Halen album that's never seen an individual reissue since it came out. Just in the box set, and that's it. Never has had an individual reissue yet. The Pretenders, self-titled, $19.99. I've got brass in pocket, $19.99. So this is that John collection, all 80s, a lot of new wave, rock, alternative, and this is all buy it now best offer. This is what's left of those 12 crates. Never did take offers on these the first night. We have Robert Gordon, Rock Billy Boogie, and this is on white vinyl. $19.99, very cool white vinyl, and you can make offers on these now. My next plan for this is to take all the stuff and then start discounting them in flip crates for the videos in the morning. And you know they're definitely going to sell then because they're going to get really cheap. But we're going to start taking offers on them right now. We have 2020 Lookout. That's in shrink wrap, $19.99 on that. And I'm going to pause with Dave Edmunds, which is sealed, an OG with hop sticker, $19.99. And I'm going to remind everybody that there's no bid on the Scorpions yet, which is an 84 USOG VG++ condition. Rock you like a hurricane. Here I am. Wow. And then Van Halen's at $35. The Chemical Brothers has a bid for $5 with Mega Blast 9. Kaja Gugu, White Feathers. Kaja Gugu is a 1983 Japanese pressing. And this has their big hit on it, Too Shy, with Lamal, I think, doing the lead vocals on that. Too Shy. That's the hit, isn't it? La da la. Something, something. Kaja Gugu, $29.99. Dave Edmunds, Riff Raff, sealed, $19.99. The Scorpions does have a bid for $25. And Barnes & Barnes, Soak It Up, $19.99, $19.99. And we have Tough Darts. This is $19.99. It has a Warner Brothers promotional sticker, not a promo label. Nice vinyl, $19.99. All right, so I just read a comment. Van Halen is tied at 35. James Chilcott, you tied Danny. He bid first at 35. Scorpions just got to open and bid. Not going to give a $5 auction much more time. As soon as I said that, Amenities bid 7. I was literally saying sold to John Durden for $5. I better sell that to him for $5. Sorry. That sold to him for $5. Amenities was next. Your bid was coming up right when I was pulling it. And then Matt Shepard on K for $15. Kaja Gugu, I'll do this for $25. $25. We got an offer for $15 and $20. It's an 83 Japanese pressing. 83 Japanese pressing. Danny been outbid on Van Halen. That was right on the border. That could have been a coin flip. Amenities, I better go ahead and sell it to him. Okay, this is a sealed record. It's called Bumping Mics with Jeff Ross and Dave Attell. It is sealed, something originally from, I think, Netflix. I don't think this is in print anymore. $10 start on that. It's sealed. Bumping Mics, Jeff Ross and Dave Attell. We have the Swimming Pool Cues, Blue Tomorrow, $19.99. And the Romantic, Strictly Personal. This is $19.99. $19.99 on that. The last bid on the Scorpions that came in was Terry Gearhart at $25. That's been the only bid. Van Halen is at $38. And then we have an offer on Kaja Gugu for $22. Matt Shepard had first dibs. We have $22. Jeff Ross has two $10 bids, and now Scorpions has a new bid for $26. Gamma 3, a Japanese pressing. This is $34.99, a 1982 original with Obi. All right, so where are we on Kaja Gugu? We have the highest offer in the first person is Matt Shepard at 22. I did say 25. Okay, sell that to Matt Shepard for 22. The Elvis Costello bootleg, T.O. Review. $30. 37, and I'll sell that to you. This is one of the rare times I've straight priced vintage bootlegs. Usually we put these up for auction, which if I probably retag this, it probably would be like a $35 start, and we'd go from there. I'll sell it to you right now for 37. Okay, Van Halen's at 40. Jeff Ross is at 12. Scorpions is getting new bids. It's at 26. Whoever bid first, you're out. Tim Fagari has it for 26. Marion Faithful, Broken English, $19.99. And the Cars Panorama. The Cars is $19.99. Touch and Go, $19.99 on the Cars. And the Boomtown Rats, a tonic for the troops. Boomtown Rats is $19.99. So quick rundown. The Scorpions Love at First Sting is an OG VG++. It does have the original on her sleeve. A little bit of side nudity there. That's a final call, and the high bid is Tim Fagari at 26. Van Halen OU 812, you're talking a strong VG, maybe VG+. The jacket's VG. It has spine damage. It's at 42 with Danny. James Chilcott was at 40. And then Jeff Ross, Bumpin' Mike's, a 3-part Netflix comedy event. Sealed, never been opened before. Scott Dwallow has it for 15. Sounds like a great price. Usually these out-of-print comedy records can get pricey. Everything in this crate is buy it now, best offer. Is Gamma New Wave. I would say Gamma is more so rock than New Wave. This is Ronnie Montrose. So this is like an 80s crate. This is more like, I would say they're more like rock than anything, because Ronnie Montrose is the front man, which is commonly associated with a lot of rock. I don't vote Gamma as New Wave. Nick Lowe, this is our second copy in the crate. We got 2 copies of that, Labor of Lust, $19.99 each on those. The Pretenders extended play, that's like the third Extenders. The third Pretenders record, that's $19.99. Scorpions at 30, Tim Fagari's out. Van Halen 45, and now Joey has Bumpin' Mike's at 16, which means that Scott, you've been outbid. Dave Edmonds, this is a UK copy in shrink, $19.99 on that. And 415 Music, which is a compilation. This is a 1980, $24.99. The Cars Panorama is a 1980 US original, RCA club copy. This is a 1980 US original club copy. Superb vinyl. Superb vinyl. Okay. Van Halen looks like it might be a final call because Danny's out. Jeff Ross is still getting bids. Joe Jackson looks sharp in shrink wrap, $19.99. Todd Saw does want the Cars. That's so too Todd Saw. And Red Rockers, good as gold. Red Rockers is an 83 Holland press, $19.99. Red Rockers again, $19.99. And Julian Cope. Julian Cope is $19.99. This one's called self-titled or St. Julian. St. Julian in shrink, $19.99. The Nails, Mood Swing. The Nails is $19.99. And then Utopia Anthology, 74 to 85. That's one I don't get as often. This was Rhino, a little bit late. Yeah, 1989. So that's one reason we don't see it as much. That's essentially a Utopia greatest hits. Okay. Jeff Ross was at 20 when I went out. What happened on Jim Ross? Jeff, what's his name? Jeff Ross, the roast guy. That's the guy that does all the roasting. We have 15, 16, 20, out, 18. What has happened here? The bids are going backwards. Okay, we're like going down. People, this is a reverse auction. The bids have started going backwards. The high bid on this at this moment, okay? I'm at, right now, when I'm reading this, it's 10:55 Central Time in Middle Tennessee. Central Time Zone. The correct high bidder for this is Scott Dwallow. He's over on Twitch as Scotty Dow. He has it for $20. Everybody else is outbid. If you're not him, then you don't have the high bid. Michael Freiberger gets Nails for 15. That is Freiberger, not Hamburger. Van Halen, I'm going to go ahead and get this one off the board. So did James Chilcott for 45. And there was a new bump on the Scorpions from a new bidder. And that one was Scorpions, Love at First Sting. VW Wanda bid 30, which did outbid Terry Gearhart. Terry, just so you know, you're out on this, okay? Jeff Ross has a new bid for $21. That is now with Danny Thomason. So Scott, Joey, and everybody else, y'all have been outbid. Scott's right back in at 23. The next auction is the Hellenes, a 2008 USOG, VG Plus condition. I love you, all the animals, a $10 start. Next in the Buy It Now Best Offer, more Joe Jackson, Big World. Joe Jackson, $19.99. The Romantics, National Breakout, a white label promo copy, also with a gold stamp promo on jacket, original on her sleeve, $19.99. $19.99. We also have Elvis Costello, Taking Liberties, $19.99, and Fun Boy 3 is $19.99. Scorpions over here is sold to VW Wanda for $31. Thank you on that. I guess I can call you Wanda, or I can call you Volkswagen. This is sold to Wanda. Jeff Ross is at 25, now 28. The Hellenes, or the Helens, how's that pronounced? Helens, H, looks like Hell, and then N-S, E-N-E-S. $10 start on that. Let's pull something. That was over here in my stray auction crate. How about we pull something truly from the bonus crate? A 1980 USOG AC/DC Back in Black, Bob Lugwood mastering, an OG-VG, not a bad jacket, $15 start on that. I'm back in black. I hit the sack. I'm glad to know. I'm glad to be back. I'm letting loose. Something about a noose. This is the Count Bishops, $19.99. The Count Bishops. Thomas Dolby, the Flat Earth. This is $19.99. Vonda. Oh, that doesn't say Wanda. That does say Vonda. I've been calling you VW Wanda. That says Vonda, V-O-N-D-A. My bad. Sorry. Well, I was wrong all the way around. I was calling you VW Wanda. We have Bow Wow Wow, RCA Music Club Edition. So whenever you see this kind of design, it looks like a notebook. So these are RCA Special Radio Series. I think technically they're promos. They're promos, and they're basically compilations of artists. We've had Doug and the Slugs. This is Bow Wow Wow, $19.99. They don't give you a lot of information, but it is from C Jungle, okay? So Jeff Ross is at 34, AC/DC 15. William Drugovich on Count Bishops for 15. That's sold. AC/DC 16, AC/DC 17. I'm going to make the Helens, or the Hellenes, a $10 buy now. That's a no bid. And then Bumpin' Mike's, Jeff Ross. Scott Dwallow, 34. Danny Thomason out. Okay. Spikey McVeigh on the Hellenes for $10. Okay. Chad's got a stretch. Oh my gosh. Hold on. I'm reaching towards the ceiling. Oh. Okay. Whew. Bow Wow Wow looks like it's very nice. Yeah. Special edition. There's a whole series of these. I mean, that's just some of them. I've had so many of them. David Bowie's a cool one. All right. And then was Helene's black or colored vinyl? That was on black vinyl. All right, where am I? Let's go see what else is over here in this other random crate. Bad Boy? Oh, yeah, that's something I still need to check. What else is over here? Okay, this was in a bin. If these don't sell or get an offer, I usually pull them out and just auction them. This is an OG Rolling Stone Some Girls. A classic album with the original unedited cover. So they used a couple people's faces here without clearance, one being notably Lucille Ball. Excuse me, they used That was one of the ones I think they had to retract. She's on here somewhere. It's supposed to go this way. I think it was Lucille Ball. But yeah, this is an OG, super clean. Really nice, actually. Some Girls. $35 start. Sterling Mastering TJ. I don't know those initials. I know LH and LR. Or LH and RL. Yeah, this is OG Some Girls. Let me put it in a new MoFi sleeve. $35 start. Original unedited cover. Colored version too. I guess there's a black and white, and I guess there's a color version like this. I like the colored version, but I don't think there's any difference in pressing, year, or value, really. I prefer to have the multicolor rainbow one. So, there it is, Some Girls. This one has a little bit of a flake going on there with the die cut, but it's not ripped off. If you put it in a sleeve and put that flat, it'll be okay. All right, so there it is. That's not bad at all. I pulled that out of a crate the other night. I was like, let's just go ahead and auction it. John usually marks them pretty fair for top copies, like $60, $50, $60, but they usually don't sell right away. I usually auction them. AC/DC 22. All right, so Matt Shepard, I'm going to counter on Bow Wow Wow at 15. If you pass, well, actually, John Durden has first dibs. So, John, 15 if you want this. If you pass, then it's up to Matt Shepard. He could say yay or nay. The Jeff Ross needs to be sold. This is officially sold to Scott Dwallow for $34. Let me get that in a new sleeve. To do that, I got to move this Pink Floyd box set we sold tonight. And I got to move this. And it's amazing how much stuff I still find laying over here in my miscellaneous crates. Let me get Jeff Ross in a new sleeve. Now, quick update. Matt Shepard, that's yours if you want it for 15. AC/DC, Margaret Gerhold, $22. Everybody else is out. The Rolling Stones is already at $48. The Rolling Stones is already at $48. Janet Gray has AC/DC at $30. Buy it now, best offer. Everything in this crate, the Fine Young Cannibals, $19.99. We have Elvis Costello, My Aim Is True, $24.99. Allison's on here and Watching the Detective, probably his two biggest hits. And then Elvis Costello, Get Happy, $24.99. And Culture Club, Color by Numbers. You could probably say top copy on this one. Shrink, Hop Sticker, Grammy Sticker, Inner Sleeve, and Near Mint, $24.99. The Rolling Stones is at $48. AC/DC's at $30 with Janet Gray. And Matt Shepard does take the Bow Wow Wow for $15. All right, that's sold to him. We have Squeeze, Argy Bargy, an 81 Indianapolis press, $24.99 on Squeeze. Super nice copy of that. And we have The Fix, Shuttered Room, an 82 German press, $24.99. Elvis Costello and the Attractions, Goodbye Cruel World, $19.99 for Costello. A Flock of Seagulls, Listen, $29.99 for Flock of Seagulls. Also, the Human League Dare, and I think this is a Mexico press, $24.99. The Rolling Stones is at $60, and AC/DC is at $30, so people are going out. Before we do anything else, let me grab another crate, another record from the bonus crate, which is going to be, oh man, good pull, Black Sabbath. It is a lower grade copy, but it's Black Sabbath Volume 4, a 72 OG, G plus to VG minus, first label though. Lower grade copy, $15 start. Gatefold could possibly have photos attached. They're missing. Yeah, there's a photo. There's a Geezer. There's Tony. There's a picture of Ozzy, a picture of Bill Ward, and then a centerfold with them playing on stage. That is missing. So VG minus jacket, VG minus vinyl, $15 start. Near Mint, OG copies and Shrink. Oh my gosh, it'd probably be a bidding war. I had an OG complete Master of Reality one night in Shrink. We sold for up in the hundreds of dollars. Top copy. Never seen one that nice since then. Those are party records. It's so hard to find these in good condition. These are These were literally destroyed at parties. I mean, people getting high, people getting drunk, people getting fights, people doing this, people doing that. Next thing you know, Black Sabbath's broken in half. We got Rolling Stones at 55, Rolling Stones at 60. The Fix is sold to Terry Gerhardt for 20. And we have the Stray Cats Built for Speed. The Stray Cats is $24.99. Sting, The Dream of the Blue Turtles, $24.99. And Squeeze, Sweets from a Stranger, $24.99. AC/DC Condition. We have a final call on this at $30 of Janet Gray. 2 people have asked the condition. It's an OG VG Bob Lugwood mastering. OG VG. And then over here, the Rolling Stones is at 60. And this is sold. Let me make sure Tim Graham's done. He's out. Okay, final call to Adam Bernardi for 60. I think there's maybe one other person hadn't set out. Final call on that for 60, and Black Sabbath, $15 start. My eyes are blind, but I can see. Wow. Probably because he was all hopped up on the white powder. Next thing is the Cars. That's their self-titled debut. Moving in stereo. $34.99 for the Cars. It's all mixed up. Elvis Costello. Gosh, we got his entire discography here. This one's pretty cool, though. The label, instead of saying Columbia, it says Costello. Notice that on the edge. It says Costello. $24.99. The Alley Cats, Nightmare City. 1981 yellow labels, $59.99. That's a pricier one there. The Alley Cats, $59.99. Nightmare City. And then the Long Riders with poster, $19.99. Okay, let's go ahead and sell the Rolling Stones, which I pulled out of a crate and started it at $35. It sold for $60 to Adam Bernardi. And here's what John had it stickered for. He had it stickered for... Oh, I dropped it. It was $64.99. What did I do with it? I was going to show y'all. Yeah, it was priced for $64.99. He was pretty close on that one, as usual. All right, this is sold to Janet Gray for $30. This is sold to Janet Gray for $30. And final chance on Black Sabbath. Next is The Cure, The Head on the Door. The Cure is a 2016 European press. It does have some sticker residue, $39.99 on that. And we have DOA Bloodied but Unbowed. The damage to date, 78 to 83. DOA is $24.99. A Flock of Seagulls, The Story of a Young Heart, 84 Indianapolis, $24.99. And The Misfits, a 2020 pressing, sealed, $39.99. These are all best offer. Nobody bid on Black Sabbath. He's a $15. They're a $15 start. I guess he's a $15 buy it now is what I'm trying to spit out. Sorry, I'm half delusional right now. Chad, it looks like the hard-to-get ZZ Top Rhinos is Trez and Fandango are back in stock. Might want to add that to your never-ending to-do list. I actually ordered some of those the other night. Now, when I ordered them, they weren't in stock, but if they're starting to ship them, then it looks like they're coming back into print. I have a feeling they're going to keep those Rhino hi-fis in print for a while. They're too good of sellers right now. They've already done their numbered copies, so I think they're going to keep those in print. I hope they do. Quick water break. 1 second. Sorry. Had to check my phone and drink some Monster. So, Black Sabbath. First person with dibs is Larry Gonzalez. Larry, you can have this for $13. If you pass, it's sold to Amenities. U2 Boys, our next auction. A 1983 U.S. reissue. It's on a specialty press, Blue Island label. It has the original inner sleeve, VG++ condition. U2 is a $15 start. U2 is a $15 start. Another Black Sabbath, Never Say Die, a gold stamp promo, a 78 Los Angeles, VG minus, a $15 start. There's two more auctions. A Flock of Seagulls Nightmares. Flock of Seagulls is an 83 UK, $19.99. Joy Division Closer, a 2015, $29.99. Amenities, you do get the Black Sabbath for $13. Thank you. Talking Heads, Fear of Music, VG condition, $29.99. Fear of Music, VG $29.99. Ian Hunter Live, $19.99. When is the secret sale? Secret sale? There'll definitely be a sale New Year's Eve night here on Coletco. We usually bring in the new year live. I'm usually live talking, selling records when the calendar turns over. This is a 78 Los Angeles OG, VG minus, $15. And then U2 is VG++ EX, $15. So yeah, $15 starts on those. U2's a nicer copy and shrink. Black Sabbath's a little bit lower grade, but that's why it's only a $15 start, not $35 or $45. NRBQ, all hopped up, $19.99. Blondie, Eat to the Beat, a Japanese pressing, an OG Japanese pressing, $39.99. Elvis Costello, Almost Blue, $19.99 in shrink. Men at Work Cargo, sealed with hop sticker, $29. And then Joe Jackson Willpower, $19.99. Well, I've about exhausted the 80s collection. We went through it that night. It took all night. I read through about 12 crates, 5 hours nonstop. I've done through 3 crates, buy it now, best offer. The only thing left is the $9 and the $14 stuff, which is even probably lesser titles than these. Not going to do those tonight, but at some point they'll be on sale. So if you've missed out on the 80s stuff that from John's personal collection, we've just about done everything we can with that. There's not much left. There's 2 crates, 3. There's going to be about 2.5 crates left out of those 12. And that even includes the stuff that was in 80s and new waves. So next thing to do with them is probably put them in the flip crates. And I'll probably make the $9.99 stuff like $6.99. And I'll probably make the $14.99 crate $9.99. So probably the $15 stuff will go down to $10. And the $10 down to $6.99. And at some point I'll flip through it. Men at Work sold to Matt Shepard for $25. Right now I'm going to try to find something a little bit different to go through. Alan Hagen put OZ for $10. OZ for $10. So first thing is this. Black Sabbath is a $15 start. It has one bid with Todd Saw for $15. U2 Boy doesn't have a bid yet. That's a $15 start. And then the next comment was this. Alan Hagen put O10 and OZ10. I'm not for sure what that was for. And then Stray Cats, if condition, if available. Stray Cats, what was the Stray Cats that was left in here? Stray Cats. There's Alley Cats. And then this Stray Cats built for speed. Yeah, very nice vinyl. No condition notes. It's nice. $24.99. Did Coletco order the Pink Floyd Wish You Were Here quads? That was not available. That was a website exclusive. That was a website exclusive of, I think, through Pink Floyd. We didn't even get the yellow vinyl. There was a pre-order I posted. There was a pre-order I posted for yellow vinyl, yellow flame-colored vinyl. It was an import. And as of right now, it says back ordered, and we never did get any. I don't know if that means, I don't know if that necessarily means we won't be getting them. Not many people have asked about it. Probably some people have just thought maybe it's pushed back. But if you pre-ordered the flame-colored vinyl, as of right now, we have not got those. And it says back ordered, which tells me I ordered like 50 and we didn't even get one. So they were highly limited edition. And so are the colored ones too. So, yeah, let me tell you about these liquid filled records. These liquid filled records are a big Facebook ad campaign that these companies normally do. They make them very limited edition, and I order them whenever I see them. I didn't do Pink Floyd. I missed it. I ordered Bon Jovi's. I ordered like 3 or 4 of them. We did well with them. We resold them here. But if I ever see those, I pre-order them myself because I'm like, we can't get them. And they're always pricey secondhand market. We sold that Friday the 13th for like $1,500. It looks like it was filled with blood. I don't know what it is, but anything record that looks like there's a liquid in it, very expensive. I mean, I've never seen many that's not hundreds of dollars for some reason. So I'd say if you get a chance, go ahead and get them. Okay, so we have this. We sold Men at Work. We're going to sell Colleen Cook, the U2, for $15. We're going to sell Todd Saw, Black Sabbath, for $15. Janet, I will see the Misfits. What's it, Mark? $39. I'll do this for $32. We might be too far apart on that one. $32 on that one. Josh Brown gets Stray Cats for $20. And Adam Bernardi, I'll do $30 on Blondie. It is near mint minus and pristine. That's usually one I would put up for a $35 start anyway. Hi, Chad. Any Chemical Romance in the last few days, are they still available? To my knowledge, every Chemical Romance we've put up for sale has all sold. Adam Bernardi gets Blondie for $30. The Misfits is sealed, yes. 2020 pressing sealed. It was marked at $39. I think I just told you $32, right? Pink Floyd was a third-party company. Okay, so it wasn't even Pink Floyd's website, third-party. Yep. That stuff is pretty unusual. I think what they do is, I mean, somehow they have access to get licensing and it's official, and then they do that with it. I don't know. In this age of modern records, there's all kinds of stuff. There's audiophile. You can get you can get the novelty stuff like liquid filled and colored vinyls and picture disc and now all the Zoetrope. They're making it cater to where you can collect a lot of different stuff. This is sold for $32 to Janet Gray. Colleen Elvis Costello Blue. Sell that to Colleen for $15. Okay, still selling some stuff out of this crate. I'm going to try to drink some more of this Monster on ice. Okay. Awesome. So let's find another crate to go through. Still got a lot of people watching. Good time to ask where everybody's watching from as I try to condense some of these crates. Yeah, I have a feeling it's close to 11 o'clock. I knew it. My body, both my snack fever is kicking in, and my crates are misaligned, and everybody's starting to get really quiet. 11 o'clock is when everybody starts getting really quiet, and I contemplate how many people's even still watching and paying attention. And then, anytime after that, I'm constantly checking the viewership and seeing who's still alive. Liquid filled. I've heard some are known to leak. I forgot which one was really bad about leaking. But it's possible. If they get cracked or you don't store them right, there's a certain way. I think they want you to keep them. I think they want you to keep them flat. I don't think they want you to put them on the spine. But yeah, they can crack and leak. So, what is the price on the Yellow Jackson? Yellow Jackson. The yellow. This Joe Jackson that's kind of orange is $19.99. If that's the one you're talking about. Did I do a deal with somebody on Costello? Who offered on Costello? Michael Nath is focused. Somebody's in Frozen Onto, North Carolina, West Virginia. I love seeing everybody's locations. That's always fun as I condense and sort through stuff over here. Almost heaven, West Virginia. Joe Jackson, I think he wants this one right here for 15. That's so amenities. Yeah, Jaws was one of the other ones. I forgot about Jaws. Most expensive one I've ever seen, colored liquid field, was that Friday the 13th. It's well over $1,000. You might have to wait if you're a seller for it. You're not going to get that instantly. We had to keep ours for over a year. We had ours for sale over a year before we finally found. Not everybody wakes up every day and is like, yep, I'm ready to buy a $1,000 Friday the 13th soundtrack. So you kind of have to be patient. They're much more of a wait for the right buyer kind of collectible. Oh man, almost the end of the year. We started literally on paper writing down our goals and plans for next year. And one thing is we got to get some stuff out of this building so we have more room for organization and storage. So I think Tanner started sorting through books today, and we found stuff we didn't know we had, as usual. It's endless in here, I swear. I think it's time we go ahead and knock out a half-off crate. We have a metal show on New Year's Day. Yeah, I'll be live on New Year's Day. It'll probably be Thursday night metal night, yeah. Yeah, I'm usually here, a normal thing for me. I don't view the New Year's that big of a deal for taking off. For me, I know a lot of people have off and they get off from work and stuff, but it'll be a normal day here. So yeah, Thursday night metal night. We tell us your grand total vinyl sold on New Year's Eve. I'll tell you quantities. I don't ever share numbers, but yeah, I'll let y'all know. We definitely sold more records this year than we did last year for sure. We've seen some growth. We've grown so fast though, it's hard to keep the pace we were going. I mean, we were doubling. And then we've got to the point where I'm going to have to start doing other stuff, like selling other places, like our website, and listing stuff other places. Y'all still see everything here first, but the problem is selling like leftovers. And we could literally start selling more faster, pricing more. The night we had all that 80 stuff, imagine if I had 12 crates every night of new pre-owned to go through. It'd be like insane every night. It's just right now we don't have enough people to price that much. So it's just like, I need more people pricing stuff and getting stuff ready. Imagine if I had 12, like we've literally just had 4 crates tonight. We've had a pretty awesome show. Imagine if we had 12 crates of brand new great records every night, not counting new vinyl. It'd be insane. So we can do that easily. I just got to hire more people that know records. I got to find them. Finding people is the hard part. All right, let's put up some new auctions. Let's put up some new auctions. Saxon. It's getting kind of late for auctions, but here we go. Saxon is a 1979 French OG EX Plus condition, $25 start on Saxon. That's now up for bid. Saxon, $25 start. Franchise, not really necessary. We're not really based on brick and mortar, so we don't need more physical locations. We just need more space and more records and more stuff. And then let's try Shinedown here. This is an unofficial press on gray marble vinyl, The Sound of Madness. It is a $15 start. It's an unofficial Shinedown, just a $15 start. We're going to go ahead and knock out a half off vintage crate here. It's short but sweet. Half off, no more, no less. Neil Young, Rust Never Sleeps. Hey, hey, my. Inner sleeve, and it does have the insert. That is $17.50. Neil Young, Rust Never Sleeps. $17.50 on that one. REO Speedwagon, that's in shrink wrap with hop sticker, $10 on that. $10 on that. Let me go over here, make sure I didn't miss any other comments. So we have Dominican Republic. Make sure I didn't miss anything. I was stepped away while I ate some pistachios. Shinedown 15-15. Okay, we're good to go. Margaret Gerhold first on Neil Young. And there's that. And then excuse me. After bathing at Baxter's, $15 on that. $15 on that. And then Matt Shepard on REO Speedwagon. REO Speedwagon, that's $10. REO Speedwagon, Matt Shepard, that's done. And then 15, 17, 19, okay? One more look at Saxon over here. So we got Saxon and Shinedown. So make sure you put at least Sax for Saxon or you put Shine for Shinedown, okay? Saxon's a $25 start, 79 French OG, and then Shinedown is, I'm not for sure who's bidding on what, but Eric Van Leuven does get Jefferson Airplane. Imagine if 3 simultaneous auctions. Well, I've had all these plans in my head for years. Most of them came to fruition at the scale we do it now, but anything else, if you've ever built a business, at the point we're at now to take it to any other higher level, I'd say the metric of difficulty goes exponentially higher. So at what we're doing, to take it to any other higher level, to double or triple what we do now, if you put it on a scale, it becomes exponentially, like, it would take all of my brain power every day to resource it, solve it, set it up, and do it. So I've got great people like Tanner and everybody else here that helps me to build it from his point on. But at any other point, to start doing multiple other streams or doing other different departments, the metric would be exponentially much more difficult. I've thought about it. I've sampled it. I've tried it with comics. It's extremely difficult to find the resources necessary. It's extremely difficult. It takes almost all of my, it would take all of my brain power every day to work on it. And I'm here 8 hours every night. So that leaves me just, that's why it's so difficult. If it's me, I've left about that much time every day to work on it. So it's very challenging. Tommy Wrigley, the early 50s in New Orleans. Tommy Ridgley, R-I-D-G-L-E-Y, the early 50s in New Orleans, $10 on this. All right, so Shinedown's at 27 and Saxon's at 25. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, 4. No condition notes on this, $7.50. Y'all are right now in a vintage, half off, no more, no less. This is Tommy Ridgley, and that's sold. Over here, we have Jerry Rafferty, Night Owl. Jerry Rafferty is $7.50. So Saxon's at 25. Shinedown, Susie's at 17. She was all ready to outbid Matt. Now, so Susie just has it for 17. So Hoopy, you can still bid if you want to, even though you've already said out, because we're now back to a correct bid. Rod Stewart, Tonight I'm Yours, $7.50. And KTP, Certain Things Are Likely, an 86 seal, $10. So Hoopy's back in at 19. So now, Susie, you've been outbid. Hoopy has it for 19. Paul Cantor, Grace Lick, and David Freeberg. This is $7.50. And Jerry Rafferty, Can I Have My Money Back? This is actually sealed, never been opened, has the original Woolsworth price tag. That's technically a hop sticker. $10 on that. Shinedown's now at 18. Hoopy already had it for 19. Saxon looks like it's only going to get one bid. Sell that to Matt Shepard for 25. Okay, now Shinedown's at 20. Watch a lot of record stores and online platforms not move near as volume as you do. Thank you. Thank you. And somebody commented earlier about our shipping department. I think it was Todd Saw and how well everything's clean and graded. Thank you. Thank you. It incredible. I mean, a lot of people don't realize, probably even locals don't realize there's including part-time, between 12 and 17 people throughout the week to make all this happen 8 hours a night. I tell, like, some of my friends come in here for the first time or family, and I'll tell them what goes on. They're like, wow, you got how many people working for you? And I'm like, well, we're at 15 and growing, and sometimes if you count part-time throughout the year, there's 17 different people every week to make this happen every night. And they're like, holy crap, all that for records? I'm like, yeah, that's just records. I feel like I could do the same thing for everything else, but like I said, the difficulty becomes mind-blowing to get it done. But it's my life challenge. Disco Trek. This is a disco compilation. $7.50 for Disco Trek. And then Human League Hysteria. Human League is $12.50. That's not Def Leppard Hysteria. That's Human League Hysteria. $12.50 on that. Let's pull another bonus auction over here. And the next bonus auction is this. We have Talking Heads. More songs about buildings and food. Burning Down the House. We had an autographed copy the other night. We sold it for $500. How about just a plain Jane 78 OG with the original inner sleeve? $25 for that. But my most important thing is y'all, I got to keep people here engaged and buying every night. I think y'all know that. I say that quite often. So that's why I got somebody great like Ed at customer service. I can't make anybody upset. We're going to make mistakes. We always fix them. Everything's guaranteed, because the worst nightmare is a really good customer upset and leaves over something and doesn't come back. So I got to keep everybody happy. So that's why we go through such great steps to check them, but we can miss stuff easily. Sorry, I got choked on a pistachio hull. I'm over here trying to like down pistachios. Trying to down on pistachios. Boss, could you make the string bigger? I can't see it. I'm not for sure what you're talking about. I do have Rick Springfield, though, Living in Oz for $7.50. And Lou Rawls, Merry Christmas, Ho, 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 $7.50. Right now, Hoopy has Shinedown for $23, Susie. You've been outbid. Okay? $23 on that. And then Talking Heads is $25. More songs about buildings and food. That's a $25 start. Bruce Springsteen, The River, $17.50 on that. No condition notes. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Jerry Rafferty, that's a self-titled album. There is writing on the cover. It has a clip corner, $7.50. Spirit, The Family That Plays Together. Spirit is $10. Omar and the Howlers, Hard Times in the Land of Plenty, $7.50. This is Trio, contains the hit Da Da Da, $10 on that. Hank Williams Jr. Rowdy, $12.50. And the Judds, Heartland, the Judds is $12.50. Right now, Shinedown is at $25. Talking Heads, technically the first person to place an official bid, is Matt Shepard at $35. Alan Hagen on RS, which was for Rick Springfield. Both Jerry Rafferty details. The first one was his self-titled album, debut, no condition notes, clip corner, writing, $7.50. And then over here, Jerry Rafferty sealed is $10. And that is, can I have my money back? It's a sealed original. I'm going to make sure Todd Saw doesn't want to bid more on Talking Heads. Final call to Matt Shepard. And then Shinedown, he's out, so final call on that. 25 on that. All right. Adam Bernardi gets both Jerry Rafferty's. I'm going to take another drink of Monster. Sorry, I've tried to down these pistachios over here sometimes, and I choke on them. Hoopy had it a long time ago. No, there was an error on the bidding. Actually, Susie had it a long time ago for 27. She jumped the bid because she thought Matt was bidding on Shinedown, and Matt was actually bidding on a Saxon record. So we basically had to retract the bids and redo it. Now she has it for 25. We know she's willing to pay 27, but he said he's going to stop at 25 and let her have it unless somebody else bids. Final call. Let's read through these one more time, okay? He's out on Talking Heads. This is sold for $35 to Matt Shepard. All right, let me put this away. Growing to companies at a large scale is really a miracle. So, you know, some of these gigantic companies, what they're able to grow to that point, it's when they become like, I mean, something like Amazon, it's like, that's truly almost like a miracle, the complete something of that scale. It's an incredible feat. It's like a near miracle level for something like that to all click and for something like that to happen. Blood, Sweat, and Tears 4, that is $7.50. BST 4. Hell, there's a third Jerry Rafferty. This one's called Night Owl. Jerry Rafferty Night Owl. This has the original inner sleeve, $7.50. KTP, Certain Things Are Likely. That's an 86 sealed copy, $10 on that. Susie does get Shinedown for $25, okay? Let's see what else is in the bonus crate. Paul Cantor, Gresslake, David Freeberg, $7.50. I may have some unclaimed Japanese over here. I do. I've got 2 Japanese pressings. Let's do these for $15 starts. Rock and Roll Memories, Volume 2, The Beatles, $15 start. And Elvis Costello, Punch the Clock, $15. There's 2 Japanese pressings, $15.15. Adam Bernardi does want that third Jerry Rafferty. There you go. Thank you. And then we have Disco Trek, $7.50. Human League Hysteria, $12.50. Lou Rawls, Merry Christmas, Ho Ho Ho, $7.50. Bruce Springsteen, $17.50. The River, Spirit, A Family That Plays Together, $10. Omar and the Howler, $7.50. Hard Times and Land of Plenty. Contains the hit Da 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 Trio, $10 on that. Hank Williams Jr. Rowdy, $12.50. And the Judds Heartland, $12.50 on the Judds. Okay? So, the Beatles has a bid for $15, and so does Costello. Adam Bernardi and Amenities, final call. Anybody else on that half-off crate? I've almost filled up another crate over here, which is wonderful. Absolutely just wonderful. Let me see what else we can get in tonight. I've got to make a decision at what point stop to, man, far as miscellaneous, I don't have any, we went through that little batch of cassettes I found the other night. I don't have any new CDs to show you. I just have, I have these over here. Those have been shown, and these have been shown, so I don't really have any new CDs there. And then, yeah, guess I can show some more records. Guess we're going to have to do records, old-fashioned records. No, I do have magazines. It's kind of what has happened to them, though. That's the question. Could they be right there? Are they right here? There's some around here somewhere. I kind of need to start mixing in something else into the... Okay, that's stuff that... I got tubs over here, stuff that needs cleaning. I got some really nice stuff that just needs cleaning. Let me see what's in this. This is a poster that's been authenticated. We just got to get it back from JSA. Let me put that over there. What's in this tub, and why is it over here in my safe zone? That's smoke stuff. I think. I bet this is signed. It is. So that can go over here. Do you believe in magic? Okay. All right, bear with me. More Indy 45s. I'm looking. I'm trying to make sure I hadn't forgot about anything over here either. See, Sunday, I kind of rested, and then I knew Tyler was going to be here at 2 a.m., technically Monday morning. So I stayed up all day Sunday, and then I stayed up Monday. Tyler, who helped me hang all my posters in my house today, we wasn't done till noon. So I missed my Sunday cleaning day. I usually clean and organize stuff on Sundays. So I have all this miscellaneous stuff lined up for all week. I usually find plenty of CDs, whatever. I usually line it up over here. I stock it. I missed that opportunity. So I'm like, do I need to go ahead, do some more vinyl, stop a little early to do that project? Otherwise, I'm going to be looking all week for miscellaneous stuff about this time every night. So it takes me about a whole night to dig and get out fresh stuff for this time of the night when vinyl kind of starts slowing down. Of course, it does about this time of night. About this time of night, I'm like, okay, what do we need to do next? Kareem Abdul-Jabbar cards. Well, what's going to happen is I'm going to price them, and then you're going to try to make an offer instead of just buying them. And then you're going to regret not buying them. All right, let's do one more nonsense crate. Okay? I think we need to. We got people here. We need to do one more nonsense crate. And then I'll figure out what to do from there. Because I know we still got people wanting records. So let's do another nonsense crate. Okay? Let's do it. Signed albums, rock comics, cue the insults. Here comes Danny Thomason asking for the same stuff. I don't have any of those available right now. Sorry. Still working on it. The Beatles is sold to Amenities for $15. And then Steve Beebe on Elvis Costello for $17. Pam Murray was onto something there about magazines. I'm just trying to figure out where that tub has went. It's got to be somewhere around here. I don't want to do sports cards again. Sports cards took 10 hours and we only sold $200 worth. Those things are time consuming. Margaret Gerhold needs a pack of inner sleeves. Let's bring those out. Maybe we can sell some of those. Got a bundle deal on sports cards. Yeah, I had one that somebody passed on the other night. It's right here, this whole shoebox full. I think it was Mark Weiss. I'd priced it for 95, and I think he offered 75, and then I countered. So I don't remember exactly where I was at, but this was full of hockey and basketball cards, and I think I countered his offer in the middle at 85. There's even a couple pretty vintage ones in here, like this one from at least the early 70s. Yeah, 71, 72. Most of it's 90s and basketball and hockey. So I think I priced at 95. He offered 75. I said 85, then he passed. Okay. This crate's half off, no more, no less. But before I show that, here's what she asked, because she added to her order. She's talking about this right here. These MoFi sleeves. These are $26.99. It's a pack of 50 MoFi sleeves, and these are officially sold to Margaret Gerhold for $26.99. Margaret Gerhold, $26.99. Those are officially sold. Margaret Gerhold, okay? If anybody else wants some, let me know. Half off crate. Great start. The Moody Blues. This is the Moody Blues. It's a 2 LP compilation. No condition notes. $10 on that. $10 on that. Torch. Carly Simon. Gold stamp promo. Carly Simon is $5. So if anybody wants this random box of cards, I thought me and Mark Weiss had a deal the other night. We have John Lennon Shaved Fish, $12.50, which is a John Lennon compilation. Purple capital label on that one. Adventures in Utopia, $10 on Utopia. And The Outlaws Playing to Win. The Outlaws is $10. That's called Playing to Win. No condition notes on that, original inner sleeve. Adam Bernardi on Carly Simon Torch. That's sold to Adam for $5. And Marshall Tucker Band, Running Like the Wind. Marshall Tucker Band, $7.50. Greg Beddinger on the Moody Blues. Grab these now. If there's anything left over, if I don't do a bundle deal at the end, probably going to be some great stuff for the morning flip crate for those going to be watching that in the morning. Some people are watching right now. They're going to be watching it in the morning. Some people are asleep because they had to go to bed, and then when they wake up, they'll be buying stuff in the flip crate. So grab them while you can. John Lennon is sold to Margaret Gerhold, and then Elton John, Rock of the Westies. Elton John is $10, and we'll pause with Montrose Paper Money. Montrose is $10. Let me see what else I had ran across over here. These are cards and card supplies. All right. This was truly just miscellaneous stuff. I need to put some of these. Let me put the lid back on this. Yeah, most of this stuff I just can't get to right now. Hence what I was saying earlier. There's just too much loose articles laying on top of these to, it's like hours of moving and sorting. Hard to do it live. Really, really hard to try to do it live. Matt Shepard on MT for Montrose, and he wants Marshall Tucker, Elton John, and Montrose. Matt Shepard got all three of those. Okay, that left Outlaws and Utopia still left. Lisa and Colt Jam with Full Force. Lisa is $10. We also have Sergio Mendes and Brazil 66, Look Around. $7.50 on that. And Brewer and Shipley Tarkio with one toke over the line. Nice copy. Gatefold jacket. Tarkio, one toke over the line. And it is mastered by Bob Ludwig. $10. Also, we have Corey Hart, Boy in the Box. Corey Hart is $10. And The Waitresses. This one is called Wasn't Tomorrow Wonderful? That is $12.50. And A Man Must Carry On, Jerry Jeff. That's a 2 LP, Jerry Jeff, $15. Adam Bernardi on Brewer and Shipley. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. And Kaja, Crazy People's Right to Speak, $10. Kaja, $10. Amenities on Sergio Mendes. That's sold to Amenities. And Johnny Cash, The Holy Land. This has this refractor cover, OG label. Johnny Cash, $15, The Holy Land. Nielsen, Do It on Mondi. Nielsen is $7.50. And we have Matt Shepard on CH, and that's for Corey Hart. That's so to Matt Shepard. Danny, you have recently bought a brewer in Shipley. I think that was last week or the week before. I remember selling one to you. You were second on that one. We have Autograph. That's the stuff. This one does have a little bit of writing. That's pretty cool to see that in there. Autograph is $13.50. And Fats Domino, this is essentially like a 2 LP compilation. Ain't That a Shame? Blueberry Hill. Here I Am and I'm in Love Again. Fats Domino, $12.50. This is a half off, no more, no less. The price I'm telling you is the final price on those. Jim B has requested we do a Laura or Paul crate half off next. Well, there's 2 more over here from last week that I never did get to, so we probably need to go ahead and do those, eh? And Jim B starts foaming at the mouth and starts shaking, and he starts barking like a dog at the screen. I'm like, dude, just calm down. Over here we have Billy Joel, An Innocent Man. Billy Joel's an 83 UK copy. A UK copy. Very nice. $10 on that. Next is Leslie Holtz on Fats Domino. Here I Am and I'm in Love Again. That's so to him. Wow. Led Zeppelin in the half off crate. Let me just go over here and take my shoe off and kick my foot right in the middle of the wall as hard as I can. It'd be about the same effect. Led Zeppelin is $20 now. Jerry Jeff, A Man Must Carry On. It's a 2 LP. And it's $15. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. David Pokey on Joel, Billy Joel. That's so to David Pokey. And we have The Doors, Greatest Hits. All is quiet on New Year's Day. I just read Denise's comment, and for some reason when I read her comment, I heard U2 in my head. This is The Doors, Greatest Hits. Hello, I love you. Won't you buy me for $17.50? We have Leslie put Z for Zeppelin. That has Achilles' Last Stand on it. Todd wants Jerry Jeff Walker. Let me make sure Danny passes. Danny said take. That's so to Danny. Todd, you were second, but Todd, you were first on The Doors. I can't believe no one's got autograph yet. Ace, Time for Another. Ace is $5. Time for Another, Ace. And we have James Gang live in concert. James Gang is $10. James Gang, $10 for that. And then we have Mountain, Go For Your Life. Mountain's a gold stamp promo, $10 on Mountain. And Utopia, Oops, Wrong Planet. Utopia, $7.50. $7.50. And James Gang passing through. James Gang is $10. ABC Records, original label. Nice copy. $10 on that. A little bit of wear on the jacket over here. It's got wear, but the vinyl looked nice. $10 on that. Give me 1 second, please. Let me see what this says. Okay. Next is Danny on M. M, and that's for Mountain. Is that Kiss Ace? I'm trying to figure out what you're seeing because I don't see one, but I do see James Gang, and I do see Dave Mason for $5. Autograph, the half-off price was $13.50. Right now in the middle of Nonsense, one of our nightly Nonsense half-off crates, no more, no less. Mick Fleetwood, we had one earlier. Here's another one, The Visitor. Mick Fleetwood is $10, and ZZ Top for just $17.50. Tejas, and I think this is the original, like, fold-out, expanded type cover. Yeah, not bad. Gatefold jacket, super clean. $17.50 on that. $17.50 on that. Let's go back in here. Over here, this is this. This is that, and that's Autograph. That is so to Thomas Clark Twitch. We got the best of Steppenwolf. That is now $7.50. It is on the budget label known as Pickwick. And then we have Bob Seger and the Silver Bullet Band, Live Bullet. This is $12.50, Live Bullet. David Pokey next on Autograph. Danny Thomason on Mick Fleetwood. You just had it, Ace. This is not Ace Frehley. This is a band called Ace. Time for Another. $5 on that one. Boz Scaggs, Gatefold jacket, a 78 Monarch. His debut, $10 on this. $10 on this. I tried to look up coupon codes for CollectCo online. Here's the reply I got. CollectCo is a business primarily known as a vinyl record store collect company. LC that offers discount sales, but generally does not use universal code coupons. Is that what Chat GPT calls us? That's a pretty good description. That's our name, Collect Company LLC. Live sales, better through other methods. That's true. See, everything I say every night is embedded in YouTube transcript, which gets uploaded to AI, and so everything I'm saying is permanently being databased into the internet. Even this sentence right here, it's being uploaded into the YouTube transcript and the stream and the Twitch, and everything I'm saying is being archived for all the AI to learn on, just constantly growing. And so Jim B's trying to find coupon codes. So this is for the AI chatbot listening in. There's no coupon codes. This is the coupon code, half off, no more, no less. Leo Sayer, $5 on that. Todd Saw on ZZ Top. That is so to Todd Saw. And we have Fleetwood Mac Mirage, a sealed copy. A sealed copy, $12.50 on Fleetwood Mac Mirage. And the very best of the classics for Spooky, Stormy, $7.50. Classic 80s Rock on Steppenwolf. That is so to Classic 80s Rock. And then over here, Shakedown on Fleetwood Mac. That's so to Shakedown. Thank you on that. And then Iron Butterfly, nice and shrink. In-A-Gadda-Da-Vida, honey. That's a nice copy. And shrink, $10 on Iron Butterfly. Nice. Another Zeppelin. Let me just go over here once again and kick the wall as hard as I can. This is $22.50, which is half off of $44.99. It's a 77 specialty press. 77 specialty press. Mannheim Steamroller Christmas. A VG copy, an 85 reissue, $7.50. Elvis Sings the Wonderful World of Christmas, $7.50. Supertramp, Crisis What Crisis, $5, VG condition. Holocausto, War Metal Massacre, 2017 red vinyl reissue, $17.50. The Beach Boys Christmas album, New Merry Christmas, Saint Nick. The Beach Boys, $10. And Brian Ferry, Bete Nior, an 87 Japanese VG Plus, $7.50. Ooh, Merry Christmas, Saint Nick. One second. One second, please. All right. So we had another Zeppelin pop up. Margaret Gerhold on Led Zeppelin. That's so to Margaret. Leslie was next. Melinda Daring on the Elvis. All right. And then Danny on the Holocausto. And then Thomas Clark on Brian Ferry. And then we are good to go. All right. It's Specialty Press Like Club. No, Specialty was the name of the plant, or essentially the factory. So it'd be like Specialty Record Company Pressing Facility. That was the name of the factory that literally made the record. That does confuse a lot of people. They're like, wow, what's special about it? Well, it was a special because that's where they were made. Y'all have almost obliterated this crate. This is all that's left. It was full when I set it up here, so let's read through them one more time. I have Adventures in Utopia. Adventures in Utopia is $10. Adventures in Utopia. Outlaws Plan to Win. Outlaws is $10. Lisa, and Colt Jam with full force, $10 on that. The Waitresses, $12.50. The Waitresses, Wasn't Tomorrow Wonderful, $12.50 on that. And Kaja, Crazy People's Right to Speak, Kaja, $10. Hold on one second. Sorry, I am doing a silver deal over here. I had to check that. International. Wow, okay. One second. I've got somebody that has 10. This is no joke. He has 10 100-ounce bars of silver. And then I know one person who has one 100-ounce. So I got somebody with 10 100-ounce bars. Wow, that's a lot. That's 1,000 ounces of silver. Golly. So I'm over here like literally making sure I don't make any mistakes before I submit this offer. It's quite a bit of money to make very little. Okay. I think I can finish it after the sale. I just want to make sure I had we were good to go. All right. Danny Thomason on Lisa. This was a full album. Yes. Sell that to Danny, $10. Okay. And then we have Johnny Cash, The Holy Land. This has the lenticular cover, $15 on that. We have Nielsen, Do It Mondon D, $7.50. $7.50 on Nielsen. James Gang Live in Concert, $10. 88 mil. Try more like right now. Try more like 75,000 in melt. And 48 hours ago, it would have been 81,000 in melt. That's the kind of swing. When you start talking about thousands of ounces, you can make or break thousands of dollars in 24 hours. It's hard to predict these markets right now. Utopia, Oops, Wrong Planet, $7.50. James Gang passing through, $10 on James Gang. Dave Mason is $5. Bob Seger Live Bullet, $12.50. Ace, Time for Another, not Ace Frehley, $5. Boss Gags was $10. Last Few Records, Leo Sayer, $5. The Classic Four, $7.50. Iron Butterfly, $10. Manaheim Steamroller, VG, $7.50. Supertramp is VG, $5. Also a VG cover. And then the Beach Boys Christmas album. This one's for Denise. Ooh, Merry Christmas, Saint Nick. $10 on the Beach Boys. So, the international markets opened up. I figured it did. Monday was a bad day for trading, but that Mondays are known for that. They're trying to, well, I don't want to get into a whole silver discussion. I don't want to get into something that's totally unrelated to probably most of y'all's day-to-day lives. And unless you like have half of your net worth invested in silver, this rarely affects you. But it affects the global economy. And we buy and sell it every day, so. Okay, Matt Shepard on Iron Butterfly. That's sold to Matt Shepard, and a Minties on Supertramp. Okay, anybody else on that crate? I think it's time I go through one of these promised, like I said, Paul or Laura crates over here. I think it's one of them's like really, truly an indie crate. Really, truly an indie crate. So I need to probably go ahead and knock that out and liquidate some of those for sure. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. It has been a crazy ride. Some of this stuff's so, I mean, none of it, the trends just don't make sense anymore. I mean, even my Vanguard stuff is on a roller coaster. I'm like, what's going on? About the only thing safe right now is buying more records, right? So let's sell some more. Luckily, some of y'all would be in panic mode if you could get online and there would be like a live quote for record prices every day. And it was volatile as silver. Some of y'all would go into absolute panic mode. But some of y'all like, oh my gosh, Led Zeppelin was up 12% today. What's happening? Oh my gosh, the Beatles is down 19% today. What is going on, Chad? Holy crap, Megadeth has lost 30%. I'd have some people like, they'd be like total panic. I'm glad record doesn't trade like that. I would be panicking. Y'all would be panicking. Oh, I'm glad this is more of a like laid back deal here. And then can I get a pack of MoFi? Jay Nutra wants a pack of MoFi inner sleeves. I keep those right here next to me now for that reason. Jim B would be like, holy crap, NoFX is down 60% today. Jim B would be in panic mode. Holy crap, NoFX, the bottom's dropped out. MoFi inner sleeves is sold to Jay Nutra, $26.99. Holy moly. The price of Limp Biscuits doubled overnight. What's going on? There'd be people dumping them, selling them, buying them. A live stock exchange for vinyl prices. That would be, that's a headache people don't need in their lives. That would be, luckily it's just historically, if you price this over the 70s, it's been slow and steady increase. $7,000 secures 100-ounce bar. No. No. I'm getting quotes from several different sources right now. I think those things are retailing for about $8,000, $8,200. I got prices on Silver Eagles this morning. And I was going to go ahead and buy some for resale. Oh, those are pre-sale. Okay, see, these are all pre-sales. So this is stuff that pre-sale. See all that? That's like they might ship it to you months from now. They're basically trying to buy it so they can get it and then sell it to you at these prices. So I don't think anybody has them in stock. I think if you want an in-stock 100-ounce bar, I bet that's going to run you like $8,500 probably. It's well over spot from what I'm seeing. Yeah. $81. I still don't think they're shipping these. Yeah. Yeah, see, they have last one. I think what they do is they cancel. What I was reading in a Facebook group, if you buy these that are listed even, they cancel your order. That one Facebook group said they've been canceling orders. They still have them listed for sale, maybe like on eBay, but they cancel your order, and then they tell you that they can basically put you on a waiting list. But there's no supply. I think that's the problem right now. There's virtually no supply. I figured, I've been selling silver to our customers, probably some of y'all, for $20, $30 an ounce for years, and I figured those people would be ready to sell. I've reached out to people. They're still wanting to buy. And so everybody's sitting on a great investment right now where they've bought it years ago, and they're obviously not wanting to sell it because they're happy to see where it is going to go from here. So nobody's really dumping their collections off. They're still trying to buy more to see where all this stops. All right, here we go. Half off. Let's see what's in here. Probably a lot of cool stuff if you like indie. I have not found any magazines yet. Black Eyes, a 2009 reissue, post-rock punk, Black Eyes, $15. Folks, this is the crate where Jim B's invoice takes a dramatic turn upwards. Director is Yotan Gat. This is free improvisation, $7.50. Craig Thomas strikes first with Black Eyes. Thelma, the only thing. Thelma is numbered. It's indie rock for $5. The Ophelias, almost. Pink vinyl, indie rock, $7.50. Psychic Temple 4, $7.50. Psychic Temple. OHMME, experimental art rock, $15. The Ophelia, so does Scott Dwallow. Victor Guerra on Psychedelic Temple. Victor Guerra first on Thelma. Pam next on Ophelia's. Q and Not You, a 2009 reissue, indie rock, $10. Q and Not You. Sun Lux, box set volume 1. Half off of $39.99 is $20. A 2019 US reissue 3 LP set, colored vinyl, $20 on that. Craig Thomas on Q, Victor Guerra next. Memory Map, The Sky as Well as Space. Indie rock, math rock, $5. Thomas Clark on Switch for Sun Lux. Y'all are going to like this crate a lot, I can tell. Jim B was second on Sun Lux. Scott Dwallow got Memory Map. OMMADE, this is OMME. It's experimental art rock, and it's called Parts. OHME, Omni, OME, and it's $15. Chad Snyder wants also a pack of MoFi inner sleeves. Anybody else? I literally got cases full of these. MoFi inner sleeves, packs of 50, $26.99. Packs of 50, $26.99. Divorce. Indie rock, left field electronic. Divorce, $10. Spiky wants Oh Me if Adam Bernardi passes. CJ Boyd, Precariat. CJ Boyd, Avant-Garde Rock, $5. Victor Guerra on D for Divorce. Hella Vita, Dromomania. Indie rock experimental, $10. CJ Boyd sold to Victor Guerra. Yorma Whitaker, indie rock. Yorma Whitaker, $5. Scott Dwallow on Hella Vita. Rodrigo Amarante, Drama, $10. Alternate rock, indie folk. The Omi price was $15 after the half-off closeout discount. Scott Dwallow on J.O. for Yorma Whitaker. Adam Bernardi was second. And Victor on Rodrigo Amarante. Victor is loving this crate. Sergenti Kenny Dennis III. Hip-hop. Yellowish Blob, $10. Adam Bernardi does get the OHMME. That means Spiky McVeigh, you're second. There's not going to be anything left in here. This is a one-on-one course on how to completely close out a crate. Victor Guerra, Scott Dwallow said Scott Dwallow did not put J.O. Victor Guerra got the Yorma Whitaker, which was this one. Victor Guerra got Yorma Whitaker. Adam Bernardi second. Victor Guerra got Rodrigo Amarante. Adam Bernardi got the OHMME. Victor Guerra got Serginetti. And Adam Bernardi was second on Yorma. Okay? The only record left so far is Yotan Gap for $7.50. Everything else is sold. Danny has put $10. Whatever that was for, it's already sold. Megadeth, $15. The Sick, the Dying, and the Dead. Whoops, didn't mean for that to be in there. We have Perfecto, You Can't Run from the Rhythm. $10. Look Back on Joe, You Said I Claimed It. Yorma Whitaker was sold to Victor Guerra, not Scott Dwallow. I promise. Unless you're trying to say that you did claim it and I missed it. Megadeth is sold to Victor Guerra. Chris Frazier was next. Thomas Clark was third. Scott Dwallow was fourth. Jim B was fifth. Danny Thomason was sixth. Perfecto is $10. You Can't Run from the Rhythm. Matt Shepard seventh on Megadeth. Scott Dwallow put No. N-O-O-O-O-O. Mike Adams and His Honest Weight. $7.50. There Is No Feeling Better. These are practically giveaway prices for albums like this. Absolutely giveaways. No Joy with signed booklet. No Joy is $11.50. I don't see Vic's claim on Yorma. Let's go back up to the top here. Okay? Right here is the record under review. This is Yorma, which is spelled with a J. Yorma is spelled J-O-R-M-A. It's pronounced Yorma. Yorma. The only other name I know like that in the music industry is Yorma Calcoen, which was the guitarist for Jefferson Airplane. He put J-O, and he was the first person. I may have accidentally, the first time, said Scott Dwallow. That was incorrect. This is not going to Scott Dwallow. This is going to Victor Guerra. He was first, and then Adam, you were second, putting the way it was spelled, putting with a Y. He put Joe for Yorma Calcoen, or for Yorma Whitaker. Okay, now, we have it all worked out. Jeremy Bryant on No Joy. And we have Richard Edwards, Pity Party. A folk album, teal vinyl, Richard Edwards, $5. Holiday Band by Memory Map. Alternate Rock, Math Rock, red vinyl, $5 on that. Victor Villarreal, Sleep Talk. $5 for Victor Villarreal. Adam Bernardi on Honest Weight. Sold to Adam Bernardi. Victor Guerra on HB. Holiday Band. Sold to Victor Guerra. Mad Low Max on RE. Richard Edwards. Who is Mad Low Max on Twitch? Can you remind me of your name, your other name or handle? Okay. Then Scott Dwallow put MM. That means you were second on Memory Map. Adam Bernardi put HM, which means you were second on something. Then Thomas Clark put V for Victor Villarreal. And then Danny was next on Richard Edwards. Mad Lomax is David Robertson. Built and Son, Joe Plummer with Paul Jenkins. $6.50. Colored vinyl with lathe cut. Adam Bernardi gets Perfecto. I was about to say, somebody needs to get these leftover that haven't been claimed. Otherwise, you might not end up with anything out of this crate. Built and Son sold to Victor Guerra. These are almost being sold as fast as I could read them. Was I first on Memory Map? No, Victor Guerra was. He put Holiday Band HB. He was first on that one. He put HB for the name of the album. Y'all have got to trust me on some of these. Y'all are going to have to put a lot of faith into me. I know I make mistakes every now and then, but I'm not going to make 7 in a row. Everybody's like, challenge flag, challenge flag. There's no way I had it. Oh, look at that again, Chad. Challenge flag, challenge flag. You need to, right here, everybody do this. Crack your knuckles, okay? Turn up your volume, and you better get ready to type. I don't know if y'all are using this kind of device or this kind of device, or you're like on an iPad, or you're using voice to text. You're going to have to be fast, okay? You're going to have to like roll your shoulders, stretch. Reptar Lurid Glow, $7.50. Reptar Lurid, Lurid Glow, $7.50. Serginetti with Greg from Deerhoof. Hip Hop, Serginetti, $7.50. Victor Guerra on Rep, sold to Victor Guerra. We have Jess Joy, Patriarchy. I had to sound that one out. $6.50. Serginetti on Victor Guerra. Okay. Sleep Party People. Left Field Electronic Down Tempo, $10. So, Reptar went to Scott Dwallow, went to Victor Guerra. Boy, I'm messing myself up. Another thing is the same people are claiming every single record. Okay, so I've also got to be careful myself. It's literally about 3 people claiming every single record. So I've got to make sure I know where it starts and where it stops. Reptar went to Victor Guerra. Scott Dwallow was second. Victor Guerra got Serginetti. Yep. Adam Bernardi got Patriarchy, which was Jess Joy. That's sold to Adam Bernardi. Scott Dwallow was second. Victor Guerra was third on that one. Then Scott Dwallow put Sleep, which was this. Craig Thomas was second. Adam Bernardi was third. And Ryan Mustaine was fourth. Somebody needs to get Yotan Gat right now, or you're not going to be able to claim a record at all. Whew, here we go. Let's jump back in the fire. Man, this, for the people watching at home, this is pure entertainment right here. Holy moly, Adam Bernardi got Yotan Gat. Everybody's like, good gosh. Whew, I mean, this is truly nonsense. These records should not be at these prices. The Low Anthem, oh my God, Charlie Darwin, $11.50, the Low Anthem. The Ophelia's Crocus, $6.50. And then one more, then I have to tag them. Neutral Milk Hotel on Avery Island, $9 on Neutral Milk Hotel. Okay, let me get all the claims in. Look at them rolling in. Just it's like a ticker tape at the New York Stock Exchange. It's like a big ribbon I'm going to have to pull out and then read them off. Okay, let me go to the top. Victor Guerra on Low. Low Anthem sold to Victor Guerra. Victor Guerra got Low Anthem. Scott Dwallow on CD. Okay. That was for Charlie Darwin. He was second. Spiky McVeigh was third. Shakedown was first on the Ophelias. Shakedown first on the Ophelias. Susie wanted Yo Cam Gap. She didn't even know what she was buying. She just wanted it because she wanted something out of this crate. She put Yo Cam Gap. Susie, you would have been second. Victor Guerra, second on the Ophelias. Adam Bernardi third on the Ophelias. Jim B put LA. Whatever that was, you were next. Craig Thomas put N for Neutral Milk Hotel. So did Craig Thomas. Spiky McVeigh was second. Pam Murray, you were fifth on the Ophelias. Victor next on Neutral Milk Hotel. Joe Castillo next on Neutral Milk Hotel. Jim B next on Neutral Milk Hotel. Paul Schaefer next on Neutral Milk Hotel. It's a mob scene, LOL. Does anyone know what these records even are? LOL. How do I contact Ed? Mark Safe. I'm in danger. My head is hurting. My back is hurting. Chad, my fingers are bleeding. Chad, I have passed out, but I just woke up. Okay, let's keep going. $27.50. I don't even know what it is. It's Chris Schlar, Dropsy, $27.50. Dear Science, TV on the Radio is the name of the band. Indie Rock Experimental, $15, okay? So what was this? It's soundtrack to the video game Dropsy. Orange vinyl, limit of 500, $27.50. $27.50. Darren Johnson gets TV on the radio, and Jim B said he'll take the $27.50 record. He don't even know what it is. He'll take it. He don't even know what it is. My crate's full. Hold on a second. I got to fill up another crate. We're running out of space. Plus, I got to do another one after this one. So Darren Johnson gets this. Jim B gets this. Victor Guerra was next. Scott Dwallow was next. The Buckets, Interstate Demo, $5. The Buckets, Interstate Demo, $5. Raging Slab, Sister Slab, and the Boogie Coalition, Volume 1, $15. $15. Joan of Arc, Indie Pop, $7.50. Boy, I better pause there. Look at the chat. Holy moly. Hold on, let me get a hit of Monster over here. Goodness gracious. I'm going to start just wrapping stuff up in paper where you can't see it and be like, this record was originally $15, now it's yours for $7.50. Mystery record AB. And I think I could sell them. So next is Victor Guerra on the Buckets. Victor Guerra on the Buckets. Scott Dwallow was second. Jim B says, I'm laughing so hard. Ryan Mustaine said, no, seriously. I'm not for sure what you even asked. This is a really bad time right now. Very bad time. If there's something you need me to address, this is possibly the worst time of the night. This is insane. Shakedown on Raging Slab. Scott Dwallow was second. Adam Bernardi third. Joan of Arc sold to Victor Guerra. Rafe next on Buckets. Chris next on JA. Joe Castillo next on J. Jim B next on SS. This is Sons Fiction. $6.50. $6.50 on Sons Fiction. Mike Adams and His Honest Weight, Best of Boiler Room Classics, $7.50. And $10 for another Oh Me. Oh Me, Fantasize Your Ghost. All right, let's pause there. Let all the chats roll in, and then I'm going to tell who was first and who was last. This started over here at this. This started with Chris Frazier on Sons. So did Chris Frazier. Victor Guerra was next. Craig Thomas third. Scott Dwallow fourth. Mike Adams so did Scott Dwallow. Adam Bernardi second. Jeremy Bryant first on Oh Me. Victor Guerra second. Denise third. There's only 3 records left. I'm going to show them right now. Buzzman's Holiday, A Long Goodbye, $10. Buzzman's Holiday, $10. Dale Crover, The Fickle Finger of Fate, Alternate Rock, $6.50. Dale Crover. The Twin, performed by Sound of Ceres, $9. Okay, I've gotten in intense focus mode. Let's see who gets these. Look, man, at this rate, we're going to go right into another one. Pop the champagne. We're about to go right into another one. Let's get these things sold. We're going to send them to new homes, even though I am just repeatedly shooting myself in the foot over here. Jim B was third on the O-Meet. Dale was sold to Scott Dwallow. Then Shakedown. Then Victor Guerra. Twin sold to Scott Dwallow. Chris Frazier second. Joe Castillo fourth on Dale Crover. Buzzman sold to Adam Bernardi. Empty. Folks, adjust your volumes accordingly. Here comes the air horn. 3, 2, 1. Wait till we're doing new vinyl on clearance New Year's Eve. It's going to be like this, but there'll be like 18 claims for a Megadeth record that's been marked down half off, like it was earlier in this crate, but instead it'll be about 18 claims for one at 7:30 when we're rolling through stuff like that half off. I have not looked in here. There could be very well a $119.99 record in here at half off. There's a real good chance that it could be. We're about to find out right now. You and me together are about to go on this journey. A journey in which most people dream of. A world of sensual delights. This is a Seinfeld, okay? The comedian, the gymnast. This is a world most men dream of. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. I come in, I go out to get a quart of milk. Estelle. I go out to get a quart of milk and I come back and I find your I can't talk like her. Treating your body like an amusement park. Glamour magazine? Well, I can tell you right there, that's a bunch of that indie type stuff. And I think that's what the rest of the crate is. Here we go. The Olivia Trimmer Control presents Singles and Beyond. Holy moly. Half off of $59.99, 2000 USOG Lo-Fi Indie Experimental. $30 Olivia Trimmer Control. Sold to Spiky McVeigh. Here we go. Sold to Spiky McVeigh. Mark Weiss was second. Joe Castillo third. Cotton Pony, Boys in the Attic, $5 for Cotton Pony. Louisa Brina, $5. I don't know if this is so much indie here than that label. Laura had a sticky note on some of these. They were like, they were kind of like a label that was specializing in more obscure artists. Okay. We have Spiky on Olivia Trimmer. We already did that one. Mark Weiss was second. Joe Castillo third. Cotton, so did Scott Dwallow. Black Sabbath Haas was second. Black Sabbath Haas. Now, that is a handle I've never heard. I think I know who it is. Just based on that handle, I bet I could pin it down. Here's my guess, and this is just me associating names with people I know. I guarantee Black Sabbath Hoss is Danny Thomason. I guarantee it. This record here is sold to Victor Guerra. I don't even know what it is, but he just bought it. We have Counterfeit Madison, $5 for Counterfeit Madison. Kelman Duran, $5 of 1,000 Faces Astronomica, $5. We're in some $5 buy it, roll the dice. Some of these people know what this stuff is. Some people want to just know what it is. They'll lay down a $5 bill and say, well, heck, give it to me. For 37 minutes of music listening, I'll take it. These are full albums. I must have been right. Black Sabbath Hoss is definitely Danny Thomason. Some of y'all go create handles on different platforms, and I know who y'all are just based on your mysterious handle. Be like, this guy one night, he used to be on YouTube as Jim B. He went over to Twitch and set up a handle, and it said, NoFX #1 fan. And I saw his comment, and I was like, oh, that's got to be Jim B. We have Rafe on 1,000 Faces. Ryan Mustaine said he'll take it just for the heck of it. Somebody already got it. We still got Kelman Duran for $5 and Counterfeit Madison for $5. These are full albums. Zach Rosen, Circles, Folk, Rock, Lo-Fi, $5. These are full albums. Can. Now we're into some little bit different stuff. $12.50. Great Experimental Krautrock, sealed for $12.50. Can. Sealed for $12.50. Wimps. Garbage People. Sealed on green vinyl for $10. Eric Van Leuven. Eric Van Leuven on can. Scott Dwallow was second. Joe Castillo third. Robert Warner fourth. Scott Dwallow on Wimps. He put Woo and Aim. You put those together, you kind of get Wimps. Ryan Mustaine fifth on can. Rafe sixth on can. Link Ray, holy moly, $22.50, half off of $44.99. Colleen Cook gets Zach Rosen for $5. Link is $22.50, sold to Adam Bernardi. Craig Thomas was second. Gap Dream, Shine Your Light. What a cool cover. Gap Dream is $7.50. Ray third on Link Ray. Jim B fourth on Link Ray. The Clean Vehicle. 2013 reissue of a 1990 alternate rock album. The Clean, $20. The Clean, $20. Gap, sold to Chris Frazier. No! Sold to Scott Dwallow. Then Chris Frazier. Then Black Sabbath Hoss. Then William Drugovich. The Clean, sold to Spiky McVeigh. Wow. Jim B was second. And he's also pounding his fist on his keyboard because his internet connection isn't as fast as these Twitch people. You would think by now Jim B would have a Twitch. He won't get on the wagon, though. Off the wagon or on the wagon. Kurt Vile, now just $20. A 2013 OG, limited to 5,000, blue vinyl. Kurt Vile, sold to Shakedown for $20. He was probably already typing Kurt before I could even read what it was. Sold to Shakedown. Scott Dwallow, second. Jim B third, and he starts pounding his fist on his keyboard. Delvin Lamar Organ Trio, Live in Loveland, now just $15. Now just $15. Delvin Lamar Organ Trio. Neil Francis in Plastic Sight, $10. Blues Boogie Funk 2021 US, $10. $10. $10. Next is Delvin Lamar Live in Loveland, sold to Jazz Grog. Neil Francis. Ryan Mustaine put D. Lott. That was probably for Delvin Lamar. Rafe on Neil Francis. Scott Dwallow, third on Delvin Lamar. Are y'all sure you don't want these $5 records where somebody grabs them? Counterfeit Madison or Kelman Duran. Neo Soul. Neo Soul is Counterfeit Madison, and the Abstract Electronic is Kelman Duran. Those are $5 each. Black Sabbath Haas says he'll take both of them. I'm assuming you want both of them. We have, I don't know. It is Spoon. Spoon for $10. Lucifer on the Moon. Spoon versus On You Sound. $10 on Spoon. Spoon Man. Down the dumb. That's Soundgarden. Whoa. De La Soul. $32.50. I can't tell you how fast right now Jim B is trying to type in De La Soul. $32.50. Vinyl Me Please. His keyboard is on fire. He's trying to type in De La Soul so fast right now. First thing is, I got Black Sabbath Haas on both the $5 records, unless he didn't want one. Adam Bernardi won a counterfeit, already sold to Danny. Rafe won a counterfeit, already sold to Danny. Spiky got Spoon. Spiky got Spoon. Scott Dwallow was second. Danny was third. Scott Dwallow said SHIT. Brian Call fourth on Spoon. Joe Castillo fifth on Spoon. Jim B sixth on Spoon. Preston Rose seventh on Spoon. Denise eighth on Spoon. De La Soul sold to Jazz Grog. Craig Thomas was second. Danny Thomason third. Mad Lomax fourth. Jim B fifth. Rafe sixth. Lit Schlitz seven. Golly. If one is electronic music, I'll pass. Okay? So we got a record, a rare putback out of this crate. Kelman Duran is still available. Abstract Experimental Electronic. $5. Next. Strange Boys Behave. Strange Boys, and I think it's called Be Brave. Excuse me. $7.50. Adam Bernardi on Kelman. Adam Bernardi on Kelman. I tagged Danny for a record he didn't want. He didn't even answer. I just tagged him for both. That one goes to Adam Bernardi. Darren Johnson on Strange Boys. Then William Drugovich. And then Danny. Bonnie Prince Billy, Summer in the Southeast. $20. A 2005 OG folk rock. $20. Sacred Bones presents a Record Store Day sampler. $5. Bonnie Prince Billy sold to Spiky McVeigh. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. We're going to sell everything in here. If not, I'm going to be extremely disappointed. I might have to cancel tomorrow's sale if we don't sell everything in here. Sold to Spiky McVeigh. Danny was second. I'm going to read 3 off in a row. Fast action. Havasu, Pedro the Line. Holy moly, $45. Jim B is trying to type that in as fast as he can. Off, Hallucinations. A 69 German with poster sleeve, $10. And Energy Center Control, the Lightning Plus One, $15. Oh my gosh, that was some good stuff right in there. Some of those are reissues and OGs of some pretty cool records. Let me step away. Let's get the chat settled. And then I'm going to come back and start reading off stuff. I'm going to be like this, and this, that, and that. Boom, 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 boom. So first thing we have is this. I showed Pedro the Line. Pedro the Line is sold to Scott Dwallow. He got his H in first for the name of the album, Havasu. Darren Johnson was second. Spiky McVeigh third. Jim B fourth. Shakedown first on Off. Spiky McVeigh was second. which I think is the actual name of the album. Something Twin, yeah. Spiky second. Jim B third. Danny fourth. Adam Bernardi fifth. Ryan Mustaine, you were fifth on Pedro the Lion. Robert Warner next on off. Brian Call next on off. And Jim B finally gets one. ECC. Danny was second. Then Brian Call. Okay. King Bullard version, Songs of the Boss label. A 2003-13, $10. Two more. This is $22.50. Star Effer, Miracle Mile, $22.50. And Spoon, Girls Can Tell, half off makes this $30. A 2001 U.S. First Press. Golly, how many times in here have I shot myself in the foot? Just constantly. I'd be better off going down here and walking around Walmart and paying people $100 just to punch me in the face. Here's $100. Punch me as hard as you can right in my mouth. King Bullard version sold to Black Sabbath Hoss. Danny Thomason. Brian Call second. Rafe on Star Effer. Shakedown first on Spoon. Jazz Grog next on Spoon. Eric Van Leuven third on Spoon. Spiky fourth. Scott fifth. Jim B sixth. Brian Call seventh. Denise ninth. Did you put back Pedro the Lion for me? Did I put it back for you? I never did see you do say put it back. You put Jibri Darin the Pedro. Is that what you meant by put back Pedro the Lion? There's a comment that says Jibri Darin the Pedro. Is that what you mean by put back Pedro the Lion? Let's do three more here. Snap out of it. Is that what that says? Danielson. Danielson is $5. Danielson is $5. Tropical F Storm, Deep States, $17.50. Country Funk, 69 to 75, $25, half off of $49.99. Okay, so before I start tagging these, we got to go back to Pedro the Lion. Okay? The first person on Pedro the Lion is putting this back. The next person in line was Darren Johnson. Darren, I just want to confirm you're still watching. You're officially getting the Pedro the Lion for $45. It was half off of $89.99. The next person in line after him is Spiky McVeigh. Okay? Now, I left off right here. We have Scott Dwallow on Snap Out of It. That's Danielson. Spiky McVeigh second. Danny was third. Brian Call fourth. Tropical F Storm sold to Jeremy Bryant. Danny was second. Adam Bernardi third. Country Funk sold to Danny Thomason. Jim B fourth on Tropical F Storm. Chris Frazier next on, I lost my train of thought. Everybody's next. Okay? Everybody that claims something, you were next. Here's three more. Sharon Jones and the Dap Kings, $10. Skid Row live in London, $15. Metallica, the Black Album, Walmart exclusive, $20. What is going on? This is insane. Edwin, you're about 3 minutes late on that question. And not only that, these are going so fast, it would be near impossible to get a question in. There's no way to possibly ask a question about any of these. These are going to go so fast. These last few records, make sure you've cracked your knuckles and you've done all your finger exercises. Okay? Otherwise, you're going to get beat out quickly on this. Let's start right here with Sharon Jones. we have Chris Frazier first, Scott Dwallow second, Jim B third, Chris Frazier fourth. Timeout. Chris Frazier put SJ for Sharon Jones. Scott Dwallow second, Jim B third. Then Chris Frazier put another S, which means he also got Skid Row. He was first to both. Then Danny was second on Skid Row. Jim B third on Skid Row. Chris Frazier got all three of those. He was also first on Metallica. Look at this. Chris Frazier first, SJ, Sharon Jones. Then Scott, and then Jim B. Then Chris Frazier put S again for Skid Row. Then Danny, then Jim B. And then he was first again on Metallica. And that means Preston was next, Chad was next, Jim B was next, Phil Elliott was next, Susie was next. Everybody else was next. He was first on all three of those. That's like pulling that one-armed bandit and sevens going across. Here we go. Three more. Scott Dwallow threw a flag. I've already reviewed all three of them. Chris Frazier got all of them. We have Overkill, really 14. This is $50. This is already sold to, what's his name? Jason Jones. That's already sold. I've been looking for that record. I've been looking for that. That one's null and void. That's one of those deals. Somebody said, Chad, do you still have Overkill? Blah, 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 blah. That's already sold to Jason Jones. Jason, are you watching? He can vouch for it. That one's null and void. Okay? Chad, my S was a Skid Row, and you put it as the first album. We have a flag on the play. Scott wants me to review his S's for Skid Row and Sharon Jones. Okay? He is trying to say that the S for Skid Row and not for Sharon Jones. Boy, that's a tough one. There was two back-to-back. Man, that's a tough one. Because Chris put SJ, then you put S, and then Jim P put SJ, and then Chris put S again. Okay? So with that being said, technically, he has dibs on S, which could technically be for Skid Row. He said he didn't want Sharon Jones. Okay? Chris Frazier gives Scott the Skid Row. Okay. I know it's fast paced. One more letter will help you probably better secure something. Chris Frazier said give it to him. Tag this for Scott Dwallow. Okay? Tag this for Scott Dwallow. I was going to say, might literally have to leave it up to Chris Frazier. He is being very generous, and he said, give this to him. Okay? And then Danny wants to say, wasn't I second on Skid Row? You are now. No, technically now you was, oh my gosh. Well, no, now you would technically be second on Skid Row. Technically, you were third, I guess. Oh my gosh, yeah. Okay. So let me pause there and let me recap what just happened. So earlier there was a Skid Row record. Scott was first. Chris was technically second. Then Black Sabbath would have been third. Okay. Overkill was null and void. That's so to Jason Jones. If he decides he doesn't want it anymore because I was supposed to find it for invoices today, Chris, it's yours because you were first, okay? Chris was first on that one too. Then Victor, then Black Sabbath. All right. Let me go down to the bottom. I'm almost done. I'm almost going through everybody's comments. Okay? We'll do this one first. Nightwish, Human Nature. Half off of $22.50. Nightwish. I'm not showing anything else until the first comment comes up. Nightwish. Sold to Chris Frazier. No doubt about it. Sold to Chris Frazier. No questions asked. Sold to Chris Frazier. There it is. It's on your screen right now in the middle of the chat. Chris Frazier was first. Not even close. Victor Guerra came in 1 second later. Jim B came in 2 seconds later. Scott Dwallow came in 5 seconds later. Jim B came in 5 seconds later as well. Sold to Chris Frazier. Here we go. Lee Fields, Let's Get a Groove On, $10. Looks like a reissue of a funk soul album. Lee Fields, $10. Lee Fields, $10. Sold to Shakedown, no questions asked. Sold to Shakedown, 100%. There is no, that's as black as white as I can make it. Black Sabbath was second. Jim B was third. Yotan Gat, Iberian Passage, Psych Soul, $7.50. Yotan Gat. Earlier, there was one of those left behind. It almost didn't get claimed. It took a while. Sold to Scott Dwallow. Sold to Scott Dwallow. Rafe was second. Jim B was third. Folks, we're down to the last 7 records left. 7 records left. The Low Anthem, $6.50. The Low Anthem. $6.50. The Low Anthem. $6.50. Sold to Spiky McVeigh. Danny Thomason second. Victor Guerra third. Jim B fourth. Next one. Sebado. $9. Sebado. Defend Yourself. $7. Now, before I say anything, there's a comment from Scott Dwallow that says we. Now, that's nothing remotely close to Sebado. There's a comment from Scott Dwallow that says we. And then Danny was next on S. Craig was third. Spiky fourth. Jim B fifth. Victor Guerra sixth. Joe Castillo seventh. Thomas Clark eighth. Ryan Mustaine ninth. So my question to Scott Dwallow was SE. The W is right above the S. I figured you just got auto-corrected. He said he'll bow out. This is sold to Danny Thomason then. Sold to Black Sabbath Haas. Next record. Elizabeth King and the Gospel Souls. A Funk Soul Gospel album reissue. $5. $5. $5. Elizabeth King. Now, Jim B is the first new comment. He's put a T. Now, there's nothing in this title that even has a T in it, except Elizabeth. Jim, are you trying to claim this and you literally just pressed any button on your keyboard and hopefully that you got something? He says, I was messing. This is sold to Rafe. Black Sabbath Haas was second. Okay, I think at this point somebody's just trying to press a random letter. Hope it's something in the title. Just like, man, maybe if I put a P and send it right now, it'll time out perfectly and there'll be something P in this title and it's close to something else on the keyboard. And maybe by some miracle of God, I'll be able to get something out of this crate. Wayne McGee and the Sounds of Joy, $7.50. Wayne McGee, The Sounds of Joy, $7.50. Sold to Black Sabbath Haas. Jim B was second. Jim B, I have also been told this is not a game. There's some people taking this very seriously right now. Okay? I mean, there's some heart rates right now that are just flying. Mine's kind of up right now. The Wayne McGee comments are still coming in. They're still coming in. I'm letting the chat settle down a second. I can't have any confusion on this next claim. Otherwise, it's going to get confusing. There can't be confusion or it's going to get confusing. Mavis Staples, You Are Not Alone, $10. Mavis Staples, $10. Mavis Staples, $10. Sold to Black Sabbath Haas. Robert was second. Tim Vigari was third. There are 2 records left in here. 2 records left in here. Ron Mustaine, fourth. Joshua Virtue, Jackie's House, genre hip-hop, $5. $5. Sold to Black Sabbath Haas. Then there's a random D for Denise. I don't think it was for that. Susie put Hiss. I don't think it was for anything in there. Last record. I'm about to show it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Syphilis. I think that's some sort of disease. $6.50. Wow. Whew. Sold to Scott Dwallow. Black Sabbath was next, then Susie Q. Whew. Everybody can take a deep breath. It's over. It's over. You can go home now. Soldier, it's over. You can go home now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. Whew. Y'all made it. Congratulations. Wow. Unbelievable. And that is CollectCo at its peak. That is CollectCo at its peak. It's 2 a.m. Central Time. We just sold an obscure crate. Some stuff not so obscure, but most of it was of indie, alternative, left field electronic at 2 a.m. Central Time to viewers all over the world. There's viewers right now all over the world. 2 a.m. just completely cleaned out 2 crates. That's right, 2 crates. That is Pete Koletko. And this is why people keep coming back. About an hour ago, I was thinking about ending the show at midnight. 2 or 3 hours ago, I was thinking about stopping at 11. Wow. Happy 2026. I won't be on for a while due to a newborn. Congratulations. It's 1 a.m. Central, 2 a.m. East Coast. I always say the East Coast time because it sounds better. I always say the East. It always sounds better. 2 a.m. East Coast. How many people's on the East Coast right now? There's a lot. There's a lot, actually. And then you got, you know, like Wolverine and Steve Biddlecombe watching over in England right now. The British are over there having their tea and toast. They're getting their day started. They're over there having the British are over there waking up having their tea and toast. They're having their tea and toast. The British over there. See, Wolverine, 7 a.m. the UK. He's over there having his tea and toast. I don't know if that's what y'all eat over there. Tea and toast for the British. T.O. Review just said Mavis Staples. You are very late. Jim B. So earlier, Wolverine and one other person also said any unsold auctions. The only unsold auctions tonight are Tame Impala and Rob Halford. So Rob Halford Crucible was a 2023 U.S. reissue on ghostly purple vinyl, sealed, $95. And then Tame Impala Currents. Tame Impala Currents is a 2015 OG purple and orange vinyl. Technically violet and amber. If you want to get really, 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 really specific. Looks like purple and orange to me. The people at Crayola would call it violet and amber. Okay, if you worked at Crayola, you got to be a little bit more colorful. No plum intended. No punting. Sometimes you got to back up and punt on 4th down. This is $95. It's a steal. It's an absolute incredible steal at $95. I told Jim B I would take $90 for it. He's been offering me $80 for this for over 5 hours. For over 5 hours, he's been offering me $80 for this, just over and over and over. And I said, here's the price, $90. It is a steal. You're literally stealing it from me. And if you purchase this for $90, you will get arrested, and how you will have to serve time. Okay? So it's your decision. You can pass on it, or you can buy this and get arrested. Rafe said he will take it for $90. This is sold to Rafe for $90. Tracy was second. Congratulations, you're now getting arrested. You will be hearing sirens momentarily. It's not going to be like, hey man, we got a warrant for your arrest, you got to come with us. It's going to be more like they kick in the door and they're going to swarm your house and you're going to get like tackled by SWAT, and it's going to be like, you know, get down on the ground, that kind of arrest. It's not going to be like, hey, we got a warrant, you got to come with us, man, I'm sorry. It's going to be like one of those they kick in your door kind of arrest. Okay. So, Did my steel not make it? What is steel? S-T-E-E-L. Steel? What is steel? Man, I guess at this rate we could start putting new vinyl on sale. Anybody interested in Christmas LPs? We accidentally over-ordered. Me and Laura started ordering the same records during Christmas time, and then she accidentally submitted a cart twice, and we ended up with overstocked Christmas albums. That's going to be one of the first crates I go through on New Year's Eve, or I can show them right now. I'm just literally trying to get my money back. Y'all can buy them at my wholesale cost. Okay? I got duplicate Christmas albums that we double ordered, and then she double ordered her double order. So I'm literally just trying to probably get costs back out of them because I don't want to hold on. Everybody's like, just hold on to them for a year. I'm like, nah, that's not my style. I'd rather just lose money and then order them again next year. Not my style. I don't hold stuff. We do a thing called turn and burn. Okay? That's also what the grocery business does. You turn them and you burn them. Not literally, but that's how you do your inventory. You got to burn through it. I think that's what they mean. Or literally, they might be burning the groceries. I don't know. Okay? I got Jimmy Buffett Christmas Island. This is $10 off, $24.99. Mele Kalikimaka, Jimmy Buffett's classic holiday album, $24.99. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I also need to put a crate right here. Let me just grab this crate. And we have filled up this crate. The Incredible Steel. What was that? Incredible. Did my steel not come in? Ryan Mustaine, you put steel, S-T-E-E-L, okay? Now, when I was saying this was a steel, I was using a different verbiage, a different phonetic form of that word. The steel I was using was S-T-A-L, as in, I am going to go steal from Seth tonight while he's asleep. Now, you were putting steel like Andrew Carnegie. Like, the Empire State Building is built of very good steel. Now, if this was the claim for Tame Impala, then technically you have dibs on it. If that's what you were trying to claim, the Tame Impala. If not, then it's Rafe's and then Tracy Saunders. Nobody wants Jimmy Buffett. Poor Jimmy Buffett. Okay? Poor Jimmy Buffett. Let's try another one. She and Him. I don't remember these. Let's see, they were 24. Let's do these for $16.99. She and Him Christmas, translucent green apple vinyl with metallic silver ripple. These were $24.99. Let's make these for $16.99. $16.99. She and Him. I'm going to start a new crate with these. I can see clearly now the rain is gone. $16.99. Sold to Scott Dwallow. Sold to Shakedown. Sold to Black Sabbath Haas. She and Him, is that Zoe? I honestly don't know. Somebody said yes. There's one left, X-Wing, if you want it. Share. Crazy. Half off at $14.99. Share Christmas, half off $14.99. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Zoe Deschanel from, oh, is that who that is? She looks, I don't recognize her as a brunette. So X-Wing, you've got dibs. If not, Jason Porter, half off on Share. Share Christmas, $14.99. These are crazy, okay? Just literally trying to move them. Christmas is 360-something days away. $14.99. Tracy Songer, Susie Q, Pam Murray. I got to find out if Ryan Mustaine, yeah, that was my steal comment, also because the cover had a steel ball. Okay. Well, hold on a minute. I'm gonna have to literally pull out my rule book for Tame Impala. Time out. Let's tag these first. So she and him, X-Wing gets the last one, $16.99. Okay. Share was sold to Tracy Songer, Susie Q, Pam Murray, Black Sabbath Hoss, Regina Tabor, and there's 2 left. Okay. 2 left. Zoe Disney Channel. The Zoe I remember was Zoe 101, which was Britney Spears' little sister. And that was my first crush. Zoe 101. Jamie Lynn Spears. I was like, I don't know how old I was. When was that TV show on? That was my like childhood crush. I was like, dang. And they went to that, it was like a boarding school. And I was like, man, can I go there? Is this a real place? Okay. So, Rafe. Here's the deal. Technically, Ryan Mustaine was the first to claim the Tame Impala, I think. But Rafe may have asked something before that. So we're really getting into the weeds on this Tame Impala. Jim B, you could have saved me a lot of headache. No, Rafe had first dibs. Yeah, see, he put up here, what tame, and then you put steal. He still gets it. He asked about it before you, okay? Rafe asked about it, then you claimed it, then he claimed it for $90. It's still sold to Rafe for $90, okay? There's that. Now Jim B's offering full price. Hey, he's on Twitch. This is the same thing that happened with that Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Here's a clue on Coletco. Buy it when you have the opportunity. Immediately. Boom. Okay. So shares half off at 14. Jimmy Buffett's $10 off at 24. Let's do Casey Musgraves $10 off. $24.99 for a very Casey Christmas. $24. I'm literally getting these down to the same price you could buy them as a record dealer. The wholesale cost on some of these. $24.99 for a very Casey Christmas. $24.99. Okay? I got 2 shares left. We'll do these. Just $14.99. Andra Day, Merry Christmas from Andra Day. $14.99. I've got 5 left. Red vinyl includes the singles Winter Wonderland and Someday at Christmas, performed by Stevie Wonder and Andra Day. $14.99. Mark Veese, I still need you to buy this box of hockey cards. I'm so mad I didn't take your first offer the other night. I'm literally trying to reduce 1 million different items in the store. People start making offers. I've got to start saying fast, sold fast enough, unless they come from Jim B. Nobody on Andrew Day. Oh, man, this is a classic. I'll do this one $7 off. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, $29.99. That's my last copy. $7 off. Another big one, Michael Bublé. Let's do this one, $5 off, $24.99. Michael Bublé's on red vinyl. And then these have always been kind of pricey since they came out on vinyl for the first time. Rod Stewart, Merry Christmas Baby. I'll do these instead of $47, $34.99. $34.99. Rod Stewart, Merry Christmas Baby. Indie exclusive red vinyl. That's $34.99. Susie is like, yes, please. I'll take every bit of Rod Stewart you can give me. That's so to Susie Breedlove. She is like, hot diggity dog. Thank you, Chad. Merry Christmas to me. Ryan Mustaine put MB $22. Is this an offer on Michael Bublé? The prices I'm saying on the new vinyl are the final discounts, especially at this time of the night. Another Casey Musgraves. This one was $37. I'll still do it the same price as this one, $24.99 for the Casey Musgraves Christmas show. $24.99. $2,500 signed Metallica. I hope that you're joking. We have a Charlie Brown Vince Guaraldi Trio Zoetrope picture disc, $29.99. $29.99. $29.99. I have 2 signed Metallica albums. They're $10,000 in each. They're very much worth it. I have a signed Kill 'Em All. I'm still waiting for the LOA. And I have a signed Ride the Lightning. And then I think Paul just did a deal on another signed Master of Puppets, but there's no Cliff Burton. I think he did. He was showing it to me earlier today. Somebody mailed it in. I think he literally just did a deal on it. I think. Okay? So I have now 3 signed Metallica records. They're 10,000, 10,000, and I don't know about the third one. It'll be a long time before we can sell it because we got to get it certified properly. $29.99. This is sold to Mad Lomax and Ryan Mustaine. Shakedown was third. Now, Shakedown's usually not third. Let's do this for $25 off. Home Alone Christmas. Tom Petty, Southside Johnny. Of course, the great music from John Williams, and you even get Darlene Love, All Alone on Christmas. $24.99. Christmas on sale. I'm going to do this next one as a percentage, okay? This next one as a percentage was originally $84.99. Let's do it 25% off. So I'm multiplying. Timesing's a bad word, right? $84.99 multiplied by 0.75, $63.74 for James Brown Christmas. $63.74, the complete James Brown Christmas. $63.74. Black Sabbath Haas first on Home Alone. $24.99, sold to Black Sabbath Haas. Ryan Mustaine was second. Patrick Lear on James Brown. Make sure this goes in for $63.74. Okay, sold to Patrick Lear. Let's do Mariah Carey at just $19.99. All I Want for Christmas is world peace. $19.99. Susie put Home. Not for sure if that's a claim. We have George Strait, Classic Christmas. $10 off, George Strait, $24.99. Susie was third on Home Alone. The King of Country, $10 off, $24.99. Steals. Hold on, I gotta stretch my leg. Oh my gosh. Hold on, I gotta stretch my other leg. Oh my gosh. Good luck with that. Was that for my world peace reclaim? Yeah, that's not happening. Don't tell John Lennon. $24.99. We have one for Danny Thomason, one for Chris Frazier, one for Matt Shepard, and one for Leslie Holt. All gone. And then we have two more Rudolphs, which I've already marked down for $29. Oh boy, Christopher Cross Christmas, $10 off, $19.99. Christopher Cross Christmas. So this is Christmas, and what have you done? I'm trying to find the mouse to my keyboard. I need to refresh the screen to see what the timer says. I hope it's a good one. I've lost my mouse pad. Where are you, mouse pad? And 6:55. Well, it's not good because I don't know where my cursor is, which means if I wanted to like end the sale right now, I couldn't. Okay, I found it. So this is Christmas, and what have you done? Okay. Sleighing. Sleighing. I'm going through the snow. Okay, anybody else? We took a little bit of den out of there. So flash sale on Christmas LPs. I've got Jimmy Buffett Christmas Island, $10 off, $24.99. Share Christmas, half off at $14.99. A Very Casey Christmas, Casey Musgraves, $24.99. Andra Day, Andra, $14.99. Merry Christmas from Red Vinyl. Michael Bublé, $5 off, $24.99. Rod Stewart, 12 off sticker, $34.99. Another Casey Musgraves, also $24.99. That one's even more off. Mariah Carey, $10 off, $19.99. All I Want for Christmas Is You. Rudolph, $7 off at $29. And a Christopher Cross on Christmas on white vinyl, $19.99. Sleigh bells jingling, ding, ding, ding-a-ling, ding. Sherry Darnell on Share for $14.99. The Charlie Brown Zoetrope. Let me go up front and find out. I need to pull the Christmas records off the rack up front. I think it's about time to pull those off the floor because this will be part of the 6 a.m. video now that I've decided to do this now instead of New Year's Eve. I need something to put in the... Boy, it's cold up here. Let me go ahead and turn on this heat. Holy moly, no wonder. Whew. The heat hadn't been on up here. It's freezing outside too. Let me add more to this, and maybe there'll be a Charlie Brown pop up, but I don't think so. Charlie Brown's already sold. All right, Grinch, $5 off, $24.99. Mary J. Blige, $12 off, $24.99. Bright Eyes Christmas album, $19.99. Brandy, we'll get those all the way down to $19.99. Those were $33. Mariah Carey Christmas 2. Merry Christmas to You, her second one, $19.99. Grinch, there's 2 more. There's 1 more. And then there's another Mariah Part 2. All right. Let me go get the other records in the bin. Sailing, get me to where I'm going. All right. Nice. John Denver and the Muppets, $5 off, $19.99. Reba, that was $33. We'll get that one down to $24. Gwen Stefani, $10 off. We'll get that one down to $29. And New Edition, that was $33. We'll get that one down to $24. New Edition. Okay. And I think that's all the new sealed Christmas albums I have in this building, unless there's some mixed in just all the other random crates of new vinyl we have, which there is a chance, but I think I tried to put everything together that last week before Christmas when I was showing these. John Denver, So Did Danny for $19.99. Okay. All right. Okay, so there's that. Let me see what else we can do. Next off crate. Well, I don't think there's nothing as sane as what we did a moment ago. Let's see. We got. Let me think about this. Let me move this chair. Oh, ooh, that was a great knee adjustment. What do I have? What is all this? These are posters, flats. Let me think about this. Bear with me. Okay, so what do we need to show next? I got scratch and dent records. Let me go get those off Ed's desk. It took me a second to sit down and think about it. I got scratch and dent records back here. They're not scratched, but they're probably dented. Let's go take a look at those. Grab them now before it's too late. It's too late to turn back now. I believe, and I think, oh, no. Treat her like. Ba-da-da-da. Ba-da-ba-da. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Da-da-da-da. Okay. Spot silver. That is nearly a thing of a past. If you find where some's at, let me know. Okay. I've got corns, seam splits. I got seam split corns $10 off for $29.99. Seam split corn for $29.99. See you on the other side. That's $10 off. 20th anniversary. Indie exclusive colored vinyl. I'm coming undone. Dun, dun. I'm coming undone. Dun, 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 dun. Y'all know that one? That's on here. Corn is $29.99. Before this came into print, it hadn't been available since I've been buying and selling new vinyl. So that one's always been pretty tough to get. $10 off sticker, $29.99. One sold to Danny, one sold to Chad Snyder, and I have this many still left, okay? Susie wants one, $29.99. There are 3 left. The rest of these I've just got ones of. This one was originally 34. Let's do it for 29. Corn is colored vinyl. Yes, pink. Just a small seam split, $5 off. Blaze Foley. Silicon Messiah, $5 off. $29.99 for that as well. Just that one seam split at the top. $5 off. Danny gets Blaze for $29.99. That's sold. What color or year for was Mariah? Merry Christmas 2, I really don't know. But Merry Christmas, the first one, should be on red vinyl. Either one of them's $19.99. All right, this one I'll do $5 off. Seam split, the replacements, don't tell a soul. Seam split, $5 off, $24.99. X-Wing gets a corn for $29.99. There's 2 left. Scratch and dent sale. The replacement's $24.99. I'll do this one, $5 off. Seam split, social distortion, $34.99. $5 off. Music on vinyl press, $34.99. Mariah Carey sold for $19.99 to Chad Snyder. Matt Shepard gets social distortion for $34.99. Sold to Matt Shepard. $24.99. This needs to go in the Christmas crate. Bing Crosby seam split. Seam split. This does have David Bowie and Ella Fitzgerald, and it comes with the Christmas ornament. $24.99. I'm going to put that one down in there. And then the last seam split, we'll do this one for $31.99. That's $5 off. $31.99. Steve Miller Band's greatest hits. It was $36. It's got a seam split. Okay? It does have a seam split. Sell Leslie the Bing Crosby. Make sure that goes in for $24. And so that leaves 2 corns at $29 with seam splits. That also leaves a replacements for $25 and a Steve Miller Band for $31. Seam splits. Killers. Susie wants one of the Mariahs up front. Merry Christmas 2. Sold to Susie Q 6179 for $19.99. Me go make sure that was everything in the back from Hatchet Ed's desk. So that stuff I laid on his desk because it was damaged and I was supposed to look it up, get the invoice number, send it back for a refund. I think he even looked them up for me. I sent some back and I forgot to do the rest of them, and time's expired, and now I'm trying just to get our costs back out of them. Yeah, I think that's it. If there's more back here, it may be mixed up in other crates, and I don't want to mess with his stuff because he might have a system back here and I don't know what's going on. So you don't want to start messing with people's desk. He's gonna be like, oh my gosh, you've messed with my desk. And then he takes his hatchet and smashes it right in the back of my head. So we don't want that to happen. All right. I used to keep other scratch and dent over here. I hate saying scratch and dent because you think it's like scratched, but it's really damaged jackets is what they are. I don't think I have any more. I've got these Ugly Kid Joes, but I've already turned in the return for them, so those are going back. There was a bunch of those. That was when there's like 20 scene splits of one title. I'm like, oh my gosh, yeah, we got to send these back. It's like hundreds of dollars. Okay, what else are y'all thinking? I mean, I'm going to stop at 2 regardless. At 2 a.m., I've got to stop this wagon, even though we still got time on Facebook. But my to-do list is growing the more I'm walking around the store looking for stuff. So we got some time for a few more last-minute grabs. Chad, will you send me the ash can from the earlier for full sticker at $114.99? I can do that. I need to find that right now. And yes, I still need to find Kenyard for $80. You're absolutely right. So first thing, let me try to find that for you. Let me shift some stuff around. Does anybody have anything you want me to look for? Anything you want me to try to find? Any questions on what I may have in stock? Anything that I need to get in stock? Anything that you want me to have in stock but I never will? Anything that you think that I should have in stock, even though it'll probably never happen, but you can wish and ask anyway? Anything that you want me to be that I'll never be? Anything, anybody want me to be a person, a kind of person? Does anybody want me to change the way I view life? Anybody really want me to like really understand the meaning and the mysteries of the universe? I'm looking right now for a record for grog. Right now I'm looking for a record for grog. I found it. Found a record for grog. Big sale here. Thank you. Thank you. This is sold. This is sold to grog for $114.99. Thank you. Ash can in from the cold. That's sold to grog. I need to find Kenyard for you. Yes. We got a request for half off MoFi. Maybe. We're looking for Guy Lombardo and his Royal Canadians. Maybe. Linda Blair poster. Possibly. Half off gold bars. Could happen. Spawn movie soundtrack. It's a possibility. Led Zeppelin 1 and 3 new. Very much so. Are You Human or Are You a Dancer? Both. Danny still wants me to try to find them top loaders. I better write that down right now. I know you're not going to forget. Top loaders. Golly. I keep forgetting. A Ron Santo rookie. Cream and Stone magazines. Talk with a British accent. Can you order the new OC's album for me, Chad? Abomination revealed at last. Okay, OC's. Abomination. All right. That was EX or better, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's really nice. Do you have an Undercurrent album earlier? Not to my knowledge. $6.99. I don't want to sell anything, buy anything, or possess anything as a career. I don't want to sell anything bought or possessed, or buy anything sold or possessed, or process anything sold or bought, or processed, or repair anything sold, bought, or processed. You know, as a career, I don't want to do that. Wow. Any Pablo Cruz? Yes, lots. Bill Evans Undercurrent. Aha. Bill Evans Undercurrent. Yeah, we had that earlier. It wasn't, if there's a band called Undercurrent, I don't have that. But I did have Bill Evans right here. He's been replaced with Limp Bizkit. Can you get Pantera Cowboys from Hell? I should have that in stock. It should be $29.99. So we have a couple requests for some. All of a sudden, we have a lot of people needing Zeppelin reissues. Led Zeppelin reissues. There's Presence. There's Led Zeppelin Presence. A lot of people all of a sudden needing Led Zeppelin reissues. Led Zeppelin reissues. Depeche Mode, Iron Maiden, Kylie Minogue, Kate Bush, Violent Femmes, Heart, Steppenwolf, Bosses, Led Zeppelin, Oasis, Stone Temple, Led Zeppelin, Soundgarden, Tom Petty, SpongeBob, Crash Test Dummies, Gordon Lightfoot, Kiss, Rolling Stones, Neil Young, Boston, AC/DC, Yes, Kraftwerk, Def Leppard, Pink Floyd, and David Gilmour. Physical Graffiti, $44.99. Led Zeppelin, $29.99. Led Zeppelin, $33.99. Everything I just read off was new and sealed records. Matt Shepard wants a Led Zeppelin 1. Sold. In the days of my youth, I was told what it means to be a man. Now I've reached that age, I try to do all those things the best I can. Good times, bad times, you know I've had my share. Boom, 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 boom. Around I said I want a home, a man as good as me. You know I had a handsome damn, you darling, you'd be alright. Love me till the end. And you whispered in my ear, I lost another friend. Oh, good times, bad times, you know I've had my share. Da ba 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 ba, she ba ba da da. Boom 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 boom. Down. Ba da. Oh no, I'm not alone. Down, down, down. I never at home. I'm gonna love you each and every day. You can feel the beat within my heart. Realize, sweet baby, you ain't never. Okay, that was Led Zeppelin. Good Times, Bad Times on Coletco Hit 100 FM something something. Coming up next is the Lemon Song. I'm still looking for Zeppelin. I need to know what I have in stock. I don't think I have much in stock. Oh my gosh, King Diamond lights are up here. Nobody tell Danny Thomason. Holy crap, King Diamond lights are up here. Oh my gosh. We got King Diamond lights up here. Oh my gosh. Nobody tell Danny Thomason. King Diamond lights are up here. Don't tell Danny. Down, 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 I should have quit you. Long time ago. Okay. We got Coda, In Through the Outdoor, Physical Graffiti, and Led Zeppelin 1. And Presence. So I need Led Zeppelin 2. I need Led Zeppelin 3. I need House of the Holy. They don't make Song Remains the Same except for the box set. I need... That's it. I've got everything else. Okay? Man, the Lemon song. Babe. Babe. Man. Anybody else want to go listen to Led Zeppelin now? Go crank up the Lemon song right now. Golly. Hey, fellas, have you heard the news? Leaves are falling all around. Time was on my way. All right, let me carry this box back here. I think that's all the Zeppelins I have in stock. Still a much obliged. Such a pleasant stay. Nope. My bad, it's the Beatles. I lied, it's the Beatles. Now it's time for me to go. Autumn moonlights my way. And now I smell the rain, and with it pay, and it's heading my way. Sometimes I feel so quiet. There's one thing I gotta do. Ramble on. Sing my song. I'm going around the world, gonna find my girl. On my way. Ooh. Okay. I did not have King Diamond. It was the Beatles. I just really let Danny down. But we do have new lights in, and while I'm still live, I go ahead and tag these. It's the only way you can identify Led Zeppelin 2 is the RL. Yep. You have to... The only way you can identify that is by looking at the dead wax. Yep, you can't tell it from the jacket or any way else, but yeah, you have to pick it up in the dead wax. All right. Okay. Let me pull these up. Cowboys from Hell. Yeah, I'm still looking for one of those. James, I'm still looking for one. I should have most of their discography in stock. Pantera Cowboys. James Chilcott. I'm writing it down. Whoever's watching is going to write it down for me as well, right? Yes, they will. Thank you. I'm going to write it down too. Hammer of the gods, drive our ships to new lands. Okay, I got 15 Beatles lights, and they're sold to the following people. I got 15 Beatles lights in stock right now. They're $59.99. They're sold to Scott Margheim, George Jones, Brent Robley, Scott Smith, Jan Gunther, Jerry Stone, Jeff Brent RTO, Darren Wortman, Kathy Hodges, Scott Corcoran, Jason Fornerat, Clifford Umstead, Stephen Coca, MIT Lab 80, and Rob Fordham. All 15 of them are sold on the button. All 15 are sold. Scott Margheim, George Jones, Brent Robley, Scott Smith, Jan Gunther, Jerry Stone, Jeff Brent RTO, Darren Wortman, Kathy Hodges, Scott Corcoran, Jason Fornerat, Clifford Umstead, Stephen Coca, MIT Lab 80, and Rob Fordham. They're all sold. Is that the only Led Zeppelin Ludwig mixed? No, he also mixed House of the Holy. But, I mean, it's a great sounding OG record, but nothing like a Led Zeppelin 2 hot mix. So he did 2 and Houses. He didn't do 3, he didn't do 4, and he didn't do definitely any of them after that. But you can get LH, or you can get RL on House of the Holy and Led Zeppelin 2. And House of the Holy LH is not, or LR, RL, excuse me, I'm getting my mastering. So yeah, mastering, get our terminology right here. Mastering, Bob Ludwig only worked on 2, Led Zeppelin 2 and House of the Holy, their second and their 5th albums. All masterpieces. All masterpieces. The Rain Song. Whew. Song remains the same. The Ocean. Tropical FCK Storm. Fairyland Codex. Fairyland Codex. I've got that wrote down too. Okay? And I've also got you wrote down for, what else did I wrote down for you? I thought I wrote something else down for you. Hold on a second. OC's, Abomination. That's it right there. Okay. All right, so those are sold $59.99. Does anybody want on a waiting list? I thought I was going to have at least 3 or 4 extras, but I guess not. So. Okay, any other questions or concerns? I now know that I need to order more Led Zeppelin. So there's about 5 bands I always try to keep their entire discographies in stock. Led Zeppelin, Black Sabbath, Pink Floyd, sometimes the Beatles. I don't do that so much anymore. I do order their albums occasionally, but they don't move like the other ones for sure. I think just because there's so many, you can find OGs of those a little bit more easier, except I'll order copies of Sgt. Pepper's and Revolver. For some reason, Revolver is one everybody always needs. Revolver and Sgt. Pepper's Magical Mystery Tour. Sometimes Abbey Road, but the early stuff, I don't order those too much. And then Metallica. Did I already say that? That's like 5 bands I always keep their discographies in stock. Zeppelin, Black Sabbath, Pink Floyd, sometimes Rush. And these are not just because they're my favorites. It's just bands that we consistently see people always needing albums. And, you know, I think somebody sits down, they're like, okay, they listen to Pink Floyd or Led Zeppelin, then they want everything, right? They're like, okay, how many more albums does Led Zeppelin have? And do they all sound like this? Or somebody will listen to Paranoid. Somebody listened to Paranoid and they're like, holy crap, is there any other albums by this band called Black Sabbath that I'm just now finding out about that sounds like this? And so I'm like, yeah, you probably need the first one. You need Master of Reality. You need Volume 4. You need Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath. You need Sabotage. And then with Zeppelin, I'm like, here's Led Zeppelin 2. Man, Chad, I never had listened to Led Zeppelin before. I'm like, okay. You need Led Zeppelin 1 now, and then 3, and then 4, and then Houses, and then Physical, and then, you know, et cetera, et cetera. Pink Floyd's a little bit more difficult. The early stuff's vastly different from what you're going to be hearing on The Wall or Animals or even Dark Side of the Moon. It's going to be vastly, a little bit different, more psychedelia. But if they like The Wall, I'm like, okay, you probably need to listen to Animals. Or if you like Dark Side of the Moon, you probably need to listen to The Wall. Rush is pretty consistent. They didn't change too much, except for the later stuff maybe. And then Metallica, they definitely changed. You got thrash, and then more mainstream rock, and then into their modern discography. There's a couple other bands too. Megadeth, I order about everything. If I click on Megadeth, I'll order everything in stock. Limp Bizkit, there's just a couple. Who else? Def Leppard. Every once in a while, I'll order everything Def Leppard. Everything Slayer. Some bands I'll order 2 or 3 copies of everything they have. Who's some of the other metal bands I'll do that with? Slayer. Definitely Slayer. I just did that with Slayer. They'll be here tomorrow. Megadeth, whatever's in stock, I'll get all of them, except maybe their most recent releases. Who else? That's about it I can think of. Somebody I'll just order everything. Not many bands you can do that where like their entire discography is desirable. Everything they've ever put out. Zeppelin, Beatles, Pink Floyd, Metallica is definitely one of them. Even Saint Anger for Metallica, we sell those. Iron Maiden, oh my gosh, Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden, Kiss, yep. Iron Maiden, Kiss. Iron Maiden, Kiss, yep. I literally looked behind me and I have an Iron Maiden statue and I thought of Iron Maiden. Then it popped up and Kiss, yeah. Judas Priest, yep, pretty much I'll go through and order all their stock. Queen, I hadn't done that in a while. I probably need to for Queen, especially those late 80s albums, mid-late 80s albums. That's a little bit more difficult to get. But also the classics, because like Queen self-titled and Queen 2, those don't come in as often, and they're usually kind of beat up, so everybody wants like a new perfect remaster. But yeah, not many bands hit that level where like everything, and certain bands have cutoffs. Like finally, most of Black Sabbath is in print, but there's that era with like post-Ozzy that gets kind of sketchy, you know, like cross purposes, and the Dio stuff does good, of course, but who is it? It's Tony Martin and whoever was the other vocalist. There's one more that was like a one-off, wasn't there? Rolling Stones does well, but some of them are pretty common. Like, I don't order new copies of like Dirty Work and Black and Blue. We get those all the time. So yeah, some you gotta be careful. For me, it's like, does somebody really need a new sealed copy of Tattoo You? Glenn Hughes, yeah, Ian Gillan, Glenn Hughes. Those are pretty good. You got the Tony Martin era, Ian Gillan. Yeah, Ian Gillan. That one's not in print. I think that's a pretty good album. But those were out of print for a long time. But now they're in print. I think everybody's got them. So I'm careful when I order those because they're not really popular albums, but people need them for their collection. They want to complete their discography. Tony Iommi is working on new remaster Born Again. There we go. That's good news because I have people definitely wanting that. I like all the Ozzy stuff. Maybe not so much those couple. I don't, like Technical Ecstasy, Never Say Die. Those are okay. Nothing like those first 3 or 4 though. And then I like the 2 Dio albums more than I do those last Ozzy albums. But it's all good. I love Tony Iommi on guitar. His riffs, it's like with those albums just with him and Glenn Hughes, those riffs are amazing. It's just something about his guitar. He's an amazing. It's kind of like when David Gilmour hits a guitar, It's like, oh, it's like a sound only they can do. Same thing with Wyoming. It's like, oh, that sound. Okay. It's after 2. Wow, it's after 2 o'clock. Okay. I'm glad I got that. But by the way, the King Diamond lights have shipped. They should be in this week. If they're not here tomorrow, they'll be in this week. Beetles are sold out. I think I'm going to stop there. We've sold 7 full crates of vinyl tonight. Thanks, everybody. This last hour has been really fun. Really fun. We sold all that stuff, and then we've had a fun discussion time here the last 15 minutes. With that being said, I'm going to sign off, go make the morning videos, and probably start trying to clean up this place a little bit for the rest of the week because it's going to get busier. The new Start Your Ear Off Right exclusives, are due out this week. They'll probably be here tomorrow. That's all those Rush. Speaking of Rush, that's the rest of the Rush catalog and everything else that's supposed to come out this week. They've already shipped. It should be here tomorrow. Plus a lot of waiting list. I ordered that stuff this morning. It's probably already shipped. Should be here today. Now, technically today. So Badlands. I'll get that one in the works. There's probably a lot ahead of it by now. There's probably quite a bit of bands ahead of Badlands, but we'll get to it eventually. Right now, Alice in Chains and Pink Floyd are the next 2. Alice in Chains, Pink Floyd, and then I've got to do one niche. The first niche one is, or the next niche one is Saxon. We did King Diamond. I got to do Saxon for David, and then we'll start working down the list. I got to do Aerosmith and AC/DC soon, and Elvis. Elvis, AC/DC, and Aerosmith are some of the, that's further down the chute, but they're coming. Okay? All right. Thanks, everybody. Please come back tomorrow. Y'all know the drill.